He woke up as the villain of some trashy novel, doomed to die in Chapter 1. But with a vet's instinct and a weird knack for taming beasts, he makes a new plan: survive academy, avoid the plot and just beast taming in pure chaos. The one who wanted to remain unnoticed the most, is now claiming the role of the main character. He's not brave, he's just desperate. Can a dead-end villain rise to the top of a story that wants him gone? Let's find out. They say reincarnation is a roulette. You can become a dog, a pig, or even a cockroach, and if you're lucky enough to be reborn as a human, you win. Now to get to the point. The protagonist won this roulette. He was reborn as a human. Compared to his previous life where he was dying from overwork, there's hope in this one. But the body he was reborn in was a random character from a dark story. He once liked to be more precise. A character who gets killed in the first chapter, a hopeless idiot named Han Se-ha. He's an F-rank tamer with no skills, on the verge of failure, and is also interested in black magic, a supporting character who, due to his stats, can't handle it and ends up dying. The highest stat is mana, it's 45, and then in descending order intelligence, perception, endurance. And this list ends with charm. It's 4 personality neutral. Evil. After learning his stats, MC grabbed his head. He wondered why he got such a character. Not only is he a useless villain, but he was also reborn at the wrong time. He was in the middle of a dark corridor, where the sound of pigs chomping echoed. But this is common here, because this is the outbuilding of the dark magicians, and now he is here. Siha was born a magician, but he was avoided at the academy due to his lack of skills. Eventually dark times came when he needed dark magicians. One of the dark magicians turned to him and asked who it was, and his friend said that this child was asking to be let in. At least once he says that he is from the academy. The mage said that if he was from the Ardale Academy, he could be useful to them, and then allowed him to pass. MC only laughed nervously in response and then followed the dark mage, and he asked if he was familiar with the joining procedure. He confirmed it and remembered the lines from the novel. After the recruit's blood is spilled, you will need to take an oath of dark magic, and then you will no longer be able to leave this place. Of course he could not forget about it. Very soon, the dark magic organization that Shihao will join will become a famous, villainous squad, which the main characters of the story will get rid of. If Siha makes a contract, he will also be killed. So instead of following this guy, he better think about how to get out of here then. And a system window appeared in front of him, which informed him about the beginning of synchronization with Saya. Soon the synchronization was complete, and the system window turned red, and recommended him to escape from the dark mages. At that moment, a loud scream was heard from the basement, and the dark mage stopped, suspecting that something might have happened there. He decided to go and check it out, and threatened Saha with death if he went anywhere. After watching the dark robe disappear into the shadows, MC realized that now was the time to escape. He turned around and ran to the exit. He soon ran out of breath from running for so long and stopped to rest. It seemed that he had climbed high, but he didn't know what floor he was on. It was getting lighter, which meant he was going in the right direction. He saw a door closed with chains and light coming through the cracks. Hearing voices from behind, he got scared and immediately hid behind a column. And the dark mages passed by his hiding place, and began to discuss the guy who had escaped from the 3rd floor. MC immediately realized that they were talking about him, and one of the dark mages said that he was from the Ardale Academy. Maybe he's a spy. They walked on, and when it became quiet in the hall, he carefully peered out from behind the column and, making sure that they were gone, tried to open the doors, but despite all his efforts, nothing worked. Now he can only rely on memories. Maybe he'll get lucky and the useless Siha will do something. In fact, he was born a mage, but he had no talent for light magic at all, and he simply didn't know where to put the endless flow of mana. In other words, he just needed to learn to control it. He created a sparkling ball between his hands, and thought that when the protagonist, Li Han, had just started learning magic, he probably accumulated the flow using his fingers. He tried this method, and directed the flow of magic to the door through his fingers, after which he put his other hand. But the chains still didn't give in. He caught his breath and thought that he was doing everything right, but he still lacked the skills. Suddenly footsteps were heard behind him. A small dragon emerged from the shadows. He turned around in fear, and seeing how the dragon took a threatening pose and growled, he already thought that he was finished. But contrary to his expectations, this little one was not aggressive at all, but on the contrary showed friendliness towards him. He came closer to him and taking him in his arms, thought that it looked like a baby dragon. But how did he end up here? Why is he so affectionate with people? He told him that he could not take him with him, from which the dragon immediately burst into tears and began to scream. Frightened Siha covered his mouth and ran away thinking, does he want them to be caught? And in general he can't take an animal for himself, for which he can't even bear responsibility. When he calmed down he looked at the doors and thought, maybe he can use the power of the dragon. The system reported that the characteristics were synchronized. His charm was increased several times. Now he has the ability to tame monsters. Does he want to tame a suspicious baby? This suspicious little one is quite friendly to him. He is level 2. He has level 1 fire breath and his stats are even higher than his, but his intelligence is not particularly impressive. MC looked at him doubtfully and thought that according to the data, information about his past life should have been saved. He wondered why there was no agree button, or something like that on the system window. Maybe he needs to be told that he will tame him. In general he's not that bad at taming. He has a couple of his own techniques. First the animal needs to be given a little confidence, then gain trust. He asked the dragon to trust him and after a few seconds, he was already starting to get nervous since nothing was happening, and then a system window appeared. With a message that the taming was successful, the little beast rose into the air. And a golden glow appeared around it, which grew into a magic circle. After the dragon landed on the floor, Siha asked uncertainly, is it screwed down now? Is that all since the system didn't give any clues? He decided to figure it out himself, after which he gave the dragon the first command to open the lock. The small beast obeyed him and headed for the door. He flew up and grabbed the lock with his teeth, tearing it from the chain. And MC was surprised that he broke this rusty piece of metal. In a second as soon as the door was freed, he praised the dragon and was about to go outside, but he stopped abruptly when he heard footsteps behind him. The dark mage said that he finally found the hiding rat. He turned around nervously. Until that moment everything was going so well, when they ran at him to grab him. He got really scared and backed away, wondering what to do watching the approaching mages. He couldn't come up with a solution out of panic, and then he remembered something. At the academy the first thing they teach is defense. This is magic that literally disperses smoke and hides the mage. Even a dumb mage like Siha could learn this. He started casting his spell and looked at his hand and thought, he had never tried this before. But first he needed to calm his breathing, then concentrate the energy in his fingers, and then imagine the fog filling the space. He folded his hands into a gun shape and pointed them at his opponents, mentally asking Siha to help him. He would fix all the evil deeds he had committed. The magic concentrated at his fingertips began to intensify, and when the distance to his opponents was reduced to a few meters, he released clouds of smoke at them and they lost sight of him. He was very happy that he had succeeded, and while they were arguing, he and the dragon headed for the door to escape. He pushed the doors. But the dark mages were not going to let him go so easily, and someone's huge ghostly claws grabbed him by the neck and shoulders. A tentacle appeared, it squeezed his neck from all sides, because of which he could not breathe and fell exhausted to his knees. He was already afraid that this was really the end, and the magician who was strangling him said with a smile, that if he gave up now he would die painlessly, already completely losing strength. MC lay down and thought, what difference does it make if he still dies? While he was swallowing air, he realized that he could not see the enemy because of the fog, and he definitely could not hide from this dark magic. He looked at the dragon and realized that there was only one way out. He told him that if he wanted to get out of here with him, then he needed to take control of him. He apologized to the dragon for this and asked him to help him, after which the small beast began to act. He spread his wings and threateningly growling, headed towards the enemies, rising to the very ceiling. He released a hot stream of fire at the dark magicians, which forced them to interrupt the spell. Siha finally felt free and his breathing returned to normal, and while the dark mages screamed in pain, MC smiled and thought he couldn't believe he actually did it. His new friend came up to him and squealed happily, and he petted him and said it was amazing that he owed him his life, as he promised he would take him with him. But first they needed to get out of this cave. After they got out of the dark mage's outbuilding, they found themselves in a god-forsaken place. They wandered through the desert for about an hour, and were sweltering in the heat. and there was still no one around. Just when Siha thought he didn't want to get caught by the dark mages, again he noticed some movement ahead of him. It was a cart. He called out to the old man and came closer, asking if he could give them a ride. Of course he asked him for money. But since he didn't have any, he offered him a card. Since he is a child sponsored by Ardal Academy, he has this too. He will probably think that it is something foreign, but he will still accept it. The old man told him to get in, and MC thanked him with a smile, and while he was putting his new friend in the carriage, the old man asked where they were going. Because of this question he began to hesitate. They broke away from their pursuers. But the dark mages can still find them. They don't want information about them to leak somewhere. If they are found, they will kill them immediately. There is no choice left. Let Mini hunt for his head. But the safest place now is the place where the novel takes place. He bit his lower lip, making a decision, and then asked the old man to take them to Ardal Academy. Time passed. The second-year professor's assistant, Celine, came out to greet the students and smiled, thinking that she was amazed by this sight. Every time the excellent marble floor and the exquisite chandelier, even the students' uniforms literally screamed prestige, but some of them stood out from all this prestige. The old man drove the cart to the entrance of the academy, brushing away the dust. The dirty, shabby and torn student jumped out of the cart, and began to shake off the dust. While Celine thought in shock, such a sloppy student in this sacred academy, he took off his hood with a tired look. And a dragon crawled out from under his robe, and Celine thought, who did this? Who could disgrace the honor of the academy on the very first day of the semester? Of course it was him. Han Shiha, the student who could not control his abilities, and was constantly on the verge of failure, while he was calming the dragon, who was not very happy to hide under his clothes. He noticed a woman's gaze on him, and thought that she looked like a teacher. He went up to her and asked, "Is he late?" She confirmed this, and thought that she would have scolded anyone else by now, but she didn't have time for someone who was going to be expelled soon. Anyway, so let him live peacefully for now. There was no point in wasting effort on him. And this student was so weird. They said that he was crazy, and performed magical rituals with human-sized dolls every night. It's not worth getting involved with such a person. She patted him on the shoulder and told him to hurry up to class, and he smiled awkwardly, promising that he would try not to be late again. She was slightly confused by his answer and watched him go, thinking that it was already the second year of school, and the atmosphere had changed significantly. When MC came to class, he caught a lot of glances at himself, which made him feel uneasy. They were discussing how he was late on the very first day of school, and he thought, was Han Sewa really going to expel? Fortunately, he made it before the professor arrived. One of the students asked how he hadn't been expelled during last year's exams. He was completely hopeless. His friends suggested that he had simply played on his pity, and MC thought that maybe his parents had bribed someone, or maybe there had been a teacher who had seen his magical abilities, and written a letter of recommendation. Either way, he had barely managed to avoid being expelled. Now he needed to find a way to survive in this world. He had two goals. First, to survive quietly his character, a third-rate villain, aggressive and inept, would be brutally killed by the main characters, buried alive after that. Life continued peacefully at the academy, and no one cared about the cause of his death, simply because he was a villain. But that still made him feel uneasy. He didn't know why he would be killed. So he would try to live quietly and not provoke anyone. He would rather exhaust himself with studying and work, than be buried alive. Secondly, he needs to successfully complete his studies at the academy. Why? Well, he needs something to exist in this world. Sia is from a wealthy family, but because of his antics, his parents are already ready to abandon him, and a diploma from Ardal Academy is one of the best ways to improve the future. Academy graduates are always in high demand. In the novel, his character enters into a senseless confrontation with the main characters and dies at their hands, and he will live quietly like an ordinary student, and avoid any events that can lead to conflict or death. When he finished determining his next steps, Professor Grint entered the classroom loudly, knocking on the floor with his cane. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately changed. Everyone began to discuss their new homeroom teacher, and MC thought that it was him, the professor who was in charge of the second-year exams. Professor Grant is from the magic department. The professor's exams are so difficult that even the protagonist, Li Han, was the only one who was able to pass them. The professor tapped his cane on the floor, asking for silence, and said that the first-year graduation was not so bad. He could already see outstanding students. Siha smirked and thought that, of course, all the main characters had successfully graduated from the first year, and moved on to the second. But studying in the second year was even more difficult, which meant that it would be very difficult for Han Siha to stay afloat. His position in the academy would be under constant threat. Ardell Academy accepts students from 14 to 19 years old. The studies last for 6 years. The academy itself is known for its intensive curriculum. Because of this, students are in constant competition to stay in the academy. It is like a royal battle of all the students. Only a tenth will be able to graduate with any significant result. He sighed quietly, saying that everything was so hard here, and wondered how he could even compete with the main characters. In the story, Hansia achieved results because he practiced black magic. However, this method is unrealistic. For a quiet life he was distracted from his thoughts, when Professor Grint said that there were many students whose performance was below the minimum from the second year. Those students who had absolutely no ability were finally eliminated. MC noticed his gaze. What could this mean? The professor said that he would now announce the schedule of entrance exams. For the second year he hit the floor with his cane, after which a scroll created using illusion magic appeared in front of all the students. He was slightly surprised by how clear it was, and wondered if this was the level of magic in the academy. The scroll asked him to choose 3 subjects that were most suitable for him, and take written and practical exams on them, and he realized that he could choose any of them. Is it really possible to just choose 3 subjects that you are good at, and pass the exams so easily? He can't believe that Professor Grant could have such an easy exam. Now the professor wanted to clarify something about choosing subjects. For each subject, the number of people choosing is limited and the system is first come, first served. The order in which they would choose would be determined by drawing lots. He took out a small box and Siha smiled nervously, thinking a lottery at the Academy of Magicians. Meanwhile, the professor thought that there was nothing fairer than a lottery, and said that he would take out balls with their names on them, and that would determine the order of choice. The students became slightly nervous and MC thought, would he really have to rely on luck here too? Right now he was a complete zero in magic, and he needed to find a subject in which he could at least try to succeed. It was such a shame, because he had spent almost the entire year trying to get out of the layer of black magic. Meanwhile, the professor took out a ball and, looking at the name written on it, announced that the first student to choose subjects would be Hansia. Not believing his luck, he excitedly stood up from his seat, and a list of subjects appeared in front of him. He doesn't have mana yet, so he could immediately discard subjects of a practical nature, as well as subjects that weren't mentioned in the plot, and those that are closer to the dark arts. Then he was sorting. Then he wondered why all the names were so complicated. He paid attention to hydrology and rituals. It's a pretty complicated science, but it's the least complicated of all that there is, and it's also a theoretical course. He just needs to study and he'll cope. He made his choice and the others immediately began to whisper. One of them told his friend not to pay attention to him. He himself makes it easier for them, literally giving them free points. Of course he heard them whispering, but he can understand their attitude. Before this he was not enhancing his body. He decided to quickly choose the remaining 2 subjects, and finally sit down, and something interesting caught his eye, and he wondered if it was just him or if he could handle it. After class he went to the library. Before his death and ending up in this novel, he was a veterinarian, so these 3 subjects are close to the topic of his dissertation, on veterinary medicine. First, hydrology and rituals. This world has unique laws of water magic, but he can apply the mathematical formulas that he knows. Then the anatomy of monsters, and the basis of monster behavior and their training. He took the textbooks on these subjects and began to read, but he was distracted by the rummaging in his bag. The dragon climbed out and took a deep breath, and MC thought that since he brought this baby anyway, he might as well find a use for it. However, not here and not now. There are too many witnesses. He stuffed the beast back into his bag and thought, Why would he who doesn't even have basic mana skills suddenly have a newborn dragon? This is extremely suspicious. He hurried out of the library under the gaze of the other students, and soon found himself in a place where his dragon can do whatever it wants, an underground training arena. He has already mastered the theory to some extent, so he needs to try training. He asked the girl at the entrance for one ticket for beginner training, and she agreed with doubt and looked down at his beast thinking, the dragon had just hatched from an egg. Wasn't it too early to train with it? She asked him to say their names and he introduced himself, and then it was the dragon's turn. Since he didn't know his name, he asked him about it. But he looked at him as if he didn't know it himself. Was he really asking him to give him a name? The dragon squealed happily and he asked, did he want a cool name for himself? He started to go through different options, but he didn't like each one more and he was already losing patience. Then Saiha thought about it and asked, how about Basilisk? His eyes immediately sparkled with delight and he nodded, and he thought, isn't he too smart? The girl said that she would register his dragon under the name Basilisk. There can be no more than 2 people in the arena, and now there is already 1 student there, and they also have weapons for rent. MC looked at the huge rack with different weapons, and thought that the choice here is not that big. This is because they are free. But now is not the time to complain about the quality of weapons. He should be grateful that there is at least something. He took a shield and a stick and the girl opened the training hall. The first gate. The doors opened and a bright blue light appeared inside, and when they passed through it, Siha was delighted. The quality of the training hall was simply incredible. The environment was very realistic. They walked into the forest and heard some sounds. Some jelly cubes were playing around in a clearing nearby. They were slimes, he thought. Couldn't they at least make the low-level monsters less cute? He told Basilisk to look at those cubes, and with a smile offered him to beat them up, which terrified the dragon. But when he entered the fight, his fear quickly turned to the thrill of the hunt. Watching him tear those slimes to pieces with his teeth, MC thought that his dragon instincts were awakened. He was no longer a scared baby, and felt like a fish in water in a fight. Since he was doing well, it was time for him to practice. He walked away and from the side, someone growled and then a squelching sound. He turned around in fear and pulled out his shield forward, protecting himself from the slime that jumped at him. He looked around and saw a bunch of small monsters, too many of them, and to destroy this whole flock with one blow, of course he needed Basilisk. His beast had already finished warming up and flew to him, and he offered him to do the same thing again, after which he extended it towards the slimes and told him to burn them. Basilisk obeyed him and shot a powerful cloud of flame at the opponents, so much so that there was no trace left of them. After finishing, he sat back on the hand of his master, who was shocked by the recent sight. He began to squeak for praise and Siha smiled, offering him to continue. It was the second half of the day. They had already dealt with many slimes and were very tired. Training Basilisk and simultaneously using his battle magic exhausted him very much. However, he is a very obedient dragon. He will have to treat him with something when they return. Suddenly an irritated girl's scream was heard somewhere nearby. He went to the source of the sound and saw a girl named Adela in a clearing, who was furiously ordering her dog not to play, but to tear these slimes to pieces. She was downright furious because her animal did not listen to her, and MC thought, who is this? After that, the animal began to bark and she asked it to be quieter. Shiva thought with a grin, isn't this a hellish hound? She shouldn't treat her dog like that. Meanwhile, the dog could not stand the anger of his mistress and rushed somewhere, and she rushed after him cursing loudly, following in the footsteps of her dog and angrily stomping. She already imagined how she would punish him, and when she heard someone's voice, she froze. MC was sitting nearby. He was praising the hound for correctly following the commands, and she came out into the clearing. She knew who this guy was. He stroked the hound and asked, is this dog hers? He had seen him before. She didn't need to treat him like that. She approached him in bewilderment, and he noticed that she seemed a little angry. This would make the animal restless. Her face twisted from the sudden surge of rage and she thought, will this guy sweep her away from giving advice? Adela, a mage who has never fallen below 3rd place, studies at the Ardal Academy. the most prestigious educational institution in the empire. Even though she doesn't have the most noble blood, few could stand up to her skills. But thanks to the entrance exam system, she got the weakest skill. Basic monster taming. She understood that she clearly lacked skills, so she came here to practice. But her opponent is Sewa, who couldn't even tame a slime. They say he's possessed by dark magic. She's seen him show pity in his dark days. But what's going on here? Why is her dog on his lap? She asks him how he did it. But he doesn't understand what she's talking about and says, "It seems like her hound has calmed down a bit. Will she take him?" She picks up her dog and thanks him awkwardly, and he asks her why she chose a hellhound. It's a pretty tough beast to tame for the first time. She tells him it's a tough monster. So they give her a lot of points. Since she has to take first place in the exam, he calmly tells her he thought she just liked to roll around in the mud, which angers her. She smiles nervously and wonders if he's always been like this. He's of noble birth, but he talks to her as an equal. She saw his beast and was surprised. A dragon next to him. He was only a second year and already hanging around with a dragon. The seahorse she knew was completely different. She still followed him, but maybe it wasn't that bad. She would get some tips from him on taming the hound. She led him to a clearing and asked if he had been here before. Right. He confirmed it, and she moved the vines aside, revealing a clearing with a bunch of slimes, and said that everything was just ready. This was a training ground. One hit and they were done for. As soon as she drew her blade, the menacing jelly cubes rushed to attack. One of them jumped at her and she batted it away like a golf ball, causing the slime to fly off at great speed, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Siha noted that she had a rather cruel approach. She decided to bury everyone alive. She smirked and invited him to join them. Then suddenly a magic projectile flew past her face, and she turned around to see the monster behind her being torn apart. The MC who saved her from the attack said that it ran from behind, and she exclaimed in annoyance that of course she knew that. He invited her to continue on, and she looked after him in surprise, thinking that in fact, she had no idea that there was a monster behind her. His aim was clearly not at the level of a beginner. Who the hell is he anyway? Something strange happened. The space began to act up and distort, and Siha asked if the dungeon had always been a trap like this. Adela became wary and told him that she didn't know, after which the spatial distortion only began to intensify. Meanwhile, the teachers raised the alarm and ran to the principal, informing him of a problem in the beginner training dungeon. He asked worriedly, was there a mistake in the spell? Who was there now? He was told that a second-year student, Adela and Hansia, were there. And the principal immediately realized that things were bad. Adela would be fine, but it might be too late for Sia. This guy is absolutely useless. He has no chance of surviving in such a dungeon. Meanwhile, they encountered a disfigured monster, a huge slime, and the director said that if there was a mistake in the dungeon's magic formula, the monsters would become abnormally strong. For a normal dungeon, Sia has almost no chance of surviving. So let them prepare well. Time passed. They had already managed to defeat several huge monsters, and Adela told Siha to look at how these monsters charred the grass, no matter how much they hit them. There were only more of them. When she gets out of here, she will never look at this slimy mess again. He looked at her and thought that they were being attacked by a whole horde of slimes, and she seemed to be still completely fine. She has trouble taming monsters, but she handles magic well. Is she really an earth mage destined to become a great wizard? But that can't be. She is not the type to walk on such a training field. Earth magic is still quite common. And what's more, she seems much kinder than in the original. Sure, she can be a bit caustic, but at least she doesn't openly humiliate a loser like him. Does it turn out that she does have a good character? She noticed that he was thinking about something, and irritably asked why he was mumbling something while she was fighting off monsters. He told her that he was just calculating the time. If you count the time from entering the dungeon, then more than 3 hours have passed. Why is there no news? Does no one know that they are trapped? She said that only half an hour had passed outside. This was done specifically so that there would be enough time for training inside the dungeon. Because of this, MC got nervous. It turns out that if their disappearance is noticed, then they will have to stay here for a couple more hours. But if they stay here even longer, then their chance of survival will be very close to zero. She got angry and exclaimed, why is he making the atmosphere so tense? Is he asking her to just sit and wait for death? He answered her with a smile that of course it wasn't like that, then glanced at her and asked her to buy him some time. She asked why he needed to do that. And he ran into the forest saying that she would see for herself. Let her just not let the slimes near him. She asked with displeasure. Does he want her to figure it out for herself, and what will he do? He ignored her and ran away, which made her smirk in irritation and shout after him that if he didn't make it in time before she used up all her mana, then he was done for. Meanwhile, he thought that she didn't seem like a bad person at all. Who would have thought that this was the same tough Adela? Basilisk made a sound and MC told him not to worry. He thought of everything. The original also had an episode with a mistake in the dungeon. This was to emphasize the difference in abilities between the main characters. In this scene Siha used one method, but it didn't work. He found a blue glowing plant in the bushes and asked the dragon to collect all the branches and bring them to him. He went looking for it, and he thought that Hong Siha used this method back then, for which he was condemned by the readers for the rest of his life. But to be honest, he doesn't think he's stupid enough to deserve this. Meanwhile, Adela was holding back the monsters as best she could. It got to the point where she couldn't use magic anymore, and was on the verge. She was already starting to wonder what was wrong with Saha, and he shouted to her that everything was ready. She turned around and seeing a wall of branches exclaimed in surprise, "Did he build a barricade?" He waved his hand at her and told her to come here quickly. The method is extremely simple. The plan was to build a barricade and kill the monsters, but the original Saha missed 2 moments, so he failed fire and magic enhancement, and now he can control both. He took out his magic wand and concentrated magic, enveloped it from all sides and used a spell, after which several huge arrows appeared in the air. He was glad that he succeeded. He just needed to add fire magic to the arrow. He told Basilisk that it was his turn now, and both of their eyes glowed golden under the influence of taming magic, after which the dragon fed the arrows with fire. His master pulled the arrows and then released them into the sky, and judging by his face such magic was difficult for him. After that a bright light appeared. The slimes looked up at the sky and saw many lights falling on them. Adela meanwhile covered her face from the sparks, and then looked up at the sky and thought in surprise, is this the magic of the useless Siha? He noticed with a smile that the remains of the slime splashed on the ground. The poisonous slime has the property of exploding when it comes into contact with fire. In situations like this, you just need to add a little magic and light the flame, and then everything will go very easily. The girl asked did he think of everything so that the fire would not get through the barricade. He appreciated her observation and said that these branches could withstand fire since they had burned everything around. They could only wait for reinforcements. She looked at him doubtfully and thought it was strange that he was the one who saved her. The academy nobility usually did not care about commoners. What was he planning noticing her gaze? He asked if she was grateful to him. She reluctantly admitted it. After all, she owed him her life. And he said with a smile that it was good since she was grateful, then let her do him a favor. Adela was surprised. A favor? She frowned and added if it was within her power. Of course, but if it was some kind of strange request, she would hardly be able to help. The protagonist asked her not to tell anyone about what happened. She was surprised and he added that he tamed her hellhound, caught all the slimes in one fell swoop and made a wall out of vines. Everything she saw today she must keep secret. She must not tell anyone how cool he is. She clenched her fist and thought, of course it is all true, but why it is strange. What kind of person is he? At this moment, MC leaned towards the core and thought that it was the core of a slime. Clearing the dungeon did not go unnoticed. The professors, surprised by the error in the underground arena, gave the students who cleared the dungeon without getting injured rewards in the form of valuable magic items, and called them to the dean's office. After some time, the protagonist sat on the couch and throwing his head back thought, well, these prizes will come in handy for his exams. That's not the main thing now. He called Basilisk and a system window appeared in front of him, which said Basilisk Atrax. A cute and cheerful red dragon loves cheese and likes it. Ability level 5, mana 53, strength 63, speed 38, intelligence 13. Fire breath level 3, mana. Defense level 1, poison resistance level 2. He thought great. They pumped up his fire breath well in the dungeon. Even poison resistance appeared. It must be from the fight with the bug slimes. He doesn't know what those dark mages were growing in the basement. But this baby turned out to be unusually capable from birth. Excellent growth rate, excellent fire breathing, incredible amount of mana. Excellent talus by all parameters, since he got his hands on him. He needs to seriously engage in his education. Then he looked at the dragon who climbed onto his couch and said, "Little hooligan, if only he knew what it cost him to take care of him. Does he know what this is?" Basilisk looked at him in surprise and he handed him the slime core. He thought that the professor with short hair did not pay attention to it, as if it were trash under his feet. But according to the plot, he knows that this is an object of great power. Smiling, he held it out further forward and said that it looks delicious. "Does he want it?" The dragon winced looking at the core, and the protagonist asked what. "It's delicious, he should try it at least once, otherwise he will not know." He thought, of course. He himself has not tried it and will not have to, otherwise he will die. And then the dragon looked at the core in despair, then swallowed the object. The next second he jumped to the floor and emptied it into his stomach. MC thought apparently it tastes disgusting, and that's it. Basilisk's stats have been changed. He looked at the added stats and asked quickly, "Right, the slime core is a concentrate of its strength and abilities. If you eat it, it gives rapid development." Just one core was eaten and the dragon's mana volume increased, which in other ways takes a very long time to pump up. It seems he noticed the changes too. Better to eat right. The next second, Basilisk reached for the bag filled with cores and made a joyful sound. The protagonist thought instinct is getting stronger, overpowered the disgust in him. Then he folded his arms on his chest and thought, the sound of increasing stats is as pleasant as a notification from the bank about a salary. Then he noticed someone knocking and the next second, Adela abruptly opened the door, calling him loudly. Then she asked embarrassedly, "So he was here," he thought. What was that short-haired girl doing here? Was she also called to the dean's office? She put her hand to her chest and indignantly asked, did he even care that she had resolved everything herself? Everyone thought that she had dealt with the 6 slimes, and she should be given more magic items. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, asking, so why did she come? Can she speak more quietly? His ears were about to fall off. He thought life is more important than rewards. An ordinary academy student had cleared the dungeon and she, as always, had barely managed too much news. Such news would inevitably be followed by gossip and speculation, whether black magic or enchanted weapons were used. He did not need such fame in this novel. Then she said that if he liked her, he should keep his thoughts to himself. She didn't need that either. He thought in surprise, what does sympathy have to do with it? And then he stood in front of her and asked, like her, he doesn't even know her. She asked in surprise, what? She leaned towards his face and shouted, doesn't know her? How does he not know? Seriously? He smiled awkwardly and asked, should he know her? What's her name? In response she introduced herself, Adela Stevia. His mouth dropped open in surprise and he said, I see. Then he thought, she is the only low-born student who will be in the top 3 students of Ardell Academy during her studies. One of the main characters guilty of the terrible death of Siha. She smiled and asked, what has he really heard of her? He thought, well, yes, he has. She is the one who will kill him in the future. He replayed it in his mind. When he read it, it seemed nonsense. But not now, when in front of him was the girl who would bury him alive. He grabbed his head and thought that he was amazed at himself. How could he be so careless and bring his own death closer? Adela put her hand on her waist and said, well, if it's not sympathy, then okay. By the way, does he have a habit of looking at himself in the mirror? Sometimes he was surprised in the mirror. She led him to the mirror and told him to look at himself. She couldn't imagine someone showing up to the dean looking like that. The protagonist looked at his reflection and wondered in surprise. What kind of look is this? What kind of dirty slob is this? He wasn't surprised that everyone saw him as a gloomy and murky guy. Maybe people avoided him not because they were scared, but because they were disgusted. Then he suggested doing something with his hair first. The next day in the classroom, the protagonist was going up to his seat. while the other students were discussing who is it. He looks familiar a second year with that hair color. Could it be Seiwa? It can't be the face of the sullen Cha. That's definitely someone else. No, it can't be him. After that the protagonist smiled, took his seat and thought that he heard everything. At that moment one of the students approached him and smirked. Is that him? Is he the one who got the polymorph treatment? Can't you tell him where he got it? Good things should be shared. MC thought this redhead Creek, a commoner feeling inferior to most of the students, due to his origin and dubious talents. He often bossed around the pathetic and weak Seiha, asserting himself on him. Creek smirked. What, are you ashamed to admit it? Although a new haircut will not help his speech defect, the protagonist asked maybe he should just leave him alone. He was indignant. What did the new haircut make his head spin? He asked in response. Why should he report to him? Creek shouted. Well, is he crazy? Has he gone crazy? Does he have any support now? His family has disowned him and he lives on God knows what. MC opened his bag and said, well, since he is asking about support, maybe this will tell him something. Basilisk. When the dragon walked forward on the desk, he asked, so what did he want to ask? The students discussed in surprise. Is the dragon real? It seems to be even a red dragon. Wow, where does an ordinary student get something like that? Creek, pointing his finger at him, laughed and said that he heard that his family disowned him, but he apparently has a lot of money. Does he really think that a dragon can be tamed by paying it money? The protagonist thought that he wanted to live quietly and peacefully, but that didn't mean that he would allow everyone to assert themselves on him. After that he grinned. Hey country bumpkin! The student shouted indignantly. What did he say? The protagonist thought he was so easy to provoke. Unbelievable, just one word and he was already fired up. Then he stroked Basilisk and said, of course it was still a baby. But it still wouldn't sit on the desk so obediently if it were wild. And has he tamed anyone? What, is he afraid that he will bite? Creek clenched his teeth in anger and he told him not to be afraid. He is not a monster. The student clenched his fist and screamed. Is he crazy? He doesn't know his place? The protagonist answered, if he has a problem, he has to deal with it himself. At the entrance exams, they will see who will stay and who will have to go home. Sometime later MC was walking down the hallway of the building, and remembered Creek yelling at him that if he beat him in exam scores, he would bark like a dog. Idiot. He thought that since he had agreed, the bet was accepted. The day would soon come when he would see him bark like a dog. In his past life, he had a habit of making noise and then resolving the situation. Mad Dog Intern, that's what his colleagues called him. When he noticed an injustice happening, he boldly rushed into the situation, since no one surpassed him in academic knowledge. The next second, a student called him and shouted that they heard that he had a bet with Creek he would be wary of failing completely, let alone overtaking him. His companion added, how soon would they hear him bark? The protagonist, looking at them, wondered if the same thing happened in all worlds. When a person who had just begun to achieve success was not left alone, then he asked his name. The student clarified his. Why him, he repeated so that he would say his name now. He folded his arms over his chest and answered. Did he not know that before him was Fabian Dan Edwin himself? The protagonist thought, Fabian. Oh yes. He remembers. An arrogant snob of royal blood who bullied everyone weaker. In other words, the leader of the bullying of Seiha. After that he opened his bag, revealing a dragon, and said, Basilisk, he must bite him hard. Fabian screamed in fear. It was that dragon. Then Basilisk jumped towards him, and a loud scream was heard in the academy. After a while MC was sitting on the floor. Adela stood in front of him and said, there were rumors that he had been causing a lot of noise these past few days. Even if he didn't care, it would be more expensive for him to touch the royal offspring, don't you think? He put his hand on his forehead and said that he didn't care. They started at first, he was just paying back in the same coin. She closed her eyes and thought that he only picked on the commoners, because he was a noble. However, he was even willing to unleash a dragon on the royals, if they angered him well. That made him a little higher in her eyes. Then she asked, but he doesn't have any strategy, does he? She came closer and added, they, the nobles, seem to have lost all fear. Not only is he unleashing Basilisk on the nobles, but he also made a bet with Creek. With his level of magic competing with Creek in the exam, he's crazy. She extended her hand to him and asked with a smile what he would do if she didn't agree to help. He took her hand, getting to his feet, and replied that she was also learning monster taming from him, in exchange for magic lessons. She said so what? This would be their last training battle. If he could defeat her, then he would also push Creek away in the exam. They took hold of their wands, and he replied with a smile that this time, she wouldn't be able to push him away as easily as yesterday. Then she began to climb up, creating a rocky platform beneath her, and shouted that they would begin. The protagonist sent a powerful blow forward, so this was the last training with Adela. Time passed. The hour of the entrance exams had arrived. Grant, looking at the results, said Adela, a student of the magic department. Time 5 minutes. 31 seconds, grade A. She clenched her fists, happily thanked the professor. Then she looked at the hellhound with a smile. The protagonist, folding his arms over his chest, watched her and thought that it was difficult for this girl to even slightly tame a hellhound. A few lessons from him and she did it well. He has several years of studying at the veterinary school behind him, but the fact that she achieved so quickly is an indicator of talent. This is a really good candidate for the main characters. The next second he heard his name and said that he was ready. The monster training exam is held in a magic cube. A virtual monster corresponding to his level is placed against him, and he must defeat it with the help of his pet. He won, he will receive a credit. It's simple. The professor said that he chose Cube C. They will begin after that. The protagonist went inside and a monster appeared in front of him. He thought in surprise, is it Adeptian? The huge snake was looking at him. Adeptian is a snake monster that Lihan first encountered in his 3rd year. It is unique for its gigantic size, making it seem like it could crush him like a bug. After that he turned to Basilisk and told him not to be afraid of it. He wanted to test himself right after eating so many slime cores, so they should show this monster he should get into close range. Basilisk moved forward and the protagonist thought, snake's weak point is usually their eyes. He said, be careful, Basilisk. If he just turns around he will really flatten them into a pancake. He will distract him with magic, and he should get to where he can't see him and then burn his eye. At that moment the dragon followed his instructions, releasing a powerful energy from its mouth, hitting the monster's eyes right. The next second, Adeptian fell lifelessly to the floor and the professor, perplexed, said, unbelievable. He thought that even strong 3rd-year students would barely cope with Adeptian. MC, smiling, looked at the dragon and asked, slime cores are cool, right? He thought. It seems like the administrators forgot to change the monster after the previous participant, and he wanted to stop the exam so that no one would get hurt. Then he smiled awkwardly and said, it took a little effort but he won. Does he get a pass? Professor, he answered, see ha. 12 minutes 16 seconds. Grade S. The protagonist, perplexed, looked at him sometime later. He and Adela were walking down the corridor. She clenched her fists and happily said, wow. S rank in taming. He immediately took 1st place in points. It seems like their competition paid off, right? He smiled and replied that he couldn't help but agree with that. He thought that the problem was that he wanted to be ranked 15th in the entire academy. He wanted to maintain an average rank and not stand out too much. In the original, Han had taken him down with one hand, so he followed suit. He then began to mutter to himself, no, it wasn't his fault. Why even put a monster he shouldn't be able to catch in the exam? Adela looked at him with a smile and thought, wow, muttering to himself again. She then asked how the arithmetic test went. He thought, right. Today was the arithmetic test. Come to think of it, the ranking is based on the average grades of the subjects, so it's fine. The questions were so easy that he intentionally only answered one correctly. He then answered average. She clarified, really? And she completely failed. Wasn't the exam too tough? With that she sighed desperately. And the protagonist thought, Adela is weak in arithmetic. This is high school level math, so it's easy for him. Maybe he should give her a few lessons. Then she said that she didn't think they would give an equation they hadn't covered before. She hadn't solved any. The protagonist froze in place and thought, well, who cares anyway? He walked on and said one question should be enough, right? She wondered what was he talking about. If he didn't get first place because of the wrong answer, he wouldn't get the scholarship. By the way, how was he? There was an equation with the 27th magic circle. He thought geometry and vectors. Then he asked problem 27. I think he solved it. She wondered what. He turned around and asked, did he say something wrong? She smiled awkwardly and said, that can't be. Did he solve problem 27? That's the only equation she couldn't solve. He asked, puzzled, what he thought. Is it really that hard? Anyone would laugh at that. What should he do? It seems he solved that particular equation. Meanwhile, Sel Len entered the professor's office and turning to him, said regarding the 27th problem, in the entire academy only one student solved this arithmetic problem. He looked at the result and said that it was simply impossible to guess. He deliberately added an equation that second-year students could not solve. And who solved it? She looked at the results in her hands and answered, see ha. Apparently, except for problem 27, all the other answers were intentionally wrong. The academy really does have a wide variety of students. It is obvious that he deliberately solved the most difficult problem to show off his skills. She looked out the window and thought, see ha. She will remind him that he stood out in the taming exam. Then she said, it seems he is one of those who thinks about everything in advance. The next day the lists of the entrance exam results were posted. MC looked at the lists and thought he would take a look. Creek was in 32nd place as usual, and he asked in surprise what that couldn't be. He thought 11th place. Then he saw an angry Creek in the crowd, who turned his attention to him. And the protagonist, walking up to him, beckoned him with his finger and told him to follow him. They went outside and stood opposite each other, while the students gathered around disgusted. Saiho-wan, that idiot Creek is finished. He always picked on the weak to show off, but everything has an end. MC looked at the student and asked, what is 1 plus 10 commoners? He answered 2. The protagonist shook his head and folded his arms across his chest, and answered incorrectly. 11th place got it 32nd. He gritted his teeth in anger, and the protagonist thought, Creek hasn't changed at all. As usual, he easily gives in to ridicule even if he doesn't like it. He constantly picks fights with him. And he's not a pervert to make him humiliate himself, so he'll get his benefit from it. Right after that he flicked him and Creek shouted indignantly, what's going on? Why is he hitting him? This is not what they agreed on. MC thought they would consider this revenge, because of the trouble he caused him. The student said, if he really thought he would put up with this kind of attitude, he was deeply mistaken. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist told him to shut up. He then turned around and added that he should come to the unused room in the basement later. He had something for him sometime later in the basement corridor. Creek stopped in front of the protagonist and asked why he brought him here. The protagonist asked. He didn't think he would make him act like a dog in front of the entire academy. Did he? Isn't that his thing? He indignantly shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. He sighed and frowning asked what he wanted from him. The protagonist told him to tell him first, does he know who his father is? He replied in surprise that of course he knew that, the founder of the Artel Empire. The bloody count who killed the dark mages, Hanti Su, he thought. What was he asking? Did he want to humiliate him with his status? MC thought he asked. Because he really didn't know. He thought he had an estate in the lands of Kastika, while Sihao really was born with a gold spoon. Then he said that the point was different. He had a lot of acquaintances, right? He had to spread some rumor. He was surprised. What rumor? MC whispered in his ear and he, blushing with indignation, shouted what? And he had to tell this to the other students. The protagonist, waving his hand, confirmed this and added as soon as possible. And not only their class but the entire academy. The more the better. Did he understand? He left. Creek thought indignantly. What an idiot, has he completely lost his mind? Meanwhile a subordinate called the count from outside the office door, and said that they had news regarding the young master from Ardal Academy. Taisu ordered him to come in and then asked how he was. His pitiful youngest son. The worker bowed and said, it turns out that the situation is not very favorable. Although the count generously covered the tuition fees, he stopped all assistance, which forced him to starve with absolutely no funds. The count, continuing to fill out the paperwork, said, well, he will not die from this. The difficulties will do him good. If he says anything more blasphemous about black magic, he will finish him off even if he is his son. The worker looked up at him and said, "It seems that he has finally changed his behavior. He received an incredibly good grade on the exam." Taisa said that he is more than sure that he simply avoided the last place. The subordinate said that's not true. He actually ranked 11th. The count dropped his pen and looked at him in bewilderment. The worker added, and his reputation changed. Rumors began to spread around the academy that the young master was slender and tall, and boasted of his attractive appearance. The count asked in surprise, "Did he really decide to use blackmail to spread rumors?" This was quite a strange conversation. The worker laughed slightly and replied that this was certainly not true. One thing was certain: Shiva had changed a lot. The count thought all this time he had been strict with him, so that he would come to his senses and give up his dark magic. But if he really began to change after that, he said that he was glad to hear such news about the only heir to the estate. He stood up and said the Faculty of Magic. If he was assigned there at the ceremony, then he can convey that he is renewing financial support. After a while, MC stood next to the ATM made of magic stones, and then looking at the statement he was holding with shaking hands, he thought that he was just given a part of the allowance that was cut, due to his recent exam grades. But with this much money, he could not lift a finger for the entire semester. Count Tisu values honor. He is sure that the rumors that Creek spread did not have a bad effect. He is simply a genius with these thoughts. He clenched his fist happily. And at that moment, Adela looked at him and asked what he was doing there again. "They need to go to the auditorium. The ceremony is starting." He turned to her and said okay. After a while they walked along the corridor, and he thought that at Ardal Academy second-year students are sorted into houses, according to their abilities. There is a place where a wide range of magical skills are studied, and many opportunities for experience are provided. The Magic House, the Faculty of Natural Sciences, combines research, experimentation and elements using magic. The Faculty of Theology uses magic to develop spiritual abilities, such as prophecy and fortune-telling. The Faculty of Necromancy is the only place where dark magic can be studied legally. After a while the students gathered in the hall, and the dean stood on the stage and said, "Welcome second-year students. They will begin their ceremony. When he calls their name, they must go up to the stage and put their hand on the magic cube. This is a magic tool that can reveal innate inclinations, and assign a specialty in the original. Shiva, of course, got into the Faculty of Necromancy. His wish to get rid of offenders with the help of dark magic came true, but he himself was waiting for a sad end. I wonder what the magic cube will give this time, the protagonist thought. Even though Shiva's characteristics were adjusted according to his inclinations, he was not a saint in the past couple of days either. He clenched his fist and thought. And yet he was not ready for the ending that he was waiting for. In the original, after that, Ernest said, the first place in academic performance was taken by student Han, who was aiming to enter the magic faculty. He stepped forward with a smile and agreed. The other students discussed. Wow, he is in first place again. He is simply amazing. MC looked at him and thought, this guy is the protagonist of the story. What an appearance. He really seems to have been awarded the advantage of the main character. Life is unfair. It would be better if he got into the body of the main character. Then Han extended his hand to the magic cube, and Ernest said that student Han was assigned to the magic faculty. The protagonist, looking at him, thought, of course he got the magic faculty. He himself was expecting this. After that the dean said, then Solia Arcanet, she must come out. He was surprised. Solia. She adjusted a strand of hair and walked forward. He thought that in the original she was a light mage, a genius among all geniuses and the main character's closest friend. The result is obvious, Ernest said. Student Celia was assigned to the magic faculty, he thought, and this is not surprising. Further distribution will be by rating, the dean said. Student Seymour Parker was assigned to the necromancy faculty. Student Unheil was assigned to the theology faculty. The protagonist, smiling, thought. The order goes from the main characters to the secondary ones. Probably it's about the rating. But he has already heard many familiar names. After that they called him and invited him to the stage. Walking forward, he thought. In 3 years the dark mages from the necromancy faculty will gather to start a rebellion and seize the Ardale Academy. And all of them will be defeated by the main characters and killed. He asks just not the necromancy faculty. He extended his hand to the magic cube and a whisper arose in the hall. Is this really Siha? He heard that he had changed, but he was obviously going to the necromancy faculty. She had heard that he was interested in dark magic. A bright light illuminated the space. And then the dean, perplexed, looked at the magic cube and said, "This color student Sewa was assigned to the magic faculty." The protagonist happily clenched his fist and thought great. Returning to his seat he thought that he felt eyes on him. Half of them were curious why such a loser was not in the necromancy faculty, and the other half were curious why they used dark magic. They were together and he was alone in the magic faculty. At that moment Adela raised her hand and happily congratulated him. Now they will see each other in the faculty. He thought right. She is also in the magic faculty. Then he approached her and smiling asked, did she hope that he would get into her faculty? She embarrassedly lowered her gaze and he remained silent. She perplexed asked what's wrong. He covered his red face with his hand, and stretched out his hand and said that it was not so. She just had to warn him when she said something like that. She answered but if he went to the necromancy faculty, they would quarrel every day. He helped her so she does not wish him harm. He smiled awkwardly and said, that's the thing. At that moment Han called him and waving his hand said that he was glad to meet him. Was he also in the magic faculty? MC was surprised and thought, why did he talk to him? Han asked. Was he really interested in magic? He was surprised then. He extended his hand and said that he hoped that they would work together. Their eyes met and the protagonist, returning the handshake, said that he hoped so too. He asked how he felt. He came closer to his face and added, he heard that he was accidentally locked in a dungeon right before the practical exam. He found it interesting, yes. Even if Adela was nearby, the average student would have a hard time in the dungeon, the program of which had an error. He is curious about what magic he defended himself with. The protagonist, looking at him seriously, thought, Han, how could he know about this? If the teachers carefully hide this incident, he has the meticulousness of a detective, and it is impossible to read anything on his face. A sharp mind and seriousness, typical of the main character of the novel. He is convinced that any evil must be merciless. Does he already suspect him of black magic, and thinks that it must be destroyed? After some time, the main character walked along the corridor and thought that he found out that the construction of a new dormitory was finished. The interior is almost like a 5-star hotel. After that he opened the doors in the corridor, looked around and thought, where is the room? After that he found the doors and thought, here it is, Winger room 202-3. After that he opened the door. Vaughn pointed at him and shouted in surprise. He see how the protagonist nodded, tilted his head and said, oh yeah. So what? He smiled and asked what? Because he's the superstar of the promotion ceremony, the famous second year who made Creek and even the royal offspring cry. It's him, right? The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thought, so that's what he was talking about. After the ceremony, Fabian started making claims about why he got magic and he, a royal, got some kind of summoning of the dead, so he scared him a little. Then he said that he knew something about him. He whispered, he talks so much about his royal blood and demands special treatment, but he's lying, right? Fabian shouted in surprise. How would he know? MC sighed, scratched his head and said, if he was afraid that everyone would find out, he should be quieter. He looked down and said, well, that means he's not worthy of studying to be a mage. He's not worthy, the protagonist shouted. Why was he suddenly whining? The people present started paying attention to them and talking. Wow. Siha brought the king to tears with just one word. He didn't hear what he said, but it must have been something terrible. The protagonist thought, Fabian, he's a useless idiot. His plan to be a model student and quietly graduate from the academy. Will he even succeed? And then Vaughn noticed that he never introduced himself. Winking, he said, his name is Vaughn and he's from the magic department. Nice to meet you, but he probably hasn't heard of him. The protagonist thought he was wrong. Oddly enough, he had heard of him. Han's best friend, friendly, cheerful but also reasonable and resourceful, and most importantly, he is a good informant with very wide connections. Vaughn looked at him and asked why he was so surprised. He sighed and thought, well, at the moment, his entire inner entourage consists of the main characters who, according to the plot, should kill him. After that he walked on and said Vaughn turned around and asked just why is he sighing so heavily? Doesn't he want to join him and look around the new dorm? He has a map, but it's always better to explore for yourself, right? Especially since they live together. They should become friends. MC put down his suitcase and agreed. He thought it wouldn't hurt to get to know this place better. After a while they came to the canteen and Vaughn said, "This is a canteen, but nobles usually disdain to eat here." The protagonist asked why. He answered, "It seems the chef in this canteen likes to experiment, and it is unknown what will be served to him." On the table, today's menu included fire-boar bast with fresh vegetables. MC asked if it was even edible, and was it allowed to feed students with it. After that they approached the field for magic training. Vaughn smiling explained that one can train here without restrictions, but it is better not to approach when others are fighting, otherwise one can accidentally end up in the hospital wing. This is not a rare occurrence. Once a month one of the students is sure to get injured. MC said this is negligence. Why not just put a magic barrier around the field? He answered, wow. A good idea. So the rumors that he suddenly became smarter were true. The protagonist said that it would be better if they did not talk about it. Vaughn smiled. He thought that he was talking too much, but he also learned something valuable from him. Communicating with him is useful. After that they decided to go back. Suddenly they stopped in the passage and Vaughn, looking around, asked in surprise, "Is it going to rain?" It got dark. MC looked to the side and thought that it was wrong. It was not some rain cloud. The next second an unnaturally colored rain fell on the academy, and Vaughn said it started raining. Something was wrong here. They need to run to the main building. They need to tell the teachers. He was already heading forward when the protagonist grabbed him by the sleeve and said that it was dangerous. Vaughn turned around in surprise and the protagonist remembered. This is a scene. This is an oppressive atmosphere. The rain quickly soaked the ground on the lawn. These are definitely not simple raindrops. This is poisonous rain. Meanwhile, the rest of the students climbed under the roof and shouted, "Everyone in the building, it's safer under the roof." MC understood that such rain did not fall because of the smog. This is not just an appearance. A real threat. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no. It's even worse, the students have disappeared." They should calm down. Who exactly has disappeared? Adela from the magic department and Celia. They just disappeared, the protagonist thought. Here it is, chapter 2. The episode of the kidnapping in the dormitory. The next second a system window appeared in front of him, which said episode 2. The kidnapping of students in the dormitory. He must find the kidnapped. The time is unknown, the reward is unknown, the penalty for failing the task is unknown. The rain continued to pour in the area, and at that moment, inside a huge tree bound by vines sat the students. Adela shouted that she could not remove it. Celia told her not to waste her strength. It is a vine, it is not so easy to tear apart. She was indignant. Why did not she say so earlier? She looked to the side and said that she tried to find a weak spot, but this did not work either. Adela sighed and said yes. She knows, she thought. First of all, why did this guy in a black cloak lock them here in a giant tree and leave? She didn't hurt anyone to make enemies, and she had no value as a hostage. Unlike Solia, she was a commoner. She didn't have any high-ranking patrons. It reminded her of the situation with the wrong dungeon. I wonder what Sewa would say now. Why was she outraged by her own thoughts? Why was she even thinking about this guy? Why is she even thinking about someone who would never guess that she is in trouble and is probably now sleeping in his new dorm room? Her body was covered in fire from rage, and Celia looked at her in surprise, and thought that she had already told her not to waste her strength. Then she said she had one guess. This tree can't stand the light. They looked up and Adela thought the black fog that covered the sky. This was the last thing they saw before they ended up here. Celia said, an artificial cloud covering the sky in this trunk that grew so high. Usually artificial clouds are used for partial illumination, but not in this case, Adela said. She guessed that blocking the light directly relates to this tree. Why? Because I can't stand it. Impressive after all. She is in second place in the entire academy, she answered, so she will be the one to hit it. The one who attacked the academy with this poisonous rain is clearly a black magician. And the best remedy against black magic is light magic, for example the ability to purify the earth, which she has. Adela thought that she heard that. She only has this ability at the second level, but in such a small space. It might work. Then she nodded and told her to act. Celia closed her eyes and concentrating her energy, began to cast a spell. Peace on earth. Prosperity and blessing of the earth she commands. The vine around her was covered with moss. A bright light emanated from it. Adela thought, with light of such intensity, maybe it will work at that moment. The dark mage said, stop fooling around. They turned to the source of the sound. Several clots of dark fog headed towards Celia and she screamed in fear. The dark mage asked, are you thinking of getting out? No matter how gifted they are. They are only second-year students. Celia, horrified, thought that she was suffocating. The black fog crawled into her brain, as if someone was spoiling her thoughts. The black mage said that he had an offer for her sweeter than death. He would help her restore the former greatness of her people. She had lost everyone and everything that was important, and how difficult it was for her to enter the academy at such a time. She was holding on with all her might. But lately her nerves have been giving out. Haven't she? He can easily revive her loved ones. Is that not good? She said. Her family. Adela screamed, hey. Is he made of wood? Has he gone crazy? Does he think her life is sugar? Why did he start with Celia? Does he think she's as easy to figure out as she is? The dark mage said, and although she was not a mental magician, she somehow managed to escape from the black fog. So that's what she was, a genius little witch. Okay. He has something to offer her. She thought, great. Let him get distracted from Celia so that she could come to her senses. It seems that this is mental magic, which accurately finds a person's sincere desires, and through this drives one crazy. So it can only be endured by willpower. Then the dark mage said that they will see what her soul desires. She replied that he thinks for a long time a log, moreover a piece of wood, definitely has nothing to offer her. She thought, Celia. She is asking. She must pull herself together quickly. She will buy her time so that she can cast properly. After that she said, by the way, where is his real body after all? It must be somewhere. Stop hiding behind this tree. He must come out. How does she know that he is not bluffing? He was indignant. What did she say? She shouldn't delude herself. It was enough for her that she saw it. Then he sent clots of fog towards her. She thought, oh no. She won't be able to reflect this. And she mentally asked for help. In the next second the protagonist said, lightning. A powerful charge of energy rushed forward, hitting the tree trunk. Adela thought in surprise. Light magic. Celia. No, Celia is still sick from the brainwashing. Then who at that moment? The protagonist stood in front of her, and thanked her for the hint about the intolerance to light. It turned out very effective. She cried out in bewilderment. See how he extended his hand to her, helping her to her feet. She asked how he knew where to look for them, and what kind of light spell was that. He answered, it seems like she had just almost been killed, and she finds a place to chat. Vaughn said, and the spell. But even a small beam is already light magic. He cast a regular beam spell and sent it through the magic magnifying glass that he carries in his backpack. The protagonist asked Adela, is she hurt? She answered, of course. Who does he take her for? She is fine. He took hold of the sword handle and said, great, then they need to go fight. After that he handed her the sword, and she looked at the weapon in her hands in surprise. She said, this is her old sword for training. He said, knowing her character. He immediately understood that she would like to give that guy a good punch. Then he smiled awkwardly and raising a finger asked, she likes to bury alive, right? She thought, what else could she expect from him? She answered, okay. That's what she wanted, and since her opponent is a dark mage, she has no reason to hold back. After that she pulled the sword out of its sheath and swung it. The dark mage held his head and breathed heavily. The protagonist thought finally decided to show his insides. The dark mage looked at him angrily and he asked, what was he staring at? Should he take away his other eye too? He declared that he would finish them off. Pathetic idiots. He sent clots of dark energy forward and MC thought. Instead of attacking him, he decided to block the space. Is he trying to adjust the situation to his own liking? The dark mage frowning said that his powers have returned. So now it's his turn. Arrogant little idiots. Clots of fog headed straight for him. And a voice was heard in the protagonist's head which said, a useless cockroach who was abandoned even by his own family. A complete mistake who didn't even manage to finish his studies. He shouldn't turn away, he's more suited to dark magic, right? The protagonist thought. This whisper seems to be gnawing at his brain. Is this a control spell? Well, it's quite unpleasant, but he asked. Is that so? The dark mage was horrified to see him and he thought, it seems like he is using fragments of Saiha's memories. But it does not affect him at all. The dark mage was confused. How? Why is the control spell not working? The conditions are perfect. The protagonist said yes. He is just a weakling. He smiled, pointed at himself and added. But he is not. His opponent shouted. Arrogant idiot, this mage has already become one with the tree, as if it has become a part of him. And if his memory serves him correctly, this huge baobab is actually an ancient Litismus tree, a hybrid created by dark mages, by modifying a healthy sapling. It amplifies mental magic, making it an ideal complement to mind control spells. Dealing with it is quite simple. Like most such monsters, it often lacks durability despite its outstanding abilities. He then asked Adela. She said that the tree is weak to light, right? She replied that it was true. So what? He asked if she knew that it was also unstable to fire. She wondered what was he talking about. All of a sudden after that, he picked up Basilisk and shouted forward. The dark mage shouted in fear. How dare he? He sent his magic forward, but the dragon released his. In response, powerful energy was breaking through forward, but at some point, MC with the dragon in his arms flew back and he thought that it hurt. Damn, he immediately looked at his pet and thought, it seems that he managed to soften the blow a little. Such a relief at that moment. The dark mage shouted that now is not the time to be distracted, kid. He sent his roots straight at him and he thought, when did the roots manage to get so close? The next second, the roots approaching him were cut by Adela and told him to get up. Turning around, she added, this time the duty is his. He smiled and said that he thought that he would die on the spot, and she said that she would do everything to cover for him, but if they wanted to end this quickly, they would need a strong blow. It seemed that Sulia was recovering, but they were still ordinary students. And their opponent was the strongest dark mage. It was simply an unimaginable situation. She thought that he knew how to get out of this situation. Was she right? They looked at each other and he said no. The next second the dark mage, perplexed, asked what. It started raining. First fire and then immediately rain. The spell failed. Well, it seems that he is still not skilled. Then he sent his roots forward again and said, as soon as the light fades, this territory will be his again. Well, he is grateful for that too. Then some of his roots twisted around the protagonist's legs. He shouted that he was caught. Now he is definitely finished. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him and said, he can't believe that he actually fell for it. He was surprised. What? Has he completely lost his mind? The next second, the protagonist took out his wand and cast a lightning spell. A powerful charge of energy shot forward, hitting the dark mage and illuminating the space. He desperately said that this can't be. This is a basic spell. Where did it get so much power from? He can't believe it. Control magic worked. But he, the protagonist, thought, here it is, the basic word of a villain before death. And the dark mage said he can't let this happen. He needs to find the cube as soon as possible. The protagonist thought in surprise, a cube, and then shouted, what does he mean? But the next second, the dark mage seemed to disappear into thin air and he thought, damn it, he heard about the cube. It was definitely mentioned in the original. At that moment Solia asked Seja right. She adjusted a strand of her hair and added that he was acting. Simply amazing. They have something to discuss, don't they? Yahello replied that he had heard of her and was grateful for her help. She waved her hands and said in confusion that she should be the one thanking him. After all, it was he who suggested enhancing simple magic using water. He summoned rain to put out the fire and reduce the risk of its spreading. MC noted that if she hadn't cast the barrier, there would have been nothing left of it. She smiled and said that it was he who gave the order to put up protection. She thought that he managed to come up with a plan in a short time and implement a rather bold move. Besides, it seemed that he already knew how to use her magic. Now he opened up to her in a new way. Siha asked if they had any ideas why the dark mage kidnapped them, and Adela thought for a second. From what she overheard, it seemed like they were planning on brainwashing them. He sighed. That's what he thought. They kidnapped the best students from the academy, and wanted to use them as their puppets. If they had the skills to catch Sulia with magic, he wouldn't have been able to defeat them with a basic spell. On his own, Basil called out to him with tears in his eyes, and he said that everything was fine. His dragon got even more upset, and he said that his back almost got broken while he was protecting it. What was he making so much noise about? Adela said that he was just worried about him, and Vaughn pointed out that he was an S-rank tamer, but he could be really dumb at times. And then MC froze. He realized what it was like to have everyone working together, while they were begging him for praise. He realized that he had never experienced such a camaraderie. Even on the front lines, he felt like there was more to this episode. While Adela and Solia decided to rest and recover a bit, the boys went somewhere while making their way through the swamp. Vaughn complained to him that it was just tiring. Why did he even follow him? Thinking that they would just look around. Siha reminded him that he wanted to come with him himself, so he should stop whining while making his way forward. He thought that even though the monster's death had gotten rid of the poison, this wild swamp was still not a suitable place to walk, but he just had to come here. When he looked up, he smiled widely, happy that he found a secret door to a hidden place in the academy. He came closer and touched the stone slab, after which they moved apart and he walked inside. Originally, this secret relic was supposed to be found by the protagonist of the novel, who came to save the exhausted Celia, but he was one step behind. And now it is all his. He can do whatever he wants. Their eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of so much wealth, and he thought that even a villain had to live on something. Who knew when he would get more money? His friend looked around and said that he wondered where the owner of all this was. MC told him that if he existed, he would have died long ago. The statue at the entrance was a relic from 300 years ago. Vaughn clenched his fist triumphantly, and exclaimed that this was a real jackpot. But how did he know that? Realizing that he had said too much, he immediately began to justify himself, by saying that he had learned this in history class. The tribes that worship Cerberus usually erected statues. He didn't remember that Basil, meanwhile, climbed onto a pile of gold coins and began to squeal happily, and his owner, noticing how he was hugging a large gold bar, remarked that he knew how valuable gold was. He remembered that he really liked cheese. Did he really just like the color yellow? He waved his hand and told the dragon that he was being generous today, so let him take whatever he wanted. And Vaughn asked if he could take something too. He allowed him to take something, but within reason, which made him happy. While he was digging through the gold, MC climbed the ladder to a high shelf, and took out a small chest from there. In this dark story where the main thing is to stay alive, you need strength to survive. So it is much more important to look not for gold, but for items that will increase your strength, and this is exactly what Li Han took. After the battle with the dark mage in the original, he came down with this chest and Vaughn asked what it was. He took out a book from there and Vaughn, after reading the title on the cover, got very excited. Because it was a collection of dark spells for a beginner. He told him to quickly put it back in place. It might be cursed. Has he not recovered from dark magic yet or what? Saya leafed through the book and said that he was mistaken. After that it rose into the air and lit up. The system reported that the spellbook had been synchronized with the user, after which it returned to his hands, and he told his friend to try reading the title again. He was very surprised, because now there was no word about dark magic on the cover, but just spells for beginners. He said that probably everything changes depending on the owner, and thought that maybe the magician put it here on purpose, but this thing is quite useful. Even if there are basic spells. This book is worth a lot of money. He hit the jackpot. This book presents the most important spells, depending on the needs of the user. With it he can quickly master any magic. In other words, this is the ability to instantly learn the spells that academy students hone. For a whole year he got a great chance. He was very happy about this, and could not control his facial expression, which made Vaughn feel uneasy. After that they decided to go back. But Vaughn wanted to take another bracelet with him. After taking Basil they headed for the exit, and suddenly a voice was heard calling him an outsider. He immediately turned around and thought, is he the only one who hears it? Noticing the glow he looked down at the book, and thought that the word outsider can't be a coincidence. After that, the Nameless One greeted the outsiders who crossed the worlds, and warned that all their actions will affect the world. MC got nervous and thought, is the world turning upside down? This is true. His actions clearly affected the plot. In the original he was not supposed to be here today, but Li Han originally he was just supposed to die. If this book contains the truth about everything, then this book is a prophecy. Carmen is the book of all prophecies. No matter what anyone says, everything written in it will come true. Does this mean that he is not allowed to interfere with anything? He shouldn't have gotten into this story, but he did, and because of his selfishness, he wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life here. The Nameless One said that, however, if this was his role, then let him accept it. Let him make miracles happen in this world. If he did nothing, then this world would go down the path of self-destruction. The pages of the book scattered and turned to dust, and MC felt bad and thought, is this the price for listening to the prophecy? After that he fell unconscious on the floor, and woke up in the academy's infirmary. Vaughn decided to check on him and said discontentedly that he couldn't imagine how scared he was for him. Sewa apologized to him and asked, hadn't he made sure that he was okay? Can he rest now? Vaughn threw him a displeased look, and said that he would go to the store or somewhere else, to which he only smiled as soon as he left. He realized that all his thoughts were confused. All his actions caused a kind of butterfly effect. Because of what he did, the main characters might die, and black magicians might take over the world, and in the end the Ardell Empire might collapse. He wouldn't be able to survive in a world on the brink of destruction, but that's all that would happen in the worst-case scenario. He wanted to live quietly until the end of the story, but hadn't he suffered too much in his past life to do that again? By constantly sticking his nose into things that weren't his business, he makes enemies faces betrayal. And all of this brings him to despair. He doesn't want to live like this anymore. It seems like the time has come for him to wish for death. However, if this world really can come to an end because of him, he can't ignore his conscience. He looked out the window and wondered why he was even talking about such things anyway. If something happens, he'll do the same thing again, like always. He's the only one here who knows the entire plot of the novel, from beginning to end. The one who was possessed. The outsider, he's kind of like Sewa. But kind of not, to put it simply. It's him and that's it. When everyone found out that the kidnapping was done by a black mage, the Academy administration decided that this incident should not be made public, breaking the ban on leaving the Academy. They abandoned rescuing Adela and Celia. They were facing punishment for breaking the rules, but at the same time, they were highly praised for their brave rescue of their classmates. But it would have been better if they had just paid them. So on this day their first practical lesson in magic began in the form of a team project. MC was shocked by this news. He was just discharged from the hospital wing yesterday, and here it was already a team project. What is that? It's something like a team consisting of a bus driver and passengers who ride for free. The latter brazenly dump all the work on someone who finds it easier to do everything themselves than to ask them for something. There are parasites and fools. But there are also outright trolls. They do their responsibilities in every possible way, or do them without trying at all. In this situation you can learn other sides of people. Team projects are pure hell. It's better to hunt monsters. But such projects are given out constantly, in the practical course of magic. If he understood correctly, then the team needs to get the most valuable loot in the dungeon. Higher level dungeons give more points, but you can also get 0 if you don't get anything. Because of the limited time to complete the task, Professor Grant hoped that all the teams would work together, and left it up to them to choose who to recruit for their team. Everyone grabbed their heads from this. He gave them 10 minutes for everything. And Siha yawned, thinking that this was such a bummer. He hopes that someone smart will take him into their team. He doesn't want to do anything. He was distracted from his thoughts by Li Han, who smiled and asked him to join their team, which shocked him. Everyone else began to wonder why Li Han chose him, maybe because Siha got the highest score in the taming exam. He then asked if he really wanted to do a team project with him. Li Han sparkled with anticipation of working together, but when he turned him down, saying that it made him nervous. He was very surprised. His refusal hit him in the heart, but despite this he still smiled. In the end, MC formed a team with his friends. Vaughn laughed at how he could turn him down so abruptly, and Adela said that she didn't expect him to be so heartless. Vaughn said that he didn't turn them down and now they are a team. Well, why did he turn him down? He's a genius. It would be more beneficial for him to be in his team. He told him that it all bothered him and that he was used to them, which is why he joined them. But in reality it was not like that. He was just scared of what might happen if he was on the same team as the protagonist. In order to change the topic, he pointed to his clothes and said that they now had new uniforms. Vaughn only now realized this since the second year. Robes and ties changed depending on the faculty. Magic is red, theology is blue, natural science is green, and necromancy is purple. Adela was very happy that they all had the same ties. It added unity to their team. Siha thought that after all, even if they are the main characters, they are still just kids. He was glad to see that such simple things make them laugh. He suggested that they end their chatter and vote on which dungeon to choose. How do they like the B-rank dungeon? Haunted Forest. They said that they could handle a higher level dungeon, like an A-rank witch's hut. MC said that maybe they could handle it, but they had to clear the dungeon to get valuable loot, and he heard that there was an S-ranked secret item in the Phantom Forest. The girls were very surprised, since they would be so far ahead of the other teams, and Professor Grant would really like the secret items they found. They asked him where he learned all this, and he lied that he just liked reading books. They agreed to take on the dungeon and he sighed in relief, glad that everyone took the offer well. Maybe the role of Fortune's favorite suits him. This reward was found by Li Han in his third year at the academy. However, to really get involved in this world, he needs to have such an ace in his hand. He suggested that they prepare well and meet in 2 days, and that same night, the students from the necromancy faculty gathered to talk. The guy reported to the most important of them that he found out everything. They were going to the B-rank dungeon, the Phantom Forest. The guy named Seymour Parker took off his hood and said with a smile that it suited them. They needed to prepare for that time. The day of the descent into the dungeon came. Most of the dungeons are located somewhere on the territory of the academy, outside the buildings. But the entrance to the Phantom Forest was located in the library. While they were walking along the dark corridors, Siha decided to scare them and said that according to rumors, early in the morning, you can encounter ghosts that penetrate the library through the thinned barrier. Adela, although she was afraid, tried with all her might to pretend that everything was normal, and said that it was all a lie. No ghosts exist. Then some strangers said that it was true. Seeing a creepy boy near the bookshelves, she screamed loudly in fear and hid behind Celia, exclaiming that it was a ghost. The boy said that he was a human. It's just that ghosts are completely ordinary monsters and they exist. MC asked who he was and noted that judging by the color of his tie, he was not from the Faculty of Magic. What was he doing here? He answered him with a smile that his name was Usher Barton. He was a freshman. He wanted to go with them to the dungeon. This name seemed familiar to Siha. He had heard of an outstanding first-year student who had shown clairvoyant abilities. Since childhood he had gained the patronage of the best second-year girl from the Faculty of Theology, and therefore had great influence in the academy. Noticing that he was lost in thought, Usher said that he would not bother them, and he thought that if someone like him wanted to go with them on a mission from a magic professor, then he could see something in the future. When he asked him about it, he was very surprised, and from his reaction, MC realized that it was true. So he has a certain goal. A girl suddenly approached them and told him to stop. No need to be so suspicious. They were going to the ghost forest. Behind this unsightly shelf with books, an usher could be useful to them. He can see ghosts. She put her hands on Adela's shoulders with a smile, and she screamed in fear again. And the girl asked, did she scare her? She apologized to her and said that her name is Yahello. She is a second-year student in the Faculty of Theology, and is looking after Usher. She returned to Sewa's question and said that he guessed right. He saw something in the last practice of clairvoyance. Since then he has been persistently asking to go with them. It was the first time she had seen him so insistent. He is usually quiet. She got permission for him, on the condition that she would look after him. MC looked at her suspiciously and said that he had no objections, for the most part however. Are they plotting against them? What if they were hired by another team to sabotage their expedition? The girl chuckled and told him not to worry. She only read to accompany Usher for one reason. It was because he was the one leading the team. He did not understand what she meant, and then she exclaimed that she liked guys like him. He was stunned. And she said that when he was accepted into the magic secretion, she met his gaze and had a special feeling. He has big eyes, slightly sloppy chocolate-colored hair, and a crooked smile when he laughs. She really likes guys like that. She never misses a chance to look at a handsome guy up close. Siha didn't even know what to say, and Vaughn noticed that she seemed to have already sucked all of his soul out. Didn't he know that Hull was not only the best second-year theology student, but also a fan of handsome guys? Since they were all going to a dungeon full of ethereal spirits, they definitely couldn't hurt a couple of theology students. Sulia agreed with him and MC felt betrayed by them, and then Hull suggested that they go down to the dungeon. She moved the book on the shelf a little, since the barrier was opened with it, after which it glowed brightly, blinding Siha. After that, a portal to the dungeon appeared near the bookshelf, and Basil became nervous, but it was natural, because the only dungeon he had been to was the one with the slimes. He picked him up and confidently said that, since they had resolved all the issues, they should go after a while. They entered another battle inside the dungeon, and worked together with blindfolds. Watching their fight, MC sighed, and thought that the professor was right to insist that they could only survive if they learned to work as a team. To enter this dungeon you were given only one magic item, a black blindfold. Without it, you cannot see a ghost. If stubborn and willful students are going to go down to the dungeon, they will fight at the entrance, without even having time to meet a single monster. But they decided in advance who will put on blindfolds. Adela and Vaughn will go ahead and scout because they are agile. Celia has the most effective skills against dark monsters, and Basil breathes fire. So they must deal with small monsters as quickly as possible. He himself entered the fight. The plan was just great. Meanwhile, the new members of their team stood to the side and watched them. Paul remarked that their work was impressive. They worked so well together that they couldn't even help them. Usher said that Siha impressed him the most. He didn't study ideology, didn't take any extra classes, but he predicted the ghost's movements so well. He was like a warrior who rushed onto the battlefield blindfolded. Because of this, he was even more convinced that his vision had not deceived him. An outsider from the Faculty of Magic would save the world. He suddenly stepped forward, noticing something, and anxiously warned Siha of the danger. A powerful clot of energy was moving towards him from the right. He immediately turned around, and they saw dark energy splashing from the windows of a nearby hut. It quickly spread, and MC, feeling the chill at his feet, thought that he felt such an oppressive energy that was even stronger than if there were a bunch of monsters around. Maybe it was the boss of the ghost. Force weapon is a psychic attack that penetrates memories, so he and Celia decided to go on a direct attack on him. A lich came out of the hut and they stood ready. They had not planned this in advance, but they volunteered because they had already withstood such an attack. Once the lich swung his blade, cutting the air, and the blow reached Siha. He thought, so that's what bosses are like in this world. His attack is just lightning fast. He needs to stay calm. This isn't a physical attack. After all, if he ignores the influx of voices and holds on to his melting consciousness, then before he could finish his thought, he realized that he was in a different place, in some kind of emptiness. None of his senses work here. Not even touch. This is a world of darkness and endless nothingness, so this is a psychic attack from a ghost boss. A room of emptiness, but something is wrong here. A B-rank dungeon is a place where serious monsters live, but this boss shouldn't be strong enough to use such an ability. He began to wander through the emptiness, wondering what was happening to the others now, and suddenly he heard familiar words behind him. The man said that it died because of him. If he knew he couldn't save it, why did he even take it on? He should have refused right away. His face immediately darkened, and he wondered if these were his real memories. He saw himself Yvette standing nearby, and smirked as he thought that even after all this time, some things never change. Even after all these words, the old MC's face didn't flinch. When he worked at the vet clinic, everyone knew him as the idiot who stabbed his senior in the back, but he didn't regret it for a second. He just did what he had to. He was a psychopath posing as a doctor. He ruined many innocent lives while practicing his cruel medicine. He simply exposed his crimes to everyone else despite his status and connections. It was pretty much inevitable, since this field is so small. No matter which hospital he went to, everyone called him a whistleblower. Even though he was called a genius before, he ended up getting insulted for ruining their idol's career. The further it went, the more his psyche suffered. One day, he interrupted the operation because his hands were shaking so much. He couldn't control himself at all, and didn't understand why this was happening to him at all. Then the head doctor scolded him and from then on, forbade him to go near the operating room. In order to solve the problem, he went to the doctor there. He was told that the suppressed emotions manifested themselves in the form of trembling. He thought so. He was told that it couldn't be dealt with quickly, and he needed observation. And how did he even get to this point? That day he just burst into tears, but still continued to work at the hospital. Everyone was talking about him, calling him a trembling idiot. They didn't think that the best student could be so pathetic. He continued to cower under their gazes and whispers. Every day it seemed to him that he was slowly going crazy, so he left the clinic himself. Surprisingly weak and helpless. Hunsiha, the same name as in the novel. He thought that with time everything would get better, but he still hadn't recovered. He noticed a hole in the ceiling through which light broke through, and then a joyful Basil peered into the void. He was very surprised by his presence here, and thought that in the artificial space created by the dungeon boss's magic, this was still normal. But how did he manage to break into someone else's mental space? Basil threw himself into his arms and let out a joyful squeak, and then he realized that the taming magic connects the hearts of magicians and monsters. He faintly feels it. This creature is able to sense negative emotions from his past life. He hugged him and asked if such emotional dragons exist. He was just like a puppy. He smiled and thought that now he understood. He made such a choice because that idiot was too pompous, and not because he was a petty rebel. He just couldn't betray his sense of justice in saving the injured animals. He wanted to protect them. He told Basil that they needed to go, since he had helped him sort out his thoughts, and then the dragon waved its paw to the side, as if pointing at something. He didn't understand why it was doing this, and then he noticed what it was pointing at. There was a heart ahead with a secret item inside. Secret items that had been hidden before were visible in the monster's possessions, if he remembered correctly. It was a ghost lamp. The main thing this monster had was its heart, which meant that it needed to be destroyed quickly. He used magic and asked Basil for help, after which he imbued his arrows with fire. He fired 3 arrows at once into the monster's heart, and there was an explosion which destroyed it. The purple light in the ghost lamp began to fade gradually, and turn blue. He took it and thought with a smile that this old-fashioned epic had come to an end. He hadn't changed a bit. He finally came out of the void, and Adela exclaimed that they had left there a long time ago. They were worried that he was there for so long. Did he really defeat the boss? Sia confirmed it, and the illusion window told them that they had enrolled the ghost forest, which made them very happy. Noticing the lamp in his hand, Celia asked if it was a secret item. Vaughn looked at it closely and said that he thought he was just bluffing. It was rare to find a secret item in the dungeon. He thought they needed a lot of luck to find one. Celia asked doubtfully, "Isn't that weird? They thought they could withstand the boss's attack, but they couldn't. He had also seen the Void Room. But how could there be such strong magic in a B-rank dungeon? Adela said that there were quite a lot of strange details here. That secret item was giving off much more magic power than usual. MC realized that his intuition was right. Something was wrong. He wondered where Hall and Usher were. Then they realized that they had disappeared somewhere. The necromancers told them to look here, and then they saw the students tied up with vines. Seymour said that if they hadn't acted so recklessly, while protecting him, he would have just knocked them out quietly. But he was getting pretty fed up with them. So what if there were more casualties? Saya realized that right at this moment. The necromancer's plan was starting. Demonic necromancy. This guy is the leader of the necromancers. Seymour Parker. He took off his hood and told Saya that he was going to kidnap him when he was exhausted after the boss fight, but it looks like he'll have to face him anyway. He called out to Saya and asked. They were pretty close in their first year. Right now he's joined the mages. But they know what he's really like. He'll give him a chance to show his true self. Let him hand them the guys behind him and join them. MC chuckled and thought he was just crazy, so that's what he had planned. Seymour said that if he joined them now, they would easily complete the team project. The preparations had already been made. The last condition remained to be fulfilled. Saihan noted that it seemed like he had planned something, and the guy said that, to be honest, they needed his help for some reason. He defected to the magicians and they were seriously short of staff. He had done a project on demonology before, right? Upon learning about this, his friends were surprised and Adela thought, how can they practice black magic within the walls of the academy? Have these necromancers completely lost their minds? However, he really did communicate with Seymour in his first year. Did he really continue communicating with the necromancers, even after he transferred to the magic faculty? Could it be that he threw that dark mage off Latismas? Was it really to deceive them? She looked at her friend with hope, and mentally asked him to say that it was not true, but he did otherwise. He smirked and said that summoning a demon was a very serious ritual, but he thought it was possible, so he would help them. Seymour was glad that he was still on their side, and said that he was glad that he could trust him. MC said that for the ritual they needed pig's blood straw, ogre scales, the root of a demon tree, and a suitable vessel. Seymour had all of these, only the vessel was left. Seeing how friendly they were talking, Adela became nervous and asked what kind of ritual was this. Seymour smirked and said that such a stupid mage would not understand it. To summon a demon you need a vessel for it to possess. Did they really think that they would just set up the boss's buff? For nothing, the stronger the mage, the more suitable he is for the summoning ritual, and it's even better if the mage is from a sacred bloodline. Sia said that it turns out that their party is perfect. It's just a great choice. Seymour laughed and said that he knew they would get along, and extended his hand to him as a sign of reunion. MC took advantage of this and electrocuted him, causing him to scream loudly in pain. He fell down in surprise and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" Sia gave him a displeased look and asked, did he think he would help him? Because of him he almost died. The plan was good, but he missed a couple of details. First, he was too naive to trust him, and second, he underestimated him. He took out a wand from his sleeve with a smile, and Seymour stood up asking, did he dare to deceive him? He got into the magic faculty and decided to betray them. He also took out a wand, and then waved his hand and fired a magic projectile at him, exclaiming that in this case he would also become a victim. MC did not expect the spell to be so fast, and did not have time to defend himself, which is why he was thrown back and hit his back against a tree. Adela immediately ran up to him and worriedly asked, is he okay? He told her that he was fine, and mentally noted that they had been training together for quite a long time, and she immediately ran up to help him. He was even a little touched by this. He smiled and asked if she was worried about him. She confirmed this and said that she was afraid that he would get carried away with dark magic again. Then she would have finished him off on the spot. Seeing the face with which she said these words, he became nervous and wondered whether he should be happy or crying. Having recovered, he got to his feet, and the girl said that his spell had gone well on Seymour. The blow was quite strong. Seymour thought that this was true, but usually people lose consciousness from such things. After all, it is not for nothing that he is the main antagonist. Seymour Parker is a character who will later become a rival, even for Lee Han, so they need to try. He asked Adela to help him. She and Celia must hold off the other necromancers. Seymour will clearly only aim at him. Agreeing, she ran to Solia. After which a magical duel began between Seymour and Siha. He managed to withstand each blow of a necromancer with difficulty, and at one point his shield completely cracked. He thought, why is he so strong at all? Of course he is not a secondary character like him. Noticing that he was thinking, Seymour took advantage of this and fired a magical projectile at his wand, causing him to let go of it. He immediately grabbed him by the neck and said that it would be better for him to choose a better position. For himself, he already knows too much about their plan. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of him early? He squeezed his neck harder. An MC thought that going against the original plot is quite difficult, although he understands that he is not an opponent he can easily defeat. But what if he makes a few adjustments? For example, a dragon enraged by the bullying of his master Basil appeared behind the necromancer and released a stream of flame from his mouth. Feeling the heat on his back, he nervously turned around, after which he screamed because his clothes began to burn. The dragon returned to his master and he thanked him for saving him, after which a message appeared about reaching level 10 and opening a new skill. His dragon received the skill Fireball, which causes a column of fire that hits all creatures from a distance of less than a meter, with the exception of allies. He was slightly surprised that a level increase occurred right now, and was very happy about it, because this is a great time for it. He called out to Basil, and he immediately understood what he needed to do. After which a column of fire shrouded in sparks rose into the sky, and Vaughn exclaimed in shock. Fire and lightning in the middle of the forest. Has Siha completely lost his mind? If Sulia had not put up a shield, they would all have turned to ashes here. Meanwhile, MC fell to his knees from a sudden loss of strength. He did not expect this spell to be so exhausting. Besides, Basil was really angry and he was not able to hold back his pressure. Seymour approached him and asked if he was a monster tamer. Others might fall for such a trick, but not him. Sewa was surprised that this idiot was still standing, even after such a blow. And the necromancer pointed a wand at him and said that, even if he died, he would take a traitor like him with him. The magic began to thicken at the tip of the wand and MC got scared, and then something unexpected happened. There was a ringing sound of metal hitting his head, and a few seconds later Seymour fell unconscious. Behind him MC saw a girl in a robe. She is also a necromancer, but for some reason she attacked Seymour. She breathed a sigh of relief and said that she was glad she wasn't late. It's a good thing. She brought the shovel her grandfather made for self-defense, putting away her weapon. She took off her hood and approached Siha asking if he was okay. It was Natalie. He recognized her and wondered how she got here, and she, seeing that he was closing his eyes, became very worried, so exhausted from his adventures in the dungeon. He passed out and the situation was quickly resolved. The Necromancy and Black Magic Club was temporarily banned, and their team Hole and Usher were given time to recover. But what about the team project? As expected, their team totally crushed everyone. They became the only team in Professor Grin's class to get a perfect score. Adela, her eyes sparkling with delight, told Sewa that their team was the only one who distinguished themselves like this, and he almost cried. He didn't want them to stand out so much. The other students started whispering. They didn't even suspect that there was a hidden reward after all, and started praising Siha and calling him an incredible student, who even rejected Han. MC got nervous from new rumors about this, and the lesson continued. After several days of complete chaos, he came to the academy dungeon to visit someone. He stood in front of the prison cell, and Seymour came out of the darkness, saying that he heard footsteps and decided to see who was there, and it was him. Did he come to see and rot here? Saya told him to calm down. They would release him anyway. Seymour irritably asked him to shut up, and he said that he was a nobleman. His father would not leave him like this, although perhaps such things would just be a reason for his parents to disown him. With these words, he really angered Seymour and he grabbed the iron bars, exclaimed, "Has he said everything? Why did he even come?" He chuckled and gave him the letter, then headed for the exit. and said that his father would be arriving soon to rescue him. He couldn't allow his only son to tarnish the family's honor. His family was known for mercilessly throwing out anyone who dishonored them. Who knows, maybe the same fate awaited him. The guy threw him a displeased look and unfolded the letter. And MC smiled and thought that after all, he was still a teenager. He wasn't afraid to do black magic, but he was afraid that he could be kicked out of the family. He asked, does he not understand anything at all? If such a situation arises, then let him show them this letter. When Seymour read the contents of the letter, he was very surprised. It said that he was being blackmailed by an order of black magicians. It is a fake, but all the symbols and seals are authentic. He smiled nervously and thought that this letter was almost like the real thing. And C has said that with this letter, the case of the unfortunate student who was forced to perform a demon summoning ritual by evil, dark magicians would be safely closed, and it would be easier for his family to smooth things over. Seymour wondered why he was giving it to him, but he quickly realized that it was unimportant. What was more important was where he got this letter from. He told him that there was a person in the academy who would do anything to help him. After that, he returned to the dean and he asked if he delivered the letter. He took a cup of tea and confirmed it smilingly, noting that it was all thanks to him. After he came to his senses, Dean Ernest called him personally and rewarded him like never before. He said that he could ask him for anything he wanted, and he, upon hearing this, asked him to pardon Seymour. The dean said that his request puzzled him a little. He told him to ask for what he wanted. Of course, but this student is the leader of the necromancy club, and a lover of black magic, and also the main culprit of the incident. What he did can't be dealt with a simple disciplinary reprimand, but he apparently sees something useful in him. MC explained to him that Seymour is the kind of person who will do anything for revenge, and revenge makes him stronger. If they give him disciplinary action and expel him, he will hold a grudge and go down an even worse path, where his dark talents will find an even more terrible use. However, if they pardon him and find him something to do, the Black Magic Club will disband on its own, and thus his dark talents will be directed towards good. He smiled nervously and thought that in fact, it was just a precaution, so that he would not come back to take revenge on him later. And the dean said that he saw teaching talent in him. Nellie jumped up from her seat and said that she thought so too. Siha almost forgot about her. According to the plot, she is a sweet, cheerful and smart student, the favorite of the whole school. Just before he passed out, she suddenly appeared among the students of the necromancy faculty, with a shovel in her hands, which scared everyone. He asked who she was, and she remembered that she hadn't even introduced herself to him. Actually, the dean had planted her in the Black Magic Club as an agent. It seems like the necromancy faculty had neglected the issue of dark magic a bit. Dean Ernest said that if they gave the students safe lessons in dark magic, then it would give a safe outlet for their curiosity, and prevent accidents. Natalie continued saying that this time, she thought things had gone too far. It seemed like only Seymour and a few other club members knew about summoning demons. It was only after entering the dungeon that she began to understand how serious things were. Siha hadn't helped her. She wouldn't have been able to complete her task, and the student mages could have gotten very hurt. She thanked him and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, honestly saying that he did it for his own salvation too. And then the dean suggested something to him with a sly look. Noticing this, MC shuddered. He had a feeling as if he was about to say something sinister. That's what he thought. The dean told him that the international magic research community expressed a desire for him to represent Ardale Academy. Siha became nervous. He remembered his most important rule for surviving in this world, and said that he couldn't believe that he could be chosen to represent the academy. Wouldn't it be better to put one of the top students in this position? The dean laughed and said that he thought so too, but in the last practical task from Professor Grint, he showed an outstanding result, for which he received a few extra points from him. When he found out that he had given him an inflated grade, he was slightly surprised. And the dean said that's why he is now third in the magic faculty, ranking in first place of course, Li Han in second place, Adela, and now the top three is closed by him, from which he was in a strong shock. and even when he returned to his room, this state did not leave him, and then all the emotions came out. He screamed loudly and began to punch the wall with his fists, with the thought that now that he was in third place in the faculty of magic, he cannot escape everyone's attention. Do second years really have nothing better to do? Vaughn asked if he was so worried about the competition. He answered him that he did not even want this third place, and he noted that Celia would not be very happy about it, because she held third place for a long time. From this he felt uneasy, and Vaughn said that he would not tell her. Maybe he will cheer himself up by opening the dungeon reward. Finally he remembered about the reward. He did not even have time to open it, since he was constantly dragged somewhere. He approached the chest with anticipation, and thought that in addition to hidden rewards, each participant in the dungeon raid receives a personal reward. Now he will at least please himself with a surprise. His friends said that they got pretty decent rewards from their chests. Now he is very curious about what he will get. Maybe after all these adventures he will get a top rank item. He opened the chest and began to pray for it, and everything inside sparkled. They all looked inside the chest with anticipation. There was an rank Terra egg, from which the legendary monster Terra is guaranteed with a 100% probability to hatch. MC tried to remember what Terra looks like, and when he found out that it is another reptile, he was very disappointed, and his friend laughed loudly and said that he got a legendary monster. He must be a genius trainer, and Siha in rage ordered him to shut up. Soon it was time to hit the road. The Scientific and Magical Conference, that will be held in the Sanan Empire, is a large-scale event. Lectures, exhibitions of the Association of Magicians. All this will take place over the course of 3 days. It is a platform for the exchange of knowledge of talented magicians from all over the world. In international competitions between academies, the honor of the educational institution and the country for which the student is competing is at stake, so the confrontation is not a joke. MC was already feeling overloaded with worries while they were traveling there by train. They started discussing the competition, and Adela said that they were waiting for tests in an interesting subject, herbology. Do they know anything about it? Siha did not understand what she was talking about, and she told them that when the dean saw them off in the morning, he said that this was their first conference, and it was very good for them to gain new knowledge and broaden their horizons. But it would be much better if they brought at least a couple of awards to the academy. This made MC uneasy, and Lihan said that if they learned the rules for making a mixture, then half the job would be done. They had taken herbology in their first year after all. He pulled out a textbook from his bag and suggested that they study while they were traveling. And Siha pointed out that it was no wonder he had the highest grade. He was prepared for anything in advance. When the conversation turned to studying, Adela quickly ran away, citing that she would bring them something to drink. MC looked after her doubtfully, and Lihan called out to him, drawing attention to himself. He smiled awkwardly and said that when he and Vaughn came to their room, he showed them the map. Siha remembered this. He accidentally grabbed what the black mage got in Latismas, and he saw it when he entered the room. A very unfortunate coincidence. The guy asked if he by any chance had it with him. He answered him that he took it with him. He thought that leaving it in the dorm was risky. Lihan did not develop this topic, and MC thought that when he accidentally saw this map, he turned pale, and the reason is the same, for which he decided to go to the conference, although he could pretend to be sick. And this reason is the cube. According to the plot of the novel, in the Ardell Empire most magicians are white, so why do numerous dark magicians so often cause terrible disasters in their scale? The fact is that dark magicians got hold of ancient artifacts called cubes, and this shook the balance of power. A cube is something like an incredibly powerful magic amplifier, which is created by concentrating black magic. It is a dangerous artifact that gives a mediocre magician the power of a great one. This is how such a phenomenon as cubes is explained in the novel. According to the plot, dark magicians secretly built a giant tower, in which they placed all the artifacts collected from around the world. They intended to use this tower to attack entire countries, using the infinitely enhancing effect of cubes. Fortunately, the main characters destroy the tower and take the artifacts, so the villain's plan will not work. And in the process of this feat, many secondary characters die tragically. No wonder readers consider this novel to be excessively gloomy and joyless. And for the first time, the characters encounter the cube in the Sanin Empire. Immediately upon arriving in the empire, they went to the conference. There they attended herbology lessons, had a very busy time, throwing sparks at the students of other academies with their gaze, and also participated in exhibitions and took courses that they liked. 2 days pass like this. Tomorrow the competition begins. Siha lay down on the bed and thought about the dean's words. He told them to bring at least a couple of awards, but to be honest he still did not understand anything about herbology. But he did not care much and decided to go to bed. But he was interrupted by a knock from the window. He asked who was there and a night guest appeared in the window. Lihan laughed and asked how he noticed him. MC immediately got up from the bed and exclaimed with displeasure that he couldn't help but notice him. He rattled like a cupboard. He led him into the room and asked why he didn't like the door so much, that he was climbing through the window. He apologized to him and said that he wanted to talk to him quietly, but there was someone in the hallway. Casper was wandering around there. Because of this, Yahello was surprised. They were scout magicians who wore invisibility cloaks. He asked what they were doing here. It was just a conference. Lihan answered him that he didn't know himself, but he didn't come to him for that, but to ask for a favor. Would he give him his map? He wanted to say what was depicted on it, but MC beat him to it, realizing that he knew about cubes. The guy was surprised and then he decided to play dumb and said that the map simply had the word cube written on it. He remained silent. And MC thought that Lihan knew very well what cubes were, and why they were dangerous. A long time ago his parents managed to seal the power of such a cube, but they were killed by dark magicians. When he saw the map, he must have realized that the dark magicians were up to no good again, and understood what catastrophic consequences would result if even one artifact fell into their hands. So today the protagonist of the novel finally decided to continue his parents' work and find the artifact in order to prevent it from falling into the hands of the black magicians. Lihan said that tomorrow was the last day, and the map indicated a place that was somewhere nearby. He must find this place before they have to go back, so let him give him the map. He refused him and he assured him that he was not up to no good. He said that he knew this, but he still could not give it to him. He knew what would happen next. The first cube would definitely fall into the hands of dark magicians. That moment in the novel, Lihan's cry of helplessness and despair was deeply imprinted in his memory. If they let go of that cube, the difficulty level would start to rise exponentially, so this time they would do as he said. He smiled and told him that he couldn't give him the map, but he could go with him. He offered to go there together, and he said excitedly that he couldn't tell him the details, but let him know that it was a very dangerous artifact. He didn't want to drag him into this. Siha told him that he knew that he never looked for easy ways. He doesn't know what cubes are and why he needs them so much. He only asks to take him with him. He wouldn't get in his way. Besides, he would never give him the map because it was his, so he had no choice. Lihan was slightly taken aback, and realizing that he wouldn't be able to persuade him, agreed and said that in that case, they had to win the competition tomorrow. MC was confused and the guy added that only after that, they would go do what they had to do. The next day the three of them were sitting in the classroom, and Sewa thought that Lihan had told him last night what they had to do. He had said that night that after they won the competition, they would infiltrate the magic department and steal the cube. According to the map, the cube was on the 3rd level of the magic department basement. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to get there. Security had been tightened and the area was under strict control. He thought about it and said that it meant that it would be difficult to break in. He took out the key and said that there was one way, so they had to win the competition. He had heard that the wind not only got a cash prize, but also a chance to visit the magic department. They probably wouldn't show them the basement, since only employees could go there. He thought about it and said that it meant that they would just have to sneak in there themselves. Then he had a suggestion. Maybe they should take Adela there. Objectively, if they were going to steal the cube, it would be difficult for the two of them to do it. However, if there were 3 of them, they would have a chance since the competition involved teams, and the excursion to the magic department was also for 3 people. Wouldn't it be difficult to hide everything from her? Li Han agreed and asked if he thought she would agree, considering that it might be dangerous. The protagonist said that he shouldn't worry. He thought that she would be more than happy to hunt a couple of dark mages. He thought that as time went on, the day of the competition arrived, and some sense of reality was finally starting to return to him. He had pulled her into this so confidently, but he really didn't understand anything about herbalism. However, what else could he do? He had to try. The students quietly asked, "This is the professor, right?" "That's right." He never thought that he would be able to see him in person, the absolute authority on herbalism, Professor Bruce Miller. He said his name with a small smile and said that he was glad to meet them. Not all magic is created to harm others. There is also magic that saves people's lives. That's the point of herbalism. But enough of the boring talk. He better tell them about the competition they're so looking forward to. Right, it's simple. Now, using only their knowledge, they need to create something that doesn't exist yet, a completely new potion. If they manage to get the highest score from all the professors, they'll win. Those are all the rules. The students said with worried faces that all of these judges were experienced magicians. How could they create a potion that would satisfy all of these picky professors? MC thought that for the past 2 days, he'd been collecting new ingredients for the potion. As he'd been instructed, he'd expected something like this, but this task was even more abstract than he thought. However, if the only way to get to the cube was to win the competition, he started to stretch his arms and said that he had no choice. It was time for him to rack his brains. Earlier Adela had loudly called his name and asked if he really didn't know anything about herbalism. He barely knew the contents of the textbook he was reading on the train. How was he going to get a top score from those strict professors? He thought about the professors who drank the potion. The professors who drank the potion made by the Artel Academy team suddenly felt incredibly good. The professors asked, "What is this?" "This potion gives off an incredible mystical feeling. A strong desire to create is growing within him. Isn't this a wonderful enhancer potion? She can't wait to create something already." He feels a little tipsy, but that's all. It's like his inner child is coming alive again. Sia thought that as their moods improved, they became more free-spirited and felt the power of their primal magic growing. What kind of potion was this? He created an art potion. Or rather, he simply mixed the potion with alcohol. Of course, it wasn't real alcohol. Just a couple of herbs that the Sinan Empire adds for flavor. This potion was impractical but unique. It transformed the elemental magic they used into something artistic. A small amount of MSG added some spice to the presentation. How could they not fall for this? Eventually they safely reached the Department of Magic. Bruce said that he had not been so impressed by students' potions for a long time. It was nice to see the ingenuity of young talents. Having received the main prize, a one-day tour of the Faculty of Magic, they would be able to further expand their knowledge. This is the Civil Affairs Department. Here they help with admission to the Academy and the registration of mage certificates. This is where all applications for admission to the Academy were reviewed. They said with slightly dissatisfied faces that it was simply incredible. The protagonist quietly said that even if it was boring, they could have pretended more expressively. He said with a small kind smile that they were full of enthusiasm. Then he would show them the hall and training grounds. He looked at him and thought that, although the professor did not even understand them, however, they don't have time to stand here for too long. He raised his hand and called the professor. He said that his excursion was very interesting and exciting, but could they rest a little? He was about to say something about them being tired, but Bruce understood him and said that it was understandable. The assignment from the magic faculty was quite big. A girl came out into the corridor, called the professor and asked if he could help her. He looked at her and said that he seemed to have to go. He asked them to wait here. He would be back soon. As soon as he left, they immediately looked at each other. They ran down the corridor very quickly, and Adela asked if he knew where the door to the basement was. Li Han agreed and said that they didn't know when the guards would come, so they needed to hurry. MC thought that they only had one chance. They had to find and take the cube even if they were caught. After that they came to the 3rd level of the basement. He sighed and asked with a small smile, "It seems like they haven't started looking for them yet." Li Han called their names and said that they should come here. He handed them a small scroll and said that they should take it. It is a teleportation scroll. Most of the guards are concentrated on the 4th level of the basement. That is the main storage, so they should take it. Siha asked. However, there are only 2 scrolls here. Then what about him? He said with a slightly worried smile, that he was only able to get 2 scrolls. He tried to get more, but it was incredibly rare and expensive. He called his name and said that he was here because of it. Besides, she is here even though she knows little about the cube, only to stop the dark mages. So it is fair for him to give it to them. Besides, as long as they are not caught, there is nothing to be afraid of. Now can they go further? He sees that there is something glowing there. He puts the scroll in his inside pocket and wonders, when did this guy manage to get these scrolls? Adela also put the scroll in her pocket, called his name and said that they should go. They continued walking down the corridor and he asked, "Is this a storage room?" Li Han walked ahead and said that they should take a closer look. He took another step, pulled an inconspicuous thread, and because of this an alarm was activated. They were surprised by this, and said that he could not believe that they raised the alarm, when they had already reached here. Adela asked with a worried look, "What should they do now? Should they leave here? They don't even know if this is a cube." The protagonist refused with a serious expression, and said that it was definitely a cube. She was surprised by this and asked how he could be so sure of this. Li Han said that now he had finally been helped. To confirm this, the system announced that main episode 2, Cube 1, it is necessary to safely retrieve the first cube, sealed in the underground storage room. Time limit is 24 hours. Reward difficulty adjustment. Failure is death. A voice on the loudspeaker loudly announced that an intruder had been detected. For security purposes, explosive magic was activated around the vault. They were both surprised by this and immediately started running away. MC survived this attack and thought that he almost died. Wait, is someone coming here? He looked down the hallway and asked, "Isn't he Professor Diver gone away?" He thought that he was a mathematics professor at Ardell Academy. What was he doing in a place like this? He called out to the professor and said that they were just lost here. He said in a calm voice that they didn't need to make excuses. Thanks to them they found the cube. This confused him a little and he wondered what he was talking about. Could it be that the professor from Ardell Academy was a black magician? Divert said that the security was surprisingly weak for such a grandiose plan to get the cube back. He was glad that he sent Casper just in case. It was a great stroke of luck that by pure chance, the students revealed the location of the cube to them. Could they step aside now or would they prefer to die here? He started using dark magic and asked loudly, "They have already reached their limit. Why not stop fighting?" Li Han became very worried when he noticed that the magical energy hit Adela, who managed to put up a block. He went to help her and Siha thought that the professor was right. They were only defending themselves. The difference in strength was too great and they could not cope. Fortunately, he managed to take the cube from the storage. However, it would be difficult to get past this professor with a cube. He loudly called Li Han and threw the cube into his hand, along with the teleportation scroll. He said loudly that he should take it and get out of here. She was very surprised by this and asked then what about him. He said loudly with a very worried look that they should hurry. They both teleported and before that, she said loudly that it would be better for him to return safely. Divert approached him and said that he stole the cube right from under his nose. He is a really interesting guy. His plan to sacrifice himself to save his friends was very touching, but now he couldn't leave. He cast a spell and created a chain of energy that he bound him with. He said that he might have missed the cube, but he had a map with the locations of the other oak trees. He had to tell him where it was. He started to take something out and said that he didn't have anything like that with him. Maybe he grabbed the wrong guy. The professor looked at him with a small smile and asked, "Is he so afraid that he's already lost his mind? Where does he get such confidence that it loosened his tongue?" he asked with a sly smile. Wondering why he's so sure, he just believes in his partner. He loudly called the basilisk that was behind the professor, and ordered it to use its breath. He released fire and Divert screamed loudly in pain, and his magic chain immediately broke. He began to loudly insult this dragon. With a displeased expression on his face, the protagonist looked at him and began to think about killing the professor, but still could not bring himself to kill the man. He still started to concentrate energy in his hand and thought that, however, for his own good, he couldn't leave him alive. After a while he was able to get out of the shelter, and started to run into the forest. He looked back and saw 3 people chasing him, and thought that there were 2 more on the left, running straight towards him. They attacked him with dark magic, and said loudly that they couldn't let him get away. He was heading for the back gate. He blocked these attacks and thought that with just defense, he wouldn't be able to get far. He felt a lot of pain and thought that however, he had already used up all his mana so he couldn't keep running. He fell to his knees and thought that the professor's attack had done a lot more damage than he thought. Now he was in danger. The black mages noticed that he had stopped and immediately started to attack him. He looked at the arrow of dark energy that was flying towards him, but suddenly a basilisk stood in front of him to protect him. He was very worried about him, but he managed to survive this attack, although he was seriously injured. Immediately after that he released a lot of fire, and the magicians loudly said that it was a dragon. Could this guy really be a tamer? They need to remove him and get rid of the dragon first. They need to deal with the tamer. MC was able to get to his feet, took the basilisk in his arms, started to run away and wondered what he should do. He was injured because of him. His attention was drawn to Adela, who called his name and loudly said that he should come here. He immediately ran to her, and she said that it seemed like they had broken away now. He was safe, they would not be found here. She already thought that he would die. He should not act so recklessly anymore. He apologized and said that at that moment, this was all he could think of. Now what was more important was that the basilisk was in critical condition. He covered him with himself from the magical volley. He thought with a very worried look that he should have taken care of him as soon as he was injured, but he was so busy escaping that he had lost precious time. He may be a dragon, but like any living creature, it has a heart and will die if it is not treated. That is natural. He is in critical condition and the situation looks too hopeless. Bits of bad memories are ringing in his ears. How familiar it is to him. If he thinks that this will not work, then it is not worth even trying. If he dies on the operating table, then his reputation will be destroyed. At this time the police are only too happy to catch another murderer. If there is no hope, then at least it is worth protecting himself. However, he must try. He extended his hand and said that she should give him that art potion. Adela asked him to wait and worriedly asked what he was planning. Even Professor Bruce himself could not save him with such an injury. Siha took the potion from her and said that he would save him. He thought that this potion greatly increased ingenuity, and allowed him to temporarily be able to create something out of nothing. He drank the potion, and thought that now he needed at least a small ray of hope. No matter how long it took and what the price was, he was not going to give up. He would definitely save him. He began to channel light energy into the basilisk, and Adela thought that she did not understand. She knew that red dragons were very rare, but there were many other creatures that could be tamed. Now that he could not even take care of himself, he was wasting all his mana on a hopeless monster. He needed to be stopped if something went wrong. She would lose him, however. Looking at the way his eyes were burning, how could she even stop him? Siha said with a serious expression that he was able to pull out the arrowhead. He started to stitch the wound, and thought that now all he needed to do was stitch the wound, and it would be done in his past life. It didn't matter that he had done this dozens or hundreds of times. Still, whenever he stood in front of the operating table, he would start to feel his hands tremble, and would eventually run away, until he was no longer able to pick up the scalpel. However, now the hands that once trembled moved with confidence. What a relief! It looked like he could save him. He finished the operation, and Li Han said that it was amazing. He had patched up the dying dragon's body, and also brought it back to life. This was an amazing method. Could it be some kind of magic? He said that he hadn't used any magic. Adela approached them and said with a surprised smile that she hadn't used healing magic either, but the basilisk's breathing had stabilized, and the bleeding had stopped. He thought that it seemed like this world was used to treating monsters with magic, not surgery. He can understand their surprise because not long ago, the basilisk was dying. If it weren't for the medicine's magic, the operation would have been pointless. And in Korea, he would have been immediately sued for unsanitary conditions. However, he's not in Korea now, and the basilisk is a dragon. Not a dog, and he is no longer the same as he was before. All of these things led to one single miracle. The system notified that the healing light was successfully applied. It can heal his ally. He began to use this magic on the basilisk and asked for it to survive. Because of this he lost consciousness, which made them very worried and began to call him by name. After some time the protagonist thought that he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar ceiling. He spent several days unconscious and was hospitalized in the infirmary of Ardal Academy. According to Adela, who looked at him with a terrifying expression, the school administration roughly assessed the situation and dealt with the consequences. But still rumors couldn't be avoided. Everyone was whispering that the top students of Ardal Academy had been attacked by unknown people, which could be a result of the hype caused by the black mages recently. If you think about it, the rumors were surprisingly accurate. The adults probably had a hard time cleaning up the mess, but it was good that he wasn't one of them anymore. Lihan came to him and showed him the cube, and said that many organizations were looking for it. The magic faculty, some academies. They can't be sure. But the black mages are probably hunting for the cube too. They fought hard to get it, so they won't just give it up. Tomorrow there will be a whole trial. Regarding the incident that happened at the magic faculty, MC was very surprised by this and thought with a displeased expression. So it came to this, however. Now that he has it in his hands, he can't let them take it. A week later at the magic faculty trial, Louise Maxwell, professor of the magic faculty, said loudly that they should be punished to the fullest extent. How dare the students of the academy invade the basement and steal what belongs to the magic faculty? This is absolutely unacceptable. Bruce stood next to him and said with a slightly worried look that he should calm down. Those students wouldn't do something like that. He was sure that there had been some misunderstanding. He looked at him with a displeased look and asked if misunderstanding included completely destroying the vault. He asked if he hadn't explained that this incident had happened due to his own carelessness. They were just students, so a warning and their oath to never do it again were enough. Lewis was adamant and said with a serious voice that the problem needed to be solved drastically. He looked at the students standing in the center of the hall and said loudly that he would ask them again, what exactly did they steal? Siha looked at him with a serious expression and thought that, since everything stored in the magic faculty was kept a closely guarded secret, only the owner of the vault knew about the items contained inside. In other words, the magic faculty itself didn't know what exactly they had stolen. This meant that their only strategy for this trial was clear. They must deny everything since there is no evidence. He said that they did not steal anything, and the vault was destroyed by accident. This confused the professor and he asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He calmly looked at him and said that they got lost, wanted to use the exit spell, but accidentally destroyed the vault. Lewis waved his hand and asked with a displeased look, what kind of blatant lie was this? That underground vault was definitely empty. The third floor of the basement was almost completely destroyed. The property of the Faculty of Magic was stolen, and the only strangers who were on the faculty territory at that time were these students. What other evidence do they need? The judge said that in that case, they can only wait for the owner of the vault to report. They requested his presence as a witness. He should arrive soon. At that moment, the door opened, and the people who were in this trial said that this cannot be. How is this even possible? They looked at Principal Ernest, who entered the hall and said with a small smile that it seemed like their students were causing trouble for everyone. Lewis was very surprised when he saw him, and asked what brought him here. If it was about the students, there was no need for him to come in person. This matter was still under the jurisdiction of the Faculty of Magic. He looked at him calmly and said that he should have come. After all, he was the owner of that storage room. The protagonist looked at him with a slightly worried look, and thought that the principal was the one who first started collecting and sealing the cubes. In the Soul Academy, however, he had no idea that he was placing it in the storage room of the Faculty of Magic. Ernest said with a calm expression that their students went down there at his request. He instructed them to retrieve the cubes, but they seemed to have gotten lost. And when they accidentally discovered the storage room, they did everything hastily. They were just kids after all. And kids make mistakes. He brought a list of all the lost items and the rights to possess them. The judge read the list and said that everything was written correctly. Since they had found the owner of the missing items, and sorted out his claim, there was no reason to continue this trial. He called out the names of the students, and said that he was giving the 3 students a level 7 punishment, as set by the Faculty of Magic, a written apology and 30 hours of community service, if there were no objections. Then the verdict was read. After some time in the office, Ernest said that he would not ask anything. He handed over a small note and said that they should take this. MC took the note, and thought that even knowing that the cube was actually missing, he was letting them get away with it and not asking questions. How much does he really know, and what exactly does he know? He was surprised when he read the note. And the principal said that the professor of mathematical sciences at Ardell Academy Divert had suddenly left campus for a conference and would not be returning. However, he left this note. Maybe he knows something about this. There's no doubt that they couldn't figure out the professor's true intentions right away, which is the Academy's fault. He's not gonna go back on his word. But he still wants to ask him something. Does this have anything to do with him? How did he manage to survive? His opponent was the professor. It's unlikely that a mere second-year student would have survived a fight with such an opponent. Siha was still nervous, but he smiled and asked if the student had survived, so it had to be thanks to someone's help. His partners had helped him a lot here and the rest was pure luck. Ernest didn't believe him and said that he clearly had talent. This wasn't an empty compliment. He really thought so. He would find out if he had overestimated him. After he solved the problem in this note, he looked at the piece of paper in his hand, and thought that there was some kind of code on it. The director said that he found this in Professor Gunway's closet. It looks like a password encrypted in a math problem, but unfortunately he can't do it. However, he came up with this idea. Maybe he can handle it. The protagonist continued to stare at the note, and thought that he clearly had high hopes for it. However, if this password was made by a dark mage, who pretended to be a school professor, could these be the coordinates of the location of another cube? He said that he would try to solve this problem. Ernest looked at him with a small smile, and thought that it seemed like he was not mistaken about it. It's all about his character. The way he is calm in the face of a puzzle that may not be solvable. The way his eyes are burning with the desire to test himself, even if everyone around him doubts him. After a while, Hale was eating a bun and asked how his collaboration on the project was going. Does he still doubt him? Li Han looked down with a serious expression, and said that he still doesn't believe him. To him, he is still a suspicious guy. She asked if he even knew how many times he had come to her with questions since the beginning of the semester. However, he still wanted to show him what he was capable of. Didn't he? He was surprised by this and asked who had told her that. She looked at the magic ball on the table with a smile, and said that the stars had told her that. He thought that in the end, he had even received a hint about the cube's location. Maybe he had really revealed all his cards already. He said that, however, the way Siha had shown himself during the first semester was suspicious. No one would have been surprised if he had suddenly joined the Dark Mages. However, then he transferred to the second year and suddenly changed completely. During all the time they had spent together, he had more than once caught himself thinking that he was not a bad guy at all. However, he still couldn't stop doubting him. Hale finished eating and asked with a wide smile, did this mean he was asking her to check again if his fate had changed? She is, of course, grateful to him for the bun, but she simply cannot refuse him. You must remember one thing. A fortune teller is someone who only gives advice and watches from afar. She called upon the star and said that it should tell them everything about him. She heard a voice that said that he was an outsider. In the world of magic, this man will save the world. She called him and asked, is the prediction still the same as last time? Both facts, that he is an outsider and that he is the savior, are true. In the future, he must pay closer attention to everything that happens in the academy. This is a bonus from her for bringing the bun. Li Han asked with a puzzled look. Are these words a bonus? She agreed, and said with a smile that the star itself just told her something very unusual will happen soon. At the same time, Adela was cleaning the toilet with a dissatisfied look and asked if 30 hours of volunteer work was too much. The protagonist sat next to her, wiped the Tara's egg and agreed with her. She looked at him with a very dissatisfied expression on her face, and said loudly that he should stop rubbing that egg and start cleaning too. He said with a calm expression on his face that however, it needed to be wiped so that it would grow faster. Vaughn came into them, loudly called their names and said that he had urgent news. He looked at him and asked what happened. He said with a small smile that something happened today that turned the whole academy on its ears. As soon as he heard it, he immediately ran to tell them. The monster from the specimen hall showed up again. She was interested in this and asked if he was sure about it. He said that this time they say that it is true. So Lily went to look for the professor. MC, with a serious expression on his face, thought that it was the monster from the specimen hall. The story began with screams that a monster had appeared in the sample room. This is a typical school story that every school has. Until this point there was no evidence. Only rumors. Lily, who went to the teacher's room, will most likely leave empty-handed. A system window appeared in front of him which said main episode number 3, Dragon from the Sample Hall. A lot of time until its elimination. Reward evidence in the code case and a random box from D to a rank. He thought that he knew that this monster really existed. The dragon's main skill is stealth. If it decides to hide, even the teachers will not be able to find it. The fact that only some students could see it is related to its skill. Vaughn said that in any case, Lily's going to the professor caused a big stir, and the students started joking about it. They say that this monster is a drake. This of course sounds like nonsense. But if you catch and sell its skin and blood, you can make good money. They are already actively placing bets. C has said with a calm smile that he cannot think about it. After all, it is just a legend. Who needs to get involved in such a strange case? He thought with a displeased look that even though he said so, but there were a lot more idiots in this school than he thought. After some time one of the students stood in front of the others, and said that they should believe that he was telling the truth. If they caught this monster and sold it, then it would be possible to cover the tuition fees, up to the 3rd year at least once. It is worth taking a risk, right? If they join forces, then no monster will defeat them. The protagonist sat in place with a calm look, and thought that they were idiots, because Drake is not such an easy opponent. The guy noticed that Sulia was walking towards them, and asked if she would go with them too. He just smirked because of this. Considered Derek an idiot and thought that everything was clear. Did he seriously think that such a modest girl would do this? She has no problems with money or grades. He was very surprised, because she decisively agreed and said that she would go with them. Another student came up to them and said that he shouldn't joke like that. He was embarrassing her. How can he suggest something like that to her? She said that she was actually serious. He should enroll her in his squad. MC was shocked by this and thought, is this really not a dream? Derek was originally assembling a squad. All he did with his friends was gather weak students, to lure them into easy prey. However, Celia was not among the participants. How did it all end in the end? Their squad simply disappeared and none of its members returned. After some time she was sitting at the table and reading a textbook, after which she took a deep breath. She remembered that when she was a child, her father told her that pure magic comes from a pure heart. She thought that she never forgot her father's instructions. He came from a noble family, a strong and bright mage. He always said that no matter what situation she found herself in, she should not hesitate and show her enemies her weak spots. She shouldn't be greedy. It takes time to learn magic and become a worthy mage. She mentally asked him for forgiveness, and thought that it seemed like she couldn't handle it, the place where she was born, their family line that he was so proud of. All of this was now under threat. Succeeding in magic was her only way to return their family to its former glory. However, for the first time, she lost the lead that she had successfully held all this time. Thanks to her diligent study of magic, she managed to survive in Ardell. She was only surpassed once, but that was enough to understand that she was not confident that she could defeat him in the upcoming exam. However, if she could get extra points for this mission, perhaps she could break ahead. Drake is a very cautious monster, but he is weak to fire and light. He shows his abilities best in the dark, so he most likely wanders around the dungeon. Besides, in her opinion, there are no worthy mages in their group. If Drake really shows up, it's not that they can't help, it's that they'll just get in the way. Her powers are best suited to fighting that monster, so this is her chance to once again solidify her position as a light mage. She has to catch it with her own hands. After a while Hill said that it was impossible. Celia can't catch that monster by herself. Siha asked was that what the stars said. She agreed and said that he knew she charges a lot for her predictions. 1 bun wouldn't be enough. He handed her the bag and she thanked him for it with a happy look. She looked at him and asked, however, why did he suddenly need to know her future? Does he really like her? He became indignant because of this and asked loudly, is she crazy? That's not true at all? He thought that, of course. When he read this novel, Celia was among his favorites, but that was from the reader's point of view. Now he just wants to avoid death at the hands of the protagonist. She can't catch the monster by herself. After some time, Celia used the sun sign spell. In the dark corridor she put up a barrier, with which she was able to block the monster's attack. She looked at the hole in the barrier after this attack, with a frightened look, and thought that if only she had not been able to reflect the attack. She was afraid to imagine what kind of damage would have been. A girl from their party asked if maybe they should go back. They already had at least 2 wounded in their party. None of them expected the Drake to be so strong, so they needed to go back. Derek loudly refused with a worried look, and said that they can't just leave. They have already set traps in different places. The monster only needs to fall into one of them, as it will immediately be in their hands. One of them said that, however, it felt like the monster was able to see their traps, bypass it and attack them. They shouldn't talk nonsense. He's not that smart. He hears something approaching. At that moment a monster ran between them very quickly, and knocked them to the ground with its rapid attacks. He was shocked by what happened. He couldn't believe it and said that it was impossible. Hugh Stonser, a tamer with 5 years of experience, stood next to them and said loudly with a wide smile that, of course it was impossible if he wasn't controlled. He thought that everything was going as he expected. The teachers left the sample room unattended, and the students boldly broke in here. Nothing had changed in this pathetic academy. It seemed that none of them noticed that the Drake was under control. Those idiots from the academy had brutally treated a group of dark mages 15 years ago during the war. This is revenge for his father, who was part of that group. They should try to rise in the face of death. Celia looked around and thought that everyone else couldn't move, only she was left. Although she initially expected that she would be the only one fighting in this battle, how was she supposed to defeat him? She raised her hand and started emitting light, and thought that if she couldn't handle it, she would die here even if she gathered her remaining strength. She was about to use magic, but MC stopped her and asked if she wanted to die here. She was surprised when she saw him, and he said with a calm expression that she should save her strength. Everyone else was unconscious, and she was the only one left of the mages. She needed to be ready to use magic at any moment. Okay. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he ended up here. He didn't answer her question, and thought that someone else was probably controlling this Drake's movements. No matter how well he hid, there was one way to find him. He smiled and thought that he should try doing that, and compare who was stronger. He threw something and loudly told the Drake that he should catch it. The monster immediately jumped and caught what he threw. Hughes was surprised by this, and wondered why it was not listening to him. Saya thought with a smile that the basics of taming said that you need to study the monster's habits and use it. The Drake has a habit that if it sees a flying object, it will catch it. However, you can't eat everything that strangers give you, because the Drake ate what he threw. It felt sick. He took advantage of this, loudly called Celia and said that she should aim for its heart. She agreed and shot a beam of light at this monster. The monster felt a lot of pain because of this attack, and screamed loudly. Hughes was very surprised by what happened, and thought that his connection with the monster was broken. If he continues like this, he himself will be in danger. He can't do anything. He didn't want to go that far, because it would be a great strain on his body. However, it was time to use real dark magic. The monster's eyes began to glow, which Celia noticed and said that it seemed like the monster had become even more ferocious. The protagonist also saw this and thought that this was dark magic, so the one who controls him is a dark mage. The system notified that he had discovered a new skill. Does he want to use the master's touch skill? He was surprised when he saw this and wondered what it was. The system notified that a forced increase in friendliness was taking place. Drake from the sample hall. He has a master but he can tame him. He read this and thought, so another person can take control of the monster. The system notified if he wants to temporarily take possession of the Drake from the sample room. He thought with a smile that then he had no reason to refuse. However, will this really work? Similar energy began to emanate from them, and the system notified that the taming was successful. The monster leaned towards him and he stroked its head. Celia was surprised by this and asked why the Drake suddenly became so friendly. Did he really tame it? MC turned to her with a smile and said that he is good with animals. After all, Hughes looked at this and said that this can't be. He put so much effort into taming this monster. He began to radiate energy with a very displeased expression, and said loudly that this Drake belongs to him. He was surprised by what happened and thought, did he really lose control of the monster so quickly? The tamer continued to use his energy, and said loudly that he was the master. He also decided to insult the monster, but unexpectedly it ate Hughes right away, while in the Drake's mouth. He complained about the stink and called for help. They were very surprised because of this, and he said loudly that he should spit him out. Saiha thought that in the end everything ended quickly when the Drake defeated Hughes, who had already exhausted his strength by using dark magic, beyond his capabilities. Having received the message late, the principal of Ernest, who arrived at the scene, seemed to be quite shocked by the fact that there was another dark mage operating in the academy. He said that's so. That means the dark mage who was hiding in the academy was not the only problem. He did a great job. The protagonist thought that after this, the squad members were punished, and he received gratitude and a reward from the parents' committee for saving the lives of their children. He said with a satisfied expression on his face that even the rich can be generous. He thought that the skill he got during the battle, there was nothing about it in the original. It's strange that he got the tamer skill and not the dark mage. It would be great if he could test this skill with the Drake he tamed. However, in any case, the skill has limitations. And the basilisk didn't like him very much that he was given to the professors. He patted him on the head and asked, is he jealous, right? He thought that, however, for this battle he gained something else. The system notified that the main episode is the third, the dragon from the sample hall. For completing it he gets a chest with a reward from rank D to A. A chest appeared in front of him, and he thought that he didn't need much. He doesn't hope for rank A but wants to get at least rank B. The system notified that he received a rank A briefcase. MC was happy about this and said that it couldn't be better. This can be used not only in battle, but also in everyday life. Here this item would have cost him a fortune. The system notified him that an additional reward had been issued for minimizing casualties. He should check his bag. The number of casualties was 0. He read this and thought about what it meant. If he had not intervened, none of them would have returned alive. Luckily, even those who had suffered the most were already receiving treatment, and their lives were not in danger. He emptied the contents of the briefcase and wondered, was this some kind of reward for good work? He took the note that was inside and asked what it was. It seemed to be a problem from simple mathematics, one of those that were often given on the exam. However, for some reason, this one seemed very familiar to him. He was very surprised when he understood everything, and asked why he hadn't guessed it right away. After all, this was the key to the problem from the rector. He thought that in general he understood the tactics, but he could not find the last component of the solution, and fiddled with it for several days. Why didn't he immediately get the meaning of this code here? It was enough to substitute the formula. The math professor was a real psycho. It's not the meaning of the code that's important here, but the number that needs to be substituted now. He finally got the answer. He wrote it down, and thought that this was probably the room number for class 205. For special classes he opened locker 14, and thought that he had looked at the lists in the teacher's room. This locker belonged to a student who hadn't studied at the academy for a long time. He looked at what was inside with a smile, and thought that everything was as he thought. It was another cube. He probably got it from the dark magicians and hid it here. He needed to put it in his bag so he wouldn't lose it. Maybe he felt so weird about hiding a cube in his bag. It was better to keep a low profile for the next few days. However, things didn't go the way he wanted again. Hale followed Siha and called his name, but he told her to stop following him. She asked him why he kept turning down her invitations on dates. He said that he was not interested in her. She said that she was very interested in him though. Or did he still have feelings for Celia? He turned to her with a surprised look, and asked why she even brought her up. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, and said that she was asking him out on a date. He said that it was just a date in name, because she wanted to force him to participate in an astrology competition. She looked thoughtful, and said that she thought that he was trying to find an easy way out. He looked at her, and asked if that meant that even the stars had told her that. She said that, by the way, it was an astrology competition. It only covered the basics of astrology. If he won, he would get 3 credits in theology. Besides, he would get an A. He thought that if he got 3 credits, he would be able to drop 1 subject next semester. It meant that he would be able to avoid that nasty professor's classes. He asked with a smile, what's more important? He knows what she's capable of, right? She's the best at this. They even get a ride, but he still refuses a date with her. He thought this award was too good to refuse. They shook hands. Ho laughed and said that she would go on a date with a handsome guy. He said with a slightly displeased look that she should stop talking nonsense and tell them about the competition. Because of what happened, they read astrology books every day. Time passed too fast. The day of the astrology competition arrived. The protagonist walked down the street, and wondered if he was too excited to sleep, or was it what they call ominous energy in geology. She called his name and told him that he should look over there. That judge reminds him of him. Somehow Wright looked where she said, and thought that that guy was his older brother. Si Hyuk. If he had known that he would be one of the judges, he would not have agreed to participate. He has a perfectly ironed black suit. His voice is low and pleasant. One of the guest judges, a guy who shines brightly, is Si Hyuk from the magic department. He is a genius prophet who began studying astrology at the age of 12. He is a child who did not waste his time, and joined the elite at a young age. The only thing is that he is the biological son of Kurisu, and Si Hyuk is an illegitimate son and was discriminated against. That is why he lives with a feeling of inferiority and hatred towards his brother. Was this how it was intended? Although it may well be, since Sewa from the novel called him pathetic and asked if he expected to be the older brother. He is not even part of their family, so he should not take the place. I wonder how long he can endure it. The protagonist thought. After all, he is a dark magician capable of saying something like that. He got scared when he noticed his brother's gaze, and wondered if that was how one should look at a younger brother. Now he is perceived as a genius. He has already stepped out of the shadow of their family. However, most likely, he is not very happy to see him here. He hopes that he will not deliberately lower his grade. If he were alone, he would not care. But he really does not want Hale to get hurt. She said with a happy look that they need to try hard. He agreed and thought that for now, there is nothing left to do but try hard. After some time, Si Hyuk said that the team of 2 magic students is in first place. By a large margin. Is she sure that there was no information leak? The judge agreed and said that they received tasks from a separate department of the Ministry of Magic. So it is possible that the information leak is 0. What is he going to do? She understands that he is embarrassed by such high scores. But this girl Hall from the 2nd year is the most talented among his classmates, and the guy who is with her is not bad either. So she thinks he should abandon his suspicions. He had an idea and told her something. After a while, the judge came on stage and said that it was time to announce the winners. In their competition, the first place goes to the team of Hale and Siha. They were happy about it. She started shaking him and said that she told him that he would succeed. Of course, she had some merit in this too, but he was just incredible. Especially in the task with the box. She was so surprised when he was able to name the position. shape and even the color of the figure. He thought with a slightly worried smile that he was just lucky. Predicting the future is not just a skill of reading the stars, like some pseudoscience, but mathematically precise calculations that allow you to determine the desired units. If you think about analysis as a mathematical problem, everything becomes easier. They started to go up on stage. And she said that he seemed to be a genius. Would he like to transfer to theology? He refused. And said that he had great difficulty getting into the magic faculty. They approached the judge. And she said that a little later they would present them with a certificate and a prize. She called him by name. And said that one of the judges would like to meet with him separately. The main character was a little surprised because of this and wondered, does his brother want to meet him? After that he came to the office where he sat on the sofa, started drinking tea and thought. Did he originally appear in this episode? He is a minor character after all. Little was said about his brother in the original, so he doesn't even know what will happen next. It is unlikely that this meeting will bode well. Si-hyuk entered the office holding an envelope in his hand, and asked if he is already here. He looked at him and asked why he called him. He sat down opposite him and said that he wanted to give him some advice. He looked at him with disgust and said that he doesn't know how such a disgrace to the family could get excellent results. But he is no longer a child and will not be forgiven for everything, so he should not try to jump above his head. MC got angry because of this and thought that he has grown up a bit and is already throwing around such advice. He is a rude idiot, it is all written on his face. He put the cup on the table and said with displeasure that he should get straight to the point. In response, he said that he just had to stay at the Kastika family estate this vacation. He was surprised by his words and asked why he was telling him this. Si-hyuk, with a calm expression, said that if he said it had to be this way, then that's what he would do. If he was grateful for the award, then he would listen in his place. This made him even more angry. And he thought, is it he who gives out the awards? Ian Hale earned the most points, which means the other judges also gave high marks. His brother, with a calm expression, said that he was done, now he can leave. He got up from the couch and thought that he had said everything he wanted, and immediately drove him away. He left the office and thought, what happened to him? So Seok left, and a couple of days later, the final exams began. The vacation was getting closer. He found a book on practical magic and threw it in the trash. He thought that thanks to the competition, he had enough credits and he could skip those classes. Adela came up to him and asked him happily how he did on his exams. He said he could have done better. What about her? She said she did great. She looked around his room and asked with a little surprise if he had that many suitcases. He said he was planning on going home during the holidays. She asked if he had gotten along with his family again. She was happy for him. Sia thought with a little smile that he didn't think they would even say hello to him when they met. He thought back to what Suk had told him and thought that since he had said it with such a threat, he would have to listen to him. He asked if she was going home too. Adela refused and said that she wasn't really welcome there, so she would stay in the dorm. He thought that even though she said that it was different, in reality the original didn't say anything about her family. She was always alone. It's hard for him to know what's on her mind. He waved his hand at her and said that they'll see each other after the holidays. She wished him a good trip and said that they'll see each other in a month. Sometime later he came to a luxurious castle and thought that it turns out that he really had a great life. Why living in such a place did he choose the side of dark magic? If he were in his place he would live quietly and keep a low profile. He approached the entrance and said that he was back. A servant met him and said that the count had ordered him to wait. He couldn't enter until he gave permission. That's all he said. The main character was very surprised by this and wondered, is it really that bad? Such an attitude towards a child who hadn't been seen for a whole year. After a while the maids were whispering among themselves, wow, he's still sitting there. If they were him, they would have already started looking for a place to stay. MC was confused and thought, what are they doing? He could actually hear them just fine. He turned around and saw the door slightly open, thinking, is this Hansiha's father, Count Hantisu? He came out and asked, has he arrived? Let him come and see. Ha thought. Did he just let him into the house? out of the blue after a while. There was a large table set in the hall, with the father and son sitting at both ends. Taesu said he heard that he had done bad things, and they even brought a case against him in the magic court. He ordered him to tell it like it is. MC smirked and thought that everything was clear to him now. He thought that his father had changed his mind, because his grades had improved. And now he gets another reprimand for the incident. Quite reasonable doubts here he is. Count Han Taesu Siha closed his eyes and replied, "In some places rumors spread quickly, but here apparently it reaches more slowly." He looked away with displeasure and said, he thinks he even knows source of these rumors. He thought about it considering the behavior of the servants. It is clear that the news came from outside. Nothing surprising. Taesu asked puzzledly what Sewa interrupted him and said, and also as a normal father. Shouldn't he first ask why his son went to the magic department? Taesu asked irritably, since when did he compare him to normal fathers? His jaw muscles were clenching and he blurted out, how dare he teach him life lessons? MC looked at him with fear and thought, this is already frightening. No wonder they call him the Bloody Count. He asked to forgive him for not living up to his expectations, but he went to the department as a participant in the event. Taesu asked what was he doing there. Daewa replied that he had to attend an event, as a school representative. He took out a piece of paper and asked the servant to pass it on. Taesu asked irritably, what is he lying now? He began to read what was written on the paper and said, Taming first place. Practical magic first place. Overall ranking third. He wants to say that this is really his report card. No cheating. MC nodded and replied that he did nothing wrong, and the report card is indeed his. Almost all exams are practical. It is difficult to cheat. These are midterm exams. He will try to get better marks in the official ones. Taesu grabbed a napkin and said he. MC was puzzled, thought what? What? Taesu cried and asked Siha. Has he finally come to his senses? Siha thought, is he crying? The Bloody Count cries because his son's grades have improved slightly. The servant covered his father's shoulders with a blanket and he said, well, at least he's come to his senses now. He coughed and said that he was very proud of him. MC was very surprised by this and thought, isn't this a bug in the character settings? After this incident, Han Taesu's attitude changed by 180 degrees, and the servants who were laughing just recently could not say another word. Sia no longer has to listen to him being a disgrace to the family. He passed by the servants and they wished him good morning. MC thought, with Count Han Taesu himself on his side, now it seems like life will become much easier. 2 days later, MC didn't want to admit it, but Hong Si-hyuk was right. He definitely needed to come home during this vacation. Taesu sat opposite him and asked if there was anything he wanted to learn. Sewa answered thoughtfully. Except perhaps horse riding. Taesu said that he had prepared a couple of horses for him. Is there anything else you would like? MC thought with a smile on his face, and then his eyes widened in surprise, and blurted out that he needed high-quality gems. Ground into powder, the egg will hatch soon. He needs to prepare the feed in advance. The system window reported that it was an ranked Terra egg. It will hatch when the statistic reaches 100%. At the moment the hatching rate is 99% out of 100. The temperature, humidity and environment are perfect for the egg. It should hatch without a problem. There was a reason why he got an ranked Terra egg. Terra has weak pain power, and it can be used for more than just transportation. It becomes very loyal once tamed, however. Taming a Terra is much more difficult than a Drake. MC was reading a book and said that there were so many things to take care of. After hatching it may take 1 to 2 weeks to tame. That's quite a long time. Wild Terra may have destructive tendencies. It's not easy either. Suddenly the egg started to move and Siha asked in surprise, what? It doesn't look like he touched it really. The egg started to shake even faster and MC screamed in fear. Come on, stop. The shell cracked and there was a bright explosion, after which Siha said, well, that's it. He thought that he had worked so hard to get this egg. He can't let things slide. He looked at Terra and asked, did he make the explosion right after hatching a monster? He is a monster, right? The little dragon yawned loudly, closing his eyes. In the first hour after birth, the monster's power is at its maximum. Even though MC restrains it with magic, the flow of energy does not stop, thanks to his innate skill. He will be able to tame it without much difficulty. Maybe it's because he was just born. He doesn't feel his gift at all. Saya waved his wand and said. So he will have to resort to another method. He thought that first. He should reduce the excitement caused by the new environment. To do this he should use a hypnotic spell, put him to sleep a little. MC waved the wand and shouted hypnosis. The dragon squeaked questioningly and then began to fall asleep. Siha thought great he did it. He stroked Terrace and thought that he would take the opportunity to let him get used to his smell. He picked him up and thought that they would try to establish contact. The most important thing is to show him your complete trust. And again the skills from his past life come to his aid. The little dragon squeaked. And Shiha thought that once would not be enough. He would have to repeat this ritual for about a week. So what, it's vacation now. He has plenty of time and this room belongs to Hansiha anyway. He smiled. And the sun's rays beautifully illuminated his hair and cheek. After a while a loud scream was heard in the forest. What, he managed to tame Terrace? Vaughn asked Hansiha. Does he even realize how incredible an achievement this is? Even experienced fighters have a limit on how many monsters they can tame, no more than 3, but he, a second-year student, had already tamed 2. And not just anyone but a Terra. One of the hardest monsters to tame. MC waved his hand and said to stop talking and focus. Were they gathered here today to sign up for classes? Vaughn asked happily. Surely he couldn't be the only one who knew about this place. Can you tell the guy Siha thought he was a typical informant? He replied, it doesn't matter. Vaughn cried out, thank you very much. He handed him a piece of paper and said that in return he would give him this. He looked at it in surprise and said, this is a schedule, a carefully thought out schedule, that takes into account all the free hours, and selects only the teachers with good grades. It's the perfect combination. He turned a simple schedule into a real work of art. Siha gave him a thumbs up and said that he would be happy to use it. Vaughn smiled and suggested to succeed. MC thought, by the way, it's still very early and so many people have already gathered. It seems that in this world too, registering for courses is not so easy. At the academy, item registration takes place at a specific time in a specific place, namely in the Magic Center. First you need to find the place where he is registered, and after he confirms his identity and enters the login, you can proceed to registering items. The main problem is the location of this very Magic Center. The day before registration, MC called Vaughn and said that it was him. Vaughn, does he know that tomorrow they have item registration? Everything will take place in the Magic Center, but everything is different there. There are places where magic penetrates well, and there are places where it does not. Of course he will find a great place for them, so they will meet there. MC thought. Place, he thought, if translated into modern language. It is a place with good Wi-Fi currently. He was looking at the mana flow and thinking, indeed, he thought magic was penetrating here very well. The reason why he was so anxious about registering this time was very simple. In his second year, he didn't want to meet Professor Grint. That was also the reason he even went to some stupid competition. Vaughn said that there were 10 seconds left until the Magic Center opened. The countdown started and then a system window appeared in front of MC, asking, does he want to enter the Magic Center to register for his second year? Siha pressed the yes button. The students standing next to him started asking to launch them, and asked where did the start page go. Someone was screaming loudly out of panic, and MC was laughing and thinking, no luck at this speed. They can't even open the start page. He studied at the university for 6 years. He is the strongest. He is more accurate than everyone. He is precise and fast despite all this chaos. Take what he needs and skip all the unnecessary. Take what seems impossible to grab faster than anyone. At that moment Vaughn came up to him and sadly said that he failed. Apparently he will still have to go to classes with Professor Grint. And how is he doing, Hungsi-ha? MC replied that he did it. He opened the system window and showed his schedule, which made Vaughn scream God. He has never seen such a perfect and beautiful schedule in his entire life. How did he do it? Did he practice at home on purpose? Siha replied, yeah, right. It's just that. If you go through all the circles of hell with your friends, in the computer club for 6 years in a row, you can learn even more. Vaughn asked again, what was he talking about? MC replied, yeah. Like this, I'll tell you how. The fierce fight for the items ended. His life did not become easier and calmer, the system window reported. The main episode is the fourth. The necromancer is in the dormitory, the allotted time until the moment of deliverance, and the reward will be Ardel's cane. As soon as Siha returned to school, the main line continued. MC read the system window and thought, the necromancer is in the dormitory. This is the case when the necromancer students, despite the risk, summon skeletons on the school grounds on the orders of dark magicians, according to the original plot. This was supposed to happen only in 2 years, but plans were shifted, because several dark magicians already want to get even with him. In the original there were many victims during this incident, so he was worried, but in the end, studying divine magic and theology came in handy. Now he is surrounded by very strong magicians, so this case was resolved very quickly, thanks to which MC also managed to collect a couple of nice rewards. The system window reported that Ardel's cane has the power of lightning, has significant durability, helps cast 2 or more spells at a time. Shiva took it in his hands and asked, isn't this the Ardel cane created 25 years ago? Among other things, you can scratch your back with it. After a while a system window opened in front of MC and he asked, why is there a name that shouldn't be here? The system window said that the flight basics teacher would be Grunt. Butler Saya shouted in irritation, how did he end up here? Why, he did everything to avoid meeting him. Why did they suddenly change the professor? MC shouted loudly, and then turned to Basilisk and said that his master was going crazy. Again he stroked him and he purred happily. But regardless of the main episode and Saya's mood, time passed and an event came. Camping. This is an event that is traditionally held every year, for second-year students. This is a program where the current second years meet with those who have already completed their second years. In other words, it is something like a mountain hike or a school trip, only here it is equivalent to a survival battle. After some time on the Keisha Plains, MC looked around and thought, they are being put into groups and sent to dangerous mountains. Why does he feel like he is filming a reality show? A voice was heard, if everyone is here, then let them come closer. The professors specially created this system, so that students from 2 classes interact and gain experience together. Alas, in reality it works differently. The second years complete the given missions, and the third years evaluate them. The results are added up with extra points. These points are quite high, so you can't just ignore the program. And what the hell is this? Hassan stepped forward and ordered everyone to stand up straight. This is the perfect place to have a showdown. Hassan said that if they don't want him to lower their points, then they should move. He is Hassan, a third-year student. He is used to the fact that the second years are a bit brainless, but he never thought it would be this much. Usually as soon as they arrive, they line up to greet their sunbays instead of just messing around, and of course they have to give them the food from their sets. Adela said, but this food is only meant to last them for a few days. In the mountains, if they give them everything, then what will they have to eat? Asen told her to shut up. Everyone did this in their time. How dare she talk back to her seniors? He told her to come to her senses already. They in the front row have to hand over all their food and anything else they find useful. All the guys reached into their suitcases and the MC stood motionless. Hassan said, that's right. That's right, if only it were like this from the beginning. They have to move. If they don't want to pack their things and go home right now, or worse, lose their points, they just have to obey, okay? Suddenly his attention was drawn to Siha and he asked, why is he standing? Will he not do as he says? Are they a joke to him? MC smirked and answered yes. Hassan shouted in displeasure, what? Siha asked for forgiveness and said that he himself did not notice how he smirked at them. Just a little, in fact. Sewa knows the truth. Third-year students are not some kind of bad guys at all, and they have no reason to bully the younger ones. In fact, the second years this year are very talented. How could it be otherwise? In a novel where all the main characters are second-year students, displeasure when meeting smug guys. Perhaps this is the feeling that angered Hassan so much. Hassan frowned and asked, it seems he heard him wrong. How dare he be so smug, really? He is that very Hunsi Ha lately. Everyone at school is talking about him. Only he barely kept afloat during his entire first year. He was one step away from being expelled, and now he suddenly felt like the coolest. Hasan grinned and asked what motivates him. His family situation. Even if he flies out of the academy, his dad will help him get settled right. MC smiled and answered yes. His dad really does help from time to time. If he found out about his attitude, he wouldn't forgive him. Hasan shouted with displeasure about his attitude. Siha answered, but right. Before their departure, the dean separately called him to his place. He said that the most important thing on an away trip is team spirit, but what he does is more blackmail than cooperation. The situation is quite complicated. He doesn't even know how to evaluate it. If suddenly the dean calls him to his place again when they return, he doesn't even know what to tell the dean. Hasan started shaking with anger and shouted, "He's a crazy idiot." He reached out to MC to grab him when suddenly Basilisk bit his hand. Hasan screamed loudly, "What a parasite!" Sija grabbed Basilisk and said that you can't do that. Hasan looked at his hand in fear and screamed. "He's bleeding." He asked to call a doctor quickly. Han Sija, if it's something serious, he won't leave him like this. Sija smiled and thought how scary. At that moment a guy came up to him and asked Han Sija, what should they do with their luggage? MC turned around and said exactly. He ordered to take everything they got and go back to the tents. After a while Hasan was shouting irritably in the tent that he would kill this idiot. Raven closed his eyes and asked him why he was bothering Hansia in the first place. He may be rude, but his skills are really improving at an incredible rate. He ordered him to stop talking nonsense and go and help him. Distributing supplies for the second years is so tiring. Hasan said in annoyance that he just can't leave things like this. There must be a way. He suddenly turned around and asked Raven what he had. Hansi has bag, he replied yes. What is he going to do? Hasan snatched the bag from him and asked, doesn't he think he should be put in his place to recover? He can't be allowed to interact with his seniors like that, since he is so talented. Then he should be able to survive without water somehow, right? Raven shouted in confusion. What? How can 5 people survive on 1 bottle of water? Is he crazy? Hasan asked in annoyance. What is wrong with him? He asked. Only not to say that he felt sorry for the impudent second years. Ravina replied that in any case, depriving them of water completely was too much. Hasan said that it was just his opinion. He thought they should suffer. Good luck, guys. The next day came. 6 days left. If they manage to survive that time without incident, it's a success. If someone gets fatally injured or breaks down and returns to base, it's a failure after a while. The students wake up and Vaughn asks if their team bag seems too light. They empty their bag and Vaughn says, 1 bottle of water rope. Heating rocks and absorption rocks. MC yells in frustration. And they expect them to last 6 days with that. He thinks it's because of him. Adela looks at him and says that every time she gets involved with him, something always happens. She thinks it's not a coincidence anymore. Siha asked not to say that there were good moments too. Natalie smiles and says that if they return to base, they'll be considered a failure. So all they can do is move on. She asked them to try harder. Vaughn agreed with her and asked, they know each other isn't that wonderful to begin with. There are 2 paths and they need to choose one. Which one will they go? MC pointed to the side and said to the right. Vaughn looked at him carefully and asked, is it that simple? Since none of them know this area, it would be better to think and choose the safest one. Shiha answered that he knew. Vaughn asked again, from where? MC exhaled and thought. Because the professor called him and explained everything to him, personally. He answered that he read somewhere he is interested in this area. Natalie screamed happily, wow. How great! Vaughn nudged MC and said, of course their Han Siha knows everything in the world. Siha thought that everything would be so simple from now on. After a while someone asked, aren't they dizzy? Does anyone feel like they are walking in circles? Considering that there is only grass and trees around, it is difficult to judge. But it feels like the landscape does not change. Will they really be okay? MC walked behind the others and thought strange. He was told that the right road is the fastest and safest way. He doesn't think the professor would lie to a student. What's going on? After a while, a loud scream was heard in the camp. They're in trouble. Hasan Did he also take the locator stone out of Hansiha's bag? Hassan asked discontentedly. What? No way, he didn't do it on purpose. Horror, it seems like it fell out when he was taking out water and food. No matter how angry he was at him. He didn't want everything to end like this. Ravana screamed. But that stone. It's a minimum defense device. The only reason students are sent on field trips to such dangerous places is because the stone can always pinpoint their location. So what to do now? Hassan screamed discontentedly. Horror, what does he want from him? They are also capable, they'll manage somehow. Just coming to the second years and telling them that they screwed up would be terrible. In 3 days. He'll report everything himself. But for now it's not even worth twitching. Hassan thought if everything fails, he and Raven might get punished. If everything goes well, they will show the best result. What can happen in 3 days? The night of the next day. The system window reported the 5th main episode, The Secret of Survival. You need to find the secret in the base. The allotted time 7 days. The reward is unknown, but so is failure. MC looked at it carefully and thought, was something bound to happen? Besides, this is not an additional episode, but part of the main route. What kind of novel is this? For guys who have not really eaten anything, and have been on their feet all day. It is absolutely normal to feel a loss of strength. Besides, they managed to find out that the reason why they are walking in circles is due to the special magic of this place, and yet it is suspicious, an optical illusion. It is not something that happens naturally like a mirage, and there is no reason for the academy to deliberately torture its students like this. If only MC could figure out what was going on here. He made a lot of enemies. And can't even imagine who exactly set this up. The other guys are probably enjoying their food in their camps right now. Why is it that their team is the only one who actually has to survive? Suddenly Vaughn shouted. Let them look, is that a cave over there? Adela said that's true. She thought they were finally out of the illusion's range. Vaughn looked towards Natalie and said, great. That means they can make a fire there and spend the night. Suddenly there was a loud sound behind them. Vaughn turned around and saw a boar. He said in fear, guys. Does it seem like this cave already has an owner? Creature probably lives near the cave. Sia said he thought it looked really angry. Adela said that's what it looked like. MC opened his bag and said, if you think about it, it's just a huge pig. The main thing is to catch the creature. He released the basilisk from the bag and shouted, go. Even though basilisk is small, he's a legendary creature that can rival most mages. He's almost as strong as this boar. Basilisk flew away and Shiha thought puzzledly what? He rushed to Basilisk and asked him to come to his senses. It was literally written on his face. For such a great dragon to be defeated by some pig. Basilisk growled back at him. And MC said he really made it. So he needs to get up, buddy. Adela took out her sword and said, it seems that Basilisk can't handle this. She's better. She walked forward and thought that she should aim straight for the heart. Adela frowned and said she thinks it's wild. Something is wrong here. Considering that her sword didn't leave a scratch, most likely the creature's body was strengthened with magic. Vaughn shouted in surprise, what? But where did magical strengthening come from in this dark forest? MC said that he wanted to know that too. Misfortunes never come alone, right? It can't be helped. He looked at Basilisk and asked if it had come to its senses. He suggested trying another attack. Basilisk growled in response. And Sia said no. Not the one from the first time. How about using that move they were practicing up until now? MC had asked Basil to help him with simple attacks during battle, but recently they had been practicing a direct attack on a single target, with maximum power. Any offensive skill is always better than simple skills. He didn't think he could put it into practice so quickly. Siha asked Basilisk to show itself. Fire spark. Basilisk struck the creature and it was covered in fire mana. Vaughn looked at the boar in surprise and said, even though he had seen it before, it was still amazing. Is this species capable of such a strong attack? Natalie smiled and asked, but their basilisk is extraordinary, isn't it? He's incredible. But more importantly, can they smell that sweet aroma? MC called out to the students. and said that they were having pork for dinner tonight, so he killed the boar and they wanted him to cut it up too, but he was the only one of them who had studied anatomy properly. It was even sad somehow he didn't get that knowledge to cut up pigs. After a while Siha asked if he was done. Did they make a fire? Natalie petted Basilisk and said that he helped with the fire. After some time they cooked the meat and MC said, "It seems to be ready, will they try it?" Everyone screamed finally. Vaughn tried it and screamed how delicious it was. Sia handed Basilisk a piece of meat, and said that it turned out pretty good. Vaughn said with tears in his eyes that he thought they would all die of hunger, but no, it seemed that they could live. Because they hadn't eaten a single bite all day, their strength was running out. MC suggested spending the night here. He would go and check what was inside and for now, they should stay by the fire. The guys answered okay as he says. Siha entered the cave and thought about what to do tomorrow, if he reported to the academy. It would take a lot of time. Provided that the elders realized that something was wrong, and reported to the professors. It would take at least another week. During this time, they could fall under the illusion's elixir again and get lost, or meet other strong monsters. He realized that something had to be done, but he couldn't figure out the best course of action. Suddenly Adela's voice, Hung Si-ha, was heard behind him. What was he thinking about? MC turned around and asked why she came. Adela replied that she couldn't fall asleep. She pointed to the starry sky and asked if they should go for a walk. Then the shooting star reminded her of something. Why do they say that magic reflects a person's personal inclinations? She had thought about it more than once. She is an earth mage, but as an ordinary person, she's very drawn to the sky. And why did he choose taming? It is not very popular. Yahello thought that in his past life he was a veterinarian. He opened his eyes and decided to become someone who tames monsters. He certainly cannot say that. He closed his eyes and said, he likes to get something without making an effort. Adela smiled and said, so that's why he loves Basilisk so much. Magic finds the one who truly wants it. It is an indisputable law of this world. So why will Adela become second in power after the main character? Adela folded her hands behind her back and said, Hung Si-ha, she always knew why she became a mage as a child. Even before she learned about magic, her village was buried underground. Absolutely everything, no one was left. There were a lot of rumors around. Some said that a dark mage was hiding in the village. Others said that the whole village was cursed. But she tries not to even notice all these rumors. The main thing is that a bunch of innocent people died for no reason. One unfortunate morning everyone except her. It seems that all the puzzles fell into place. Why in the original Adela did not mention her family at all? Why does she stay at the academy every vacation? As if she has nowhere to go. Why is she always in a hurry? MC said Adela him. Suddenly he looked around in surprise and asked, what are those hieroglyphs? A loud scream was heard, after which the cave began to collapse. Siha hit his head on the rocks and said, I hope he didn't break anything. Adela called out to him and asked, did he also see those glowing symbols? MC replied yes. He definitely felt something. But he doesn't know what the symbols were. Very similar to the ones on the note they found at the academy. Adela asked. That note they found while they were chasing the dark mages. They screamed in fear. Really? They saw a shining stone and thought a cube. MC pulled it out of the stone and asked, was it really hidden here? And now it fell out. It couldn't be. Adela answered that she doubted it. The stone started shaking and suddenly a golem was formed from it. Siha asked, what again? The wild boar and hunger weren't enough for them, so now they're going to fight this. He doesn't even know how to react to this. If they start a fight he's not sure they can handle it. What should he do? Adela extended her hand and said how. But quickly he needs to come here and grab her hand. MC asked what, why? Adela screamed and he didn't get it. She grabbed his hand and screamed run. She stopped. Let go of MC and he said that it wasn't the most pleasant experience. They had to manage to make it so that they hit their heads too. They had the sky above their heads. Most of the way, Adela replied. For someone who was just saved. He talks too much, she called out to Hansia, and said that she imagined the worst possible outcome. MC said yes. She replied that because they stepped in the wrong place and fell, An aggressive golem woke up from its sleep, destroying everything in its path. In the worst case it will destroy the cave. Manhwa replied she knows it sounds very real, they need to run faster after a while. A scream was heard. Natalie. Vaughn asked where they disappeared to and why the ground was shaking. MC screamed that there was no time to explain, they needed to run. Natalie picked up Basilisk and Adela ordered him to freeze, they had nowhere else to run. This is where the illusion magic began. Vaughn asked what they should do. They were being chased by something huge, right? Do they have any options except fighting the monster? She ordered herself to pull herself together, and thought that everything was much simpler than she thought. She swung the wand and called for a rain of stones. She started to attack the golem. And then said that there was not a scratch on it, after such a strong attack. If they can't damage the monster. Sia's eyes widened and he thanked Adela. She turned around and asked what. But she didn't do anything. MC said even though it was an unthoughtful attack, she gave him a hint. If Adela's powers were useless then Basilisk's powers are useless too. The golem is strengthened by complex magic. Even a firestorm is unlikely to work. He asked Natalie to come to him and help. She asked again she can't attack with such power as Adela. Siha answered yes but she is an excellent water magician. He asked to create a large wave of water on the creature. Adela screamed Hansia. Is he crazy? If you attack a clay and stone monster with water, it will only get stronger. MC said it will be fine, she just needs to trust him. Natalie said okay. Hansia probably has a plan. She used Aqua Blast. And then asked if she thought she just gave the creature a shower. Is that enough? MC said. That was perfect. Now it's his turn. Closty got out of the bag and activated his mana and Adela thought, what is this? Suddenly it got cold. She thought that's it. If they can't break it then they need to freeze it and smash it. She froze the golem's body and then struck it. He thought what a plan. First wet it then freeze it. He congratulated Closty on his debut and thought, no matter how durable the stone is, it won't save the creature from freezing. He said good that it worked. His legs buckled and the students shouted loudly. Hungsi-han. Natalie asked. Is he okay? MC was lying on the ground and answering, it seems he used too much force. Adela answered he's not okay. She turned around and asked wait. Did they hear that? Hassan and Ravina were running towards them and shouting, what is here? Someone said they have finally arrived, don't they want to say anything? Hassan put his hands together and said, the thing is it is his fault. He didn't think it would happen like this. And he didn't intentionally deprive them of all means of communication, food and protection. But what is a golem doing here? MC looked at him and thought maybe he should teach him a lesson. He said okay. Why doesn't he kneel down? Then maybe he will forgive him. Hassan asked displeasedly what? MC asked and how long should he wait on his knees right now? Hassan fell to his knees and said it was his fault, after such a dry apology. The academy carried out an emergency evacuation, before the end of the exam. And all because the magic of the golem they caught was so strong, that all the students in the forest noticed its light. The main thing is that everyone was safe, and they will definitely come up with a punishment. They were told that they will definitely investigate the sudden appearance of all these creatures in the forest, but to be honest, he does not know how far it will go. After a while Siha said, the main thing is the cube. He brought one. Han said that he has already heard Hanshiha. He is good. MC thought that according to the original, the third cube was not there after all. It should still be in the hands of the dark magicians. If it really belonged to the dark magicians, and they just kept it in the forest and they found it earlier, then it explains all the strange things that happened to them. Paul asked, but illusion magic? And they did not feel anything strange while wandering through the forest. Adela replied exactly. It's hard to describe in words. But something was definitely wrong and you could feel it. Pan replied that as far as he knew, this kind of magic couldn't be cast remotely, Adela said. So the person who cast this curse was somewhere in the forest, MC thought. This means that the dark mages are gradually getting closer to them. If this continues, both the cube and their lives are in danger. As always on time, the 6th main episode. The system window reported the 6th main episode. Ardell's Guild. We need to protect the cube from the dark mage. The recommended number of players is 5. Saya thought Ardell's Guild. He was waiting for this arc. This was in the original story. If we go by the plot, Li Han should assemble a team, but the problem with the original is that if they start this episode, now they will have to give all the cubes to the enemy, and the name of this enemy is the Dark Mage Argent. He is close in strength to the main boss, and is very good at stealing any kind, which means he can easily steal the cubes right from under their noses, even though they collected them first. He will calmly take them for himself, thanks to the latest find. They got more cubes than he expected. Now it is Argent's turn to make his move. MC stood up and suggested ending it here. He is so tired he will go to his room and take a rest first. He will follow the instructions of the status window. Who should he team up with? He needs to start with this. Siha walked down the hallway and looked at the system window, where it said that the recommended number of players is 6. That means 5 more people are needed. If he remembers those who were in the original, it is of course Li Han, Adela, Celia, and the remaining 2 were Natalie, who is good at strategy, and Li Han's support Vaughn, but for some reason Yun Hao comes to his mind. In the original she finds out about the cube much later, at best after 4 years, but during all the time they spent together, he realized that Yun Hao is a strong character, considering the fact that she is the best in her faculty, and has never given up her position. She's in good standing with her teachers and Seymour. He has a difficult character and an unstable position, but after he helped him get out that day, he did not resort to dark magic and did not create problems. He lives quietly, he has incredible endurance, and what is more important now, he will not betray them for anything. Of course, he doubts whether it is worth going against the original script, but moving only according to the plot is problematic. Since they are putting their lives on the line, they need to prepare well for this battle. If they can quickly reveal the guy's talents, and get to the main route in the best possible way, perhaps they will manage to avoid repeating the results of the original story. Okay, you just need to trust yourself. We have decided on the participants. Now we need to check some things. After a while MC entered the cave and thought, now they entrusted all the cubes to Li Han, and when did he manage to make suitable, almost perfect vessels in the desert, where it is difficult to find even an ant? Well, it is not for nothing that he is the protagonist of the novel. He said he found. How are they doing cubes? Saya thought under the threat of death. They managed to collect as many as 3. The dark magicians had 5 cubes that they used for their evil purposes, but he knows the original story. The cube is not just a mana vessel, it gives him the necessary power for a certain price. So in the original, in exchange for the power of the cube, Li Han gave up his eyesight. Although MC is not going to resort to the power of the cube, he should check if there is another way to use them, if these powers could be borrowed, and use the cube as something more than just a mana vessel. Yes, from now on he will try to subjugate the cube to himself. It sounds like the ravings of a madman, but it is worth a try. The basis of any taming is communication. He spoke. They want him to talk to it. He shouted, but the cube didn't react. Siha fell to his knees and thought, this will not do. Of course, nothing will come of it, but he has his own principles. He cannot just give up. The basis of taming is dialogue and interest. This is written and read in the first chapter of the first part of the Tamer's Basics. MC clenched his fist and ordered him to say something in displeasure. He was gonna go crazy. No answer. Of course, it's just a stone if you think about it. They got close to Basilisk when he gave it a name, and he himself liked it when he called him by name. He addressed the cube as a square. MC thought, what? So what, it has 4 sides? Why isn't it a square? He grabbed his head and thought, God, what is he doing here? He made it up. Suddenly the system window reported an increase in intimacy. Siha thought in surprise, what? What is this true? Is his intimacy level with this stone really increasing? The system window asked, does he want to tame the square? MC thought, yes. Of course, yes. The system window reported that the square has no thoughts. It is a formless consciousness. Level 1 magic power. 100 points strength and dexterity. 0 points intelligence. 1 point special skills transformer. See how thought and surprise what? 100 points of magic power. The magic power. Indicators of this one exceed those of other magical creatures. For example, the basilisk has a 70-point indicator. A 3-digit indicator dark magicians know how to surprise. But first he was too surprised by this figure, and almost forgot about the most important thing. Is he really taming a cube? Now after that the hidden taming of the cube project continued. With the first cube, that is with a square, taming did not take much time. With the second the difficulty increased exponentially. The system window reported that the intimacy level had increased. The intimacy level was 1.5%. MC sat in front of the cube and spoke quite consistently. But you shouldn't rush with such things. Basilisk Closty Square, he already surpasses ordinary tamers in level. If he starts complaining about encountering an obstacle here, he will probably be pelted with stones by many other tamers. They will not rush. This is a cube of emptiness. After taming the first cube, Siha learned that each cube has different special skills. The Void Cube has a strange power to create space at the cost of mana. He won already, because he learned that it can be used for more than just a vessel. For mana as expected. His risk was worth it. MC picked up the cube and said, he thinks it's worth hanging around with it for a while, to increase the intimacy level. He thought now that the cult episode has started, it's unknown when and how the cube can be stolen. Maybe it would be calmer if he had one. Suddenly a growl was heard behind him. Shiva turned around and thought. That's right, Basilisk has recently discovered the ability to polymorph. Polymorphism is the ability to change color and shape, but with the basic skill. It turned out that not everything is so simple. MC asked, so he can't change his appearance, but he can change the color. Basilisk growled happily in response, and Saya spoke. His appearance had hardly changed. Was he sure about this at that moment? Basilisk's ears slightly changed shape, and MC asked puzzledly what kind of changes were these. If he just turned from a red dragon to a green one. He thought no. That means that even if it was slight, he could change shape. He smiled and asked Basilisk, can he use this skill on others? Basilisk growled questioningly. And Saya thought that wearing the cube like this was quite dangerous. It would attract unnecessary attention. He took out the cube and said, Basilisk, let him change it. Basilisk looked at MC puzzledly and then changed it. The system window reported that the intimacy level had increased to 2%. That's how the second cube became known as Ball. From that day on the days flew by quickly. Recruiting team members turned out to be more difficult than he thought. Yoon Hall turned out to be especially problematic. She is a good person and gets along with Lee Han, so he thought that she would easily accept the offer. But she started saying weird things. Like she didn't want to be with him because she saw a bad omen, and he had to work hard to convince her. In the end she somehow agreed and joined their group. Seymour also accepted his offer. Maybe he believes that by joining the team, he can correct the mistakes of his past. So he did everything to make the 6th main episode a success. After a while MC was sitting on a bench and reading a book. Natalie smiled and asked Hansi Ha, what is he doing here? MC replied, Natalie, he was reading a book he got from the library. He screamed in fear, what kind of cat is this? Natalie lifted the cat higher and said that she found it near the house. It was all wet and shivering. It reminded her of Basilisk. So she just couldn't pass by. Siha wondered, in what way are they similar? They are from different classes. They are different animals. Maybe there is no concept of pets here, so both the cat and the basilisk seem the same to them. He picked up the cat and Natalie said tenderly, wow, he behaves differently with him. It took her several days to get close to the cat. Maybe it's because he is a tamer. MC replied that they would think so. Natalie looked at the book Siha was reading and said, he is reading, she is distracting him. MC replied no. It is not for accounting but for himself. He thought that in order to tame the cube, he needs to learn more about the artifacts of this world. So he took a book from the library. Although to be honest there are not many books about artifacts, and the content is difficult for beginners. Natalie sat down next to him and asked, does he like this? It looks very difficult. Siha said, well, he's learning, to be honest. He doesn't understand anything himself right now. Natalie smiled and asked if she could help. For example, this is a classification of brooms. It says that depending on how the broom is made, its purpose changes. Long brooms are intended for home use. Short ones are for sporting events. MC said in surprise, but she knows. Natalie smiled and said not without Dad's help, but she made her own broom. Siha shouted an artifact. He thought, how is that possible? The professional was very close. Natalie took a book for herself and said that in fact, it's not as difficult as it seems. This is one of the basic artifacts. This helps to level up. This is a knife with a special effect, and this is a very expensive potion, and this one it says no name here. But the explanations clearly relate to the cube, no matter how well she understands. She definitely doesn't know this. Natalie said wow. It's a cube. MC asked in surprise. What does she know about the cube? He grabbed his face and thought, right. He should pretend he doesn't know. He hasn't studied it well enough yet. And it would be better for ordinary students not to know about it. He was too careless. Natalie answered. Yes, she knows. MC asked, how does she know about them? They are very rare. How does she know? Then Natalie looked at him and answered. Because her grandfather created the cubes. The protagonist was surprised. Grandfather. She confirmed it. Now he had to answer. How did he know about the cubes? He wondered if he could tell the truth. Natalie had a clear role in the academy. She did not take part in the main story, but only helped the main characters. She was a secondary character. So there was no need to worry that she would somehow use this information, but now was not the time to drag it out. The answer to all his questions was right in front of him, so in order to get it he had to be the first to tell the truth. He could not miss this chance. Then he put his hand to his chest and said that he knew, because he had the cubes. She exclaimed in bewilderment. He had the cubes. Her grandfather had told her that at one point, the cubes were stolen and he did not know where it was used. That's why he said never to mention it and keep everything a secret. But how did it end up in his hands? He thought that in that case, there was no point in hiding anything from her, from the whole story, if he took her as another member of the team. Then he told Natalie that he had an offer for her. He needed her knowledge. He thought, nothing will happen. Then he said that they should take the cubes from the dark magicians. As expected, Natalie happily accepted the offer to join the team, and shared valuable information with him. She made a drawing on the board and explained that the cube was originally a simple artifact. Her grandfather wanted to create a magical locomotive. The protagonist clarified. A magical locomotive. If you think about it, science here develops differently than in their world. This is because everyone here is used to solving problems with the help of magic. A magical locomotive is a vehicle that was set in motion with the help of magic. Natalie raised her index finger and added that, in order to set a huge machine in motion, it was necessary to put a huge amount of magic into it, which was not easy and inconvenient. So grandfather wanted to create an artifact that could produce magical energy, and condense it almost infinitely. For use, basically something like a core. Her family has been producing artifact masters for many generations. Grandfather traveled all over the continent to create this energy source. He managed to find minerals that met all the conditions. A glowing stone with a high degree of mana condensation. Most of these minerals could be made into a single cube. Thus the type of mineral changed the ability of the cube. The protagonist asked, is that why each cube has its own specialty? She raised her index finger and confirming this added, but this is a secret that no one knows. How did he know so many details? He closed his eyes and thought that he would not say that he knows everything, because he is trying to tame it. He replied that it was just a guess. She said that it was true. Originally grandfather did not plan to give each of these abilities, but in the end, he imposed limiters and gave the cubes improved abilities. He asked limiters. She replied that she was not the one doing it, so she did not know the details. When creating artifacts, it is always important to consider the cost of using magic. That is why even small artifacts have limits. Even simple metals have a limit of sorts. That is why the magician always pays for using them. The protagonist thought, so that is how it is. This is one of the cubes that was mentioned in the original story. This one has the power to resurrect the dead, but you can pay for this ability with your life. Then he said. So the very first cubes were created as a powerful source of power. That's all. She confirmed it. In other words, that was how it was. But not anymore. Sometimes people choose a path that is completely opposite to their intentions. Dynamite was also created for small controlled explosions. As a result, many people lost their lives because of this invention. The same with the cube. It was originally created to make people's lives easier, but in the hands of dark magicians, it received a completely different use. He was very lucky that he was able to get so much important information about the cube. If Natalie had not spoken to him today in the park, if Hale had not accidentally found this book yesterday, he would not have been able to learn so much. In the meantime, he was walking along the corridor of the building. Hale ran up to him and calling him shouted. She finally found him. He turned around and said, "Oh, remember the sun? Here is a ray," she asked the sun. Then she turned her attention to the animal in his hands and asked, "Is that a cat, or is it also one of the monsters that he tamed?" He answered that it was indeed a cat. Natalie found it at her house and asked him to look after it for a while. She said that they seemed to get along. He should keep an eye on it for a day and left the cat with him. He said that Natalie had so many tasks that she was very busy. Even if he was a tamer, it did not mean that he got along with everyone, but she was a different matter. He had to let her hold him. She smiled and held out her hands. And he asked her. It had taken Natalie a whole day to make friends with him. She thought a loud girl like her would be approached by a cat. He was already getting along great with him, but the next second the cat jumped into her arms on its own, and she laughed out loud asking what he had said. Getting along great. He blushed with embarrassment and told her to stop laughing, and then she stroked the cat and said that he liked her. And for some reason she liked him too. If he didn't have an owner, could she keep him? MC was surprised, and then he thought, right, maybe it would be better if the cat stayed with her, who would sit in a safe place and watch what was happening, rather than with someone who was about to enter into a terrible fight. Then he said, right. Natalie was just looking for someone who could take care of him. She smiled and said, great. She hugged the animal in her arms and said happily, now they are one family, a cat. The protagonist then added that there is already a name. His name is Joy. She clarified, Joy. What a cute name. She then held it up in front of her and suggested that they get along. Protagonist watching this thought, a sorceress and a cat are a good match. He then asked, so why did she look for him? She looked to the side and then said, that's right, she needed to tell him news. He clarified, news. She asked, does he remember how they met his brother during the competition? He confirmed it. She added that his older brother was hired as a professor in the new semester sometime later. MC was sitting on the couch. Adela came up to him and asked, didn't he know his older brother? Sihyuk was appointed as a professor for the magic course. It seems that he will not only become a professor, but will also continue to do his job at the Ministry of Magic. He will take an office at the academy and work as an investigator. He asked how she knew all this. She was surprised. How could she not know? She smiled, showed him her ID and explained that she had become his assistant. The protagonist said that she was simply incredible. Wait, why didn't she tell him? Not about her part-time job. Not about his brother. She folded her hands behind her back and said that she thought he already knew this. Besides, why should she tell him every detail? He answered simply and then gritting his teeth, thought that she was right. He didn't need the details of her life, but why was it so offensive? Then he looked away and asked why she even started talking about him. She said that he was investigating an unsolved case, and he continues to work on the case, despite his new professorial duties. She didn't see the details, because Sihyuk said that it had nothing to do with the students, and probably since it was an old case that hadn't been solved yet, there must be some difficulties. The protagonist was surprised to see the system notification in front of him, and thought, but why now? It said an extra episode, the unsolved Codaflam case. He had to help Sihyuk investigate the unsolved Codaflam case. He thought an episode. After a while, SIU was arranging his things in the office and looking at the documents. He thought the unsolved cataflam case over 10 years ago. For an unknown reason an entire village was buried alive. For him it was like an old mystery that he couldn't solve. Suk is the best fortune teller of the Ardell Empire. That's what they call him now. Prediction is a skill that allows you to look into the future. But he thought that he could use it differently. A paradigm shift with his power. He gets clues about what will happen in the future, and this knowledge helps him greatly in his work. Using his predictions he gained fame and respect, and took an important position for the ministry and the empire. As an investigator he quickly unraveled the secrets of the empire, and easily solved all cases. But for some reason this case does not give in to him. Main reason why this case remains unsolved to this day is that the ministry deliberately hid it. Usually no one would take on this case, so as not to anger the ministry and not fall into disfavor with the authorities, but he can't leave it like that. After all, he once saw them in his prediction related to the cataflam case. He plans to use his position as a professor at the academy, so that in moments when the ministry is not watching him so closely, he can more freely investigate this case. He must at all costs solve this case from 10 years ago, but the only thing that worries him is whether he will be able to continue living as before, after revealing the truth about this. Meanwhile MC stood near the wall and fought an additional episode. This is different from the original plot. Most of the tasks were related to dark magicians, and he was able to assess all the risks. But a sudden additional episode besides Cataclysm is Adela's home village in the original. Adela was so worried about the events in Cataclysm that she built up hatred for dark mages, and ended up killing her classmate Sewa when he took the path of dark magic. So he has to figure out for himself why Sewa crossed the protagonist. Well, it may not be easy, but it's also more interesting. If he can find out anything, he'll tell Adela about it later. But they want him to help see Hayek. Why would he meet this impudent guy outside of class, the last time they met? He was so embarrassed that he almost died on the spot. The next second his classmate called him, and said that Sihyuk was calling him to his office. He wanted to see him in his office right now. He thought they can't even breathe anymore. After a while his brother, with his hands in front of his face, said that he was going to the royal banquet. The protagonist was surprised. What he could have at least explained what was what. He handed him the documents and said that it was part of his investigation. The protagonist, leafing through the document, thought that he knew that this was the case. Seok added that he didn't know the details anyway, so he should just go there and gather information. He knows he's famous in wide circles. MC thought if you don't praise yourself, no one will. Then his brother added that because of this, he himself can't go and ask everyone about the case, even though it's 10 years old. It will look suspicious, so he should take it in his place. A young student who doesn't know anything about the world of magic, just trying to learn something new. He fits the role perfectly. No one will suspect him apart from the fact that they are related. He doesn't arouse suspicion. The protagonist thought that he wanted to say that they would fall for the fact that he's still very young, that he would gladly take it on, since it will give him an additional task. But the royal banquet, he raised his index finger and added, "Is he saying this is an event where you have to dance and have fun?" Seok pointed at him and confirmed it, an event that the nobility itself would be attending. So he had to be careful. He shouldn't do anything stupid, and he shouldn't even think about getting angry and getting into a fight with someone. He thought, who did he take him for? After a bit of reflection, he remembered the events that had happened, and thought that his worries were not unfounded. And a couple of days later, the royal banquet began. MC, adjusting his suit, walked forward and thought. It felt like they were in some kind of fairy tale world. Then he turned his attention to the snacks, especially the chocolate fountain. While the banquet was being held by the empress herself, he expected it to be luxurious. But to get used to it you need to experience everything yourself. For a person who was constantly studying, and even carried books to the hospital so as not to waste time, all this was new. But the next second Professor Bruce called him. The protagonist turned around and thought since he was here, he should do what he was told. Or the professor came closer, holding a glass of drink in his hands, and said that he did not expect to see a simple student at such an event. It is not that easy to get in here. What brings him here? MC bowed and putting his hand on his chest, said that he came as an assistant to investigator Suk, to expand his connections and help with the investigation. Bruce asked investigation. He is really a talented boy. What case are you talking about? He answered the Cataplan case. Does he have any information about it? The professor thoughtfully apologized, and said that he does not know anything. The protagonist thought that he wanted to interrogate him if possible, but it seems that he really does not know. Then the professor added that more importantly, is he close with investigator Si-hyuk? The protagonist wondered why is he asking. He has no idea. He then replied that he does not know about closeness, but he is a person he respects very much and would like to look up to. Bruce said that's how it is. He understands that he is a respected person, but he must say fortune tellers usually have their dark sides. He should not trust him too much. Of course he can take his advice as another old man's ravings. The protagonist replied that he says so. He thanks him for the advice. He will remember his words. Then the professor turned around and smiled, telling him to have a good time tonight. MC thought that he did not know why he spoke abruptly about Si-hyuk. If even a famous professor with good connections and reputation does not know about this matter, where should he look for information? He looked around and thought. Since he did not know who is who anyway, he will judge by appearance. Looking at the girl, he thought a luxurious person with a neat appearance. Then he noticed the man with expensive jewelry and thought, someone who can immediately tell that he has a high position in society, but without a bad character. Then someone put a hand on his shoulder and he even froze. Renee was standing behind him. She said it must be boring to be alone at such an event. Why is such a young boy looking around alone? His mouth opened in surprise and thought, what have he found? He can't see her face, but it's immediately clear that she is an aristocrat, and it seems that she doesn't have a nasty character. Then she looked at him more closely and asked, he is see how right? He was surprised what he thought. How does she know his name? Then they went into the corridor and she asked, he is Taisu's son. He confirmed it. And she asked, I doubt he remembers her. He confirmed it. He doesn't recognize her. If she knows his face and is acquainted with his father, then he guessed correctly. Assuming that she occupies a high position in society, a friend of his father or something like that. The Empress noticed that he had grown up. She didn't recognize him right away. Did he come with his brother? The protagonist thought that. Usually people don't know that Si-hyuk is his brother. She has more information than he thought. But if she has known him since he was little, isn't it obvious? He confirmed it. He came with his brother as his assistant. She folded her arms and asked, isn't he sad to work at such a fun event? What kind of investigation? He replied that he was looking for information about the catapult case. The next second MC noticed a change in her and asked, does she know anything about it? She took a step forward and said that she didn't even know. It was pretty funny that he was asking her about it. He thought, this is bingo. He may not be a fortune teller like Si-hyuk, but he has simple human intuition. That look, that timber. She definitely knows something. He asked, does she have something to do with it? She smiled and said she didn't know. He asked her to tell him she must know something. Then she said, Taisu's son. He should let me ask one thing. What do you think? If it was a choice between 1,000 commoners and one boy who hadn't graduated from the academy yet, who would be lucky? Who would the empire choose? He said he didn't know why she was asking such a question. She was surprised, was she? When she rephrases it. If he could be saved at the cost of 1,000 commoners, who would the empire save? He put his hand forward and said, 1,000 commoners, of course. She asked why he thought that. He thought one wayward academy student or thousands of people, they could farm work and help each other. Of course the right thing to do would be to save those 1,000 people. Right then he smiled awkwardly and asked, would the cost of his life be equal to the cost of 1,000 lives? She said. He hesitated for a moment. He thought that she hadn't said anything like that, but it was a bit stressful to hear such questions from a stranger. Then he said that he was also curious. What did she think? She asked. Was it her or 1,000 people? It was a simple question. Even if 10,000 people were at stake, the empire had to save her. With that she put her hand to her chest, and the protagonist noticed how self-confident she was. She asked Taisu's son, does he want advice? 1,000 people are nothing. But the future of the boy who is sticking his nose into this matter is much more important. He wondered, did 1,000 people have anything to do with the matter? Right about that many people died in this matter. Did she even know about that? Then she added, but saving him instead of 1,000 people doesn't mean that his life is so valuable. Rather, the lives of those 1,000 poor guys are worthless. If his life alone can stop the dark mages, of course the Empire will save him. He thought that now. He understood why Adela was so afraid and avoided the aristocrats. They didn't value human life at all. He forgot that there was a cruel world outside the academy. She added, he wasn't that valuable even though he came to help his crazy brother. So you should leave all this behind and focus on his studies. Taisu's son, he said, disgusting. She was surprised what he replied. That he was saying that such thoughts were slightly disgusting. He put his hand on his chest and added that he couldn't say that his life was more valuable than the lives of 1,000 people. But what kind of self-confidence filled her? If she could so easily value other people's lives, how valuable is her life at that moment? A worried subordinate ran up and shouted, there she is. He came closer to the Empress and said, how can you say that she is bored and just leave all the guests? Does she even know how long he has been looking for her? MC perplexed. Was perplexed Her Majesty. She adjusted her hat and turning to the subordinate, told him not to worry about her. She was having a very interesting conversation. Then she lifted her hat and said, Taisu has raised a very interesting son. The protagonist continued to be perplexed. Her Highness, he thought. So this is the great ruler of the empire. His face covered in sweat. He lowered his gaze and nervously clenching his teeth, thought how he could say all this to the Empress's face. Then she looked at him and told him to let her ask again, the lives of 1,000 civilians or her one life. Who does he think should be saved? After some time they were sitting on the sofa opposite each other. The Empress called the protagonist and he asked yes. She smiled and explained that she was currently in thought. To deprive him of a leg and arm or still his head, maybe he could tell her. He silently lowered his gaze and she thought about it. Yes. Despite her words he did not even flinch, continues to sit quietly and does not look away. Okay, their conversations. But she cannot understand where so much interest in her person comes from. She sees such people for the first time. At that time Siha mentally begged for mercy. He froze with fear. He thought that in his past life from overwork, in this one because of his long tongue. What should he do to survive? Maybe kneel and beg for mercy. In the manga almost nothing is said about Empress Rania, but in the novel her character is described in such detail that it is impossible to forget her. If she wants something she will sacrifice hundreds of people to get it. And if she wants to achieve something, she will not spare even thousands of lives. She can be described in one word: tyrant. Just try to hurt her ego, you will lose your head right away. And his words definitely touched her to the quick. Then he awkwardly said, Your Highness. But he was interrupted by Sihyok, who put his hand forward and said that he was very sorry for saying this, but he was still just a child. He himself did not understand what he was saying. Please, should she spare him? Will she give him a chance? MC looked at him and thought. What is this Siak who despised him all his life stands up for him? But if he says something that the Empress does not like, he can just as well lose his head. And yet he is his brother. The Empress asked a chance for this boy. He confirmed it. He asks her. Let his execution be quick and painless. Protagonist thought indignantly that he was taking his words back. Rinea, letting go of her head, laughed and then said that she would not kill him until she killed him. She even found his stupidity cute, but in exchange, she turned to her subordinate and told him to bring the hourglass. After that she put the hourglass on the table, and said that she would give him 3 minutes. He must convince her that he should live. The son of Taisu. He looked up at her and then putting his hand to his neck thought, is his head firmly on his shoulders? And 3 more minutes would definitely not leave his position. Damn if he was thinking about the value of her life. In front of the Empress herself. Talking all sorts of nonsense about how murder is a sin, and it is not up to them to decide. What should he say to convince her of the value of his own life? Then she said that there were 2 minutes left. He grabbed his face with his hand. Then looked away and looked at the system window. He thought he has no time for this now. Isn't it clear? Wait. This window always pops up when something threatens him. It tells him what he should do, right? So this time it's a hint window too. He should say something, and then he said he should live because the Empire definitely needs a person like him. Rina answered, but they have many other people who are many times more talented than him, right? He added that he is very smart. She said, but there are people many times smarter than him. At this point he became indignant. She should let him finish. He only had 2 minutes, could she not interrupt him? She looked at him in surprise, and his brother thought he was crazy. The protagonist thought, so what? She will finish him off in 2 minutes anyway. What should he hide? She will kill him. Not because of his words. Then he put his hand forward and said, while he was talking to her, he learned something about the Cataflam case. She put her hand to her chin and asked, is he really talking about that case? The protagonist thought, if this is all part of the extra episode, then talking to her about the case would be the right thing to do. Then he said, in fact, all those people didn't disappear because of the curse of the dark mages. Adela said that her village was destroyed because of a misunderstanding involving the dark mages, and the Empress was very frivolous about the lives of ordinary people. If you combine these two facts, he said that those people could have been saved if she hadn't ordered them to be buried. Sayok looked at him sharply and asked, what did he say? The protagonist thought that he couldn't even imagine how things really were. His file said that all the people had to be buried because they were cursed, however. Despite the fact that Sayok had been investigating this for quite some time, the information about the curse was based on empty rumors, and there was no direct evidence for it. If despite all the searching, the answer still did not surface, then the main facts of the case should be questioned. In that case, his guess was that, in fact, all these people were not cursed. Then he said, the only question is, what was her goal? When she personally took the lives of so many people, after all, for the sake of achieving this goal, she did not mind sacrificing the price of thousands of innocent lives. She smiled and said that he remembered every word she said. Well, then he added, and maybe it was she who gave the order to bury the bodies, but someone else carried out the process. She asked why he thought so. He answered, because if she herself moved, her actions would remain in the history of the Empire, which means that she took advantage of the help of a powerful person close to her. Yes. If it was one of the nobles, then it had to be one of the 5 earls, and the strongest of them with the most influence. He thought that he had hoped until the very end that it was not so, but there was a possibility. He lowered his head and said that he did not like to say this, so he would ask her a question. The earl who buried an entire village underground was their father. Earl Teso, wasn't he? She looked at him, then looked away and asked how he knew. He answered, intuition. She herself said that it was very interesting that Teso's son was interested in this matter. She said, damn. That's why as you get older, you are advised to be more careful with your words. Surely everything was done in secret from everyone. They were whispering about it in the Ministry of Magic, but the documents were forged. No matter how insignificant this village was, there could not be no information about the disappearance of an entire settlement. Now he understood why the additional mission brought him here. The key to this case is the Empress. He then said that he had only spoken to her for 5 minutes, but in 5 minutes he had learned a lot. Did she really think there was anyone better than him in the Empire? He thought that he couldn't let her get bored. Then he put his hand forward and said, who knows what he could reveal if she gave him another 5 minutes. Wasn't it interesting? He thought that they would change the rules of the game. The Empress then laughed and pointed her finger at him, saying that she liked his straightforwardness. She would spare his life, and as a reward for not being afraid to open his mouth in front of her, she would give them this. She handed the file folder to Suk's hands, and told them to finish the investigation of the case. See Hyok. There is information in his envelope that no one knows about. He does not have to report on the conduct of the case. He can handle it himself. Did he understand, investigator? He bowed and confirmed it. She added that he should make sure that only he would read the materials. He said that he understood. And then she turned to the protagonist and told him to open the box. He opened the box in his hands and said that it was a fountain pen. She said usually they say something like words of gratitude first. After all, it was a gift from the Empress, he exclaimed. And thought that he had never seen the Empress in his life, and he had no idea how to behave. Then he thanked her, she said. It seemed that Tames raised the child so that he would die early, so why did he think she gave him this pen? He thought another quiz. It seemed that she liked watching him solve riddles. Then he said it was unlikely to make him pay more attention in class. Isn't this some kind of artifact? Since she had it, the artifact was quite valuable. Considering that this case involves dark magic, this pen will probably help him. When it comes time to catch dark magicians, she clapped her hands and said that it was absolutely true, judging by the way he liked to talk. He would definitely need this. He should keep it to himself. The next day, Countess's estate. The Count was standing by the window and turning to his son, said that Her Majesty had praised him very much. SSE, how, what happened there? She was not one to give compliments. He looked away and said that while helping Suk, that is his brother, with the investigation, he went to a banquet when he met Her Majesty. He immediately realized who was in front of him and said stupid things. The father was horrified. And then turned his gaze back to his son and said, let's say that everything really happened like that, but he sees that his head is in the right place. The protagonist smiled and scratched his head and said, that's how it happened. Then Taisa said, by the way, did he say investigation? MC replied, they are investigating the Cat Oflam case. He said, is that so? Does that mean Sehyu can't give up on this case? Does that mean he contacted the Empress when he learned about this case? The protagonist said that you could say that. He replied, that's right. It couldn't be hidden forever. Thousands of innocent people died on the orders of Her Majesty. All the information was hidden and the case remained unsolved. But that's not the end. There is still something that only she and he know. Meanwhile, Zack walked down the hallway and, holding a folder in his hands, began to open it. He said the file that Her Majesty gave him. He thought she said that only he should see the contents. Inside the file that Her Majesty kept, facts that no one else knows about. How exciting the contents were. Completely different from all the files he knew. It said that a dark mage had infiltrated Cotaflam. The unique ability of the dark mage, Nox, was stealth. He hid among the villagers of Cotaflam, making him difficult to detect. Troops under the command of Arcanine were brought in. All the soldiers were killed. Troops under the command of Caustic were brought in. 100 casualties. It seemed that Nox was going to use a mass spell, which would kill all the villagers. If this was left as is, there would be huge losses. It had to be stopped, he thought. So the Empire made a decision. The choice was between sacrificing thousands of people and an indefinite number of lives. Now it was clear to him. Because they could not find a powerful dark mage among the villagers, they decided to destroy them all. He thought that knowing the whole truth would make him feel relieved. So why abomination? Why was his disgust growing? So he had to calm down. He had to try to think logically. He had to look at the records of how the case ended. Perhaps additional information would help him figure it out. To the end, although all the villagers were buried, and there was not a single survivor, it would be difficult to verify the facts. Although wait. He noticed in the information about 2 survivors and thought, this is it. He thought that all the villagers were dead, but there was a survivor. This is the girl Adela. This is the girl who volunteered to be his assistant. She is a skilled magician and quite famous at the academy. So it turns out that it was then that she hid the power within herself. But this only complicates everything. It turns out that she has no home, no family. She lost her parents and everything she had. But the moment she finds out that Her Majesty and Taisu are to blame for all her misfortunes, will such a powerful sorceress sit back? Perhaps she will begin to destroy everything in her path. In order to take revenge, it cannot end like this. Now he understood why this case remained unsolved. Then he said as soon as he found out the name of the second survivor, he would burn these papers. Where then his eyes widened in surprise, and he said the same at that moment. Taisu said Sihiak. When he heard the order given to him, he really did not want to accept in this station. Although Nox was a strong enough opponent, many could have dealt with him. But then a clairvoyant came to him. and said that the survivor from this village would kill his son, as soon as he heard the prediction. He could no longer trust this to anyone else, he had to see for himself. He can blame and hate his father as much as he wants, but in that very place when everything ended, one crying child remained alive. Then he realized the fortune teller was talking about him. He was the one who would kill his son when he grew up. At first he felt afraid. Maybe someday this child would decide to take revenge on him too, so he erased his memory at that very second. Although it was a violation of the rules, he couldn't do otherwise. And he came up with an idea how to hide him from everyone. He took him with him and gave him the name Sihyok. He raised him as his own son. The protagonist asked if he regretted it. He confirmed it, but he should not be mistaken. He regrets not having put his hand in killing innocent people, but that on that day. He did not deal with the two survivors who could kill him one day. This is the mistake of his whole life. MC screamed indignantly, "How can you treat human life like that?" Taisu, turning around, said that he should not think. If it was possible to go back, he would do the same because this is the best thing that could be done. The protagonist said that this is the worst. The father said what was the best then may well be the worst now. He is not a fortune teller. He cannot know. Then he opened the cabinet and took out a sword, handed it to his son and told him to take it. It is the sword of earth waves. A weapon that responds to despair, powerful enough to split the earth. This is what buried Cataflam 10 years ago. MC took the sword in his hands and said that he is not going to use this weapon, so why bother? The father said that he must accept it. After all, there may come a day when he will have to use it. See how he must stay away from Sayok and Adela. The moment the protagonist received the sword, he doubted Sayok must have found out about everything through the documents received from Her Majesty. But if Taisu continues to look after him, there will be no problem. The problem is Adela. He thought, should he tell her the whole truth? No, come to think of it, her entry into the academy and her desire to become stronger is related to the Cataflam case. She wants revenge for what happened. He clenched his fist and thought that he simply couldn't tell her that her family was killed for the sake of the empire. He had to wait until she could at least partially accept the truth, so he had only one choice. He had to lie and lie to her constantly. After some time, the protagonist held the sword in his hands in his room, and thought that he had finally taken this, the Earthwave sword. He was told that when he wasn't using the sword, he had to keep it as high off the ground as possible. The dirtier it got, the less powerful the sword would be. Considering how much time had passed, the sword wasn't as strong as it used to be, because of the emotions of despair. This sword alone could destroy the entire dorm, but this sword had already buried thousands of people. What was the point of polishing it until it shone, and making sure it didn't get dirty? After all, it had long been stained with someone else's blood. At that moment Vaughn entered the room and asked with a smile, "Shiha, is he back?" MC told him to wait a minute. Then he closed the cabinet with the sword inside, and Vaughn said the guy said that he was suddenly called to the manor. He was so worried, is his father trying to control him? The protagonist said that was not the case at all. Then he handed him a folded sheet and MC clarified a note. He unfolded it. He said that Adela asked him to give this. He read the contents. It said that she missed Basilisk. He should come with him to the dorm in the evening. He thought that she was using Basilisk as an excuse. Surely she missed him. Basilisk asked, "Is he going to meet Adela?" The protagonist asked, "Does he remember whose dragon he is?" Then he thought, or not, maybe she really misses Basilisk. That day, evening dorm. Adela happily said Basilisk. She hugged the dragon and added she missed him so much. Her bun. The protagonist realized that she really did miss Basilisk. Then he asked, "Well, is she happy? Can he go?" And she coughed into her fist and told him to wait. If he doesn't have plans, would he like to join her? They say there's a cherry blossom festival going on here, or something like that. He was surprised. A cherry blossom festival. He wondered if there was one here too. It turned out there was. They were walking along an alley, where cherry blossom leaves were fluttering in the wind. He thought, there's so many things in this world. Adela was walking next to him and asked, "Is it beautiful, right?" She couldn't go to this one last year because of training, so she definitely wanted to go in this one. The protagonist asked if she liked it. She asked, "Can't she like it?" He smiled and thought, that's true. It looked like she was ready to rip trees out by the roots, and carry it around with her. But it suits her so well, so cute. What cute was he? Crazy. Completely nuts. He turned around and started slapping his cheeks, and she asked what he was doing there. They say that if you catch a petal and then make a wish, it will come true. MC confirmed that it was true, she laughing slightly. Walked forward and said that she should catch one too. The protagonist put his hands forward, looking at the falling petals, and thought that he did not know how to control his emotions. If the girl whose family was buried underground found out that all this happened because of one dark mage, and in addition the person who carried out this atrocity was actually her friend's father, who was following the orders of the Empress, it would shock her greatly. She would be very hurt. It would really break her because she was still a child. Perhaps after learning the truth about what happened, instead of hating and hurting someone, she would hate herself. The friendly relationship he initially made in an attempt to survive, in fact, brought them closer. If Sewa had remained the same disrespectful jerk, it would have been even easier for her to finish, by killing him and getting revenge. But now they had gone too far. Then she shouted for him to look. She caught the petal. She smiled as she looked at him, and he asked what will she wish for. He thought if it weren't for the event 10 years ago, she squeezed the petal in her hands and smiling, answered that it was a secret. He thought maybe they wouldn't have to become enemies. Then she walked up to him and asked, won't he catch it? Doesn't he want to wish for anything? He thought everything was too complicated now, and then he looked down and said Adela. He has something to tell her. Sometime later the protagonist was sitting at his desk, thoughtfully looking out the window. He replayed in his head the moment when Adela asked, what does he want to tell her? He said that if someone was the reason that her whole life turned into chaos, would she be able to forgive that person and let them stay by her side? He thought that there was no way he could ask that directly. Would she like to go to the Cherry Blossom Festival with him next year? Too, she was surprised and then answered happily. She smiled shyly and asked him to take care of her next year too, please, looking at Adela's happy face. The protagonist couldn't tell the truth. As for the guilt, it was a punishment that he had to bear on his shoulders, because he was Siha Taisu's son. But even if his relationship with Adela ended in disaster, there was still a matter he had to focus on. And by matter he meant completing the main story. In order to survive this thorny path, Han, Adela, Celia and all the other party members were aiming to win the battle against the dark mages that was introduced in the main story. If he takes control of the situation, by knowing the main events that will happen in the future, the survival rate will be higher. Soon the dark mages will officially enter the Ardale Academy, because the time of the invasion has come. Even if he disrupts the timeline with his intervention, what is supposed to happen will definitely happen, but judging by how persistently the dark mages are trying to get the cube back, they may have already realized that the cube has a special ability. This is not a good situation. Dark mages are strong. A miracle is needed to defeat a high-ranking dark mage, in order for a single travel party. While Adela is still very young to be able to protect the cube, several miracles in a row are not enough. In the original work, the main characters tried to protect the cube at all costs. As a result, Sulia died. Adela was seriously injured. Han plunged into the abyss of despair. He must at least prevent these situations. Fortunately, he read this unfinished novel right before the end of the first part of the work, so he knows how to avoid the disaster. In the finale, the dark mages need the cubes to activate the machine heart, a magical tool that amplifies magical power, and extract the enormous power of the cube. Then, using the cube's power thus obtained, they plan to subjugate the light mages, and usher in an era of dark magic. In this case, the first thing they should do is find the machine heart that amplifies the cube's magical power, and destroy it. The dark mages had been keeping a low profile for 10 years, trying to create this complex magical tool that could unleash the full potential of the cube's power, hadn't they? In the original story, it was described that the dark mage who created the machine heart died of exhaustion right after completing the task, so it was unlikely that they would be able to create another machine heart in such a short time. Thus it made sense to find and destroy this magical tool. This problem has a simple solution. But the main reason why it is not as simple as it seems, at first glance, is this. He clenched his fist and thought. How the hell was he supposed to explain all this to others? He imagined himself saying that there was actually something called the heart of the machine. He had heard that they were going to put a cube in this thing, and suck the magic power out of it. He thought that if he said that, they would definitely think he was crazy. It would be a great success if they didn't think he was a spy for the dark magicians, but he shouldn't give up. He needed to think it through carefully. If he couldn't openly voice the information about the heart of the machine, what was stopping him from setting up a situation in which they themselves would find out where this magical instrument was? Once they found it, they would most likely immediately guess the rest. After all, these guys were bright minds, and it was easier to convince a person by showing them than by explaining in detail in words. He stood up from his seat and, walking to the map, thought that in that case he should start with where it was. The original mentioned the location, but the description was extremely vague, which did not allow him to immediately understand what place was being discussed. But there was one clear clue. The heart of the machine is in the main hideout of the dark mages. He thought so. His next step would be to find the headquarters of the Dark Magicians, the Necromancy Zone or NGC, and launch a preemptive strike against it. Then he lowered his head and thought. A preemptive strike is a great victory, idiots. Meanwhile, in the NGC zone, the Dark Mages were standing in a circle. One of them said that they had lost a significant part of their forces. Many of the Dark Mages sent to search for the cube had died. If they hadn't been hiding in the corners, they could have invaded and destroyed them in one fell swoop. But now that was impossible. His comrade asked in who, in his opinion, was to blame for this. He replied that among many variables, he singled out this annoying idiot named Siha. He raised his index finger and added that this guy was the main force, and he was protecting the cube better than anyone could imagine. How would a mere disciple know what this was? Why was he trying to protect it at all costs? One of the Dark Mages asked if it would be better to get rid of it. First he replied that they should calm down. Even if he managed to kill Siha, there was a risk that they would be exterminated by the Kastika family. In return, in addition, since Sewa was much more cautious than he seemed, there was a possibility that he was protecting the cube by hiding its location from his comrades. In that case, there was a possibility that no one on the continent would be able to find the cube. Until now they may have had some free time, but now that Mr. Abaddon had woken up, they should act even more carefully and attentively in order to obtain the cube as quickly as possible. Sepia put her fingers to her lips and said, "In that case, how about getting Sihiok to join their side?" One of the Dark Mages asked if she was talking about Sewa's older brother. He didn't even know what to say. He knows that Sihiok has such power, but he is still the son of the bloody Count Taisu, who destroyed the Dark Mages. Will he obediently cooperate with them? Should he just kill them all? The man asks if he is going to kill them all, just because things are not going as he wants. They are not some baby animals. Kaya steps forward and says that Mr. Abaddon made a promise to them. He said that he will create a society where they will no longer be ignored. In that case, shouldn't they follow his will and decide what ideals the world they will live in should strive for the ideal they should strive for? Sepia took off her hood and confirmed there was no need to stain their revolution with the blood of their comrades and enemies anymore. She had made her decision. They would force Sihak to join them by capturing his younger brother. Sewa alive. Sepia explained that Sihak was the son of Count Taisu, and a thorn in his family's side. He became a talent highly valued by the Ministry of Magic, only because of his outstanding potential, magical skills and unrivaled prophetic abilities. Have they ever wondered how he, an illegitimate child, gained such great power? The Dark Mage excitedly asked. Was it really him? The girl continued that great power always comes with a price. When the nightmare begins, he will inevitably face it. Sihiok's power is the seed she planted in him when he was young, the power that leads him to destruction, whether he wants it or not. He will join them after some time. In Natalie's studio, MC thought that the Necromancy Zone, or NGC Zone for short, is the abode of the Dark Mages in the novel Soul Academy, since this is where the final battle of the main characters takes place. The headquarters is mentioned several times in the original work, but the exact location of the NGC zone is not revealed, in order to maintain the intrigue. Because it is, after all, the hideout of the villains. This means that even he who has read the novel does not know the exact location of the NGC zone. In this case, the most reliable way would be to go through the entire plot line of the original story. The protagonist told the others about his plans. Seymour furiously shouted that he was proposing to invade the NGC zone. Why so suddenly, and why would he do this? Adela nervously shouted out of nowhere. Natalie excitedly asked, "Was it really that easy to get in there in the first place?" MC sighed and thought that this was exactly the reaction he expected. He explained that given their previous battles with dark mages, he thought that a better strategy would be to prepare thoroughly and attack them where they were weak, rather than waiting for them to attack them, and since they had the cube, they would inevitably encounter dark mages. Howley thoughtfully remarked that invading their territory sounded fun. It was incredibly reckless. Adela grabbed her in displeasure and told her to shut up. The girl laughed and asked what she was doing. The protagonist ordered them to stop, and spreading the map on the table, said that Natalie had asked earlier if the NGC area was really easy to infiltrate. A good question. It's the headquarters of the Dark Mages, so not even a mouse can get in there. Seymour, taking a book with notes on the plot, noted that even ordinary people are not allowed in there. The book said that you can only get in if you have a special demonic energy characteristic of black magic. Adela, confused, asked what demonic energy is. He explained that it is a power that only dark mages can sense and use. The protagonist added that therefore, they should first solve the issue of obtaining this demonic energy. Seymour asked with a smile if learning black magic would be enough. He was confident in his abilities. Adela said with a sly smile that if he did not want to die at the hands of his own allies, then he should watch his words. He apologized and, holding a book in his hand, told me that it was written there that it was not necessary to be a dark magician. You can just carry a natural substance filled with demonic energy to control this power. For a while MC noted that he was trying to find a place where this natural substance was. Sulia looked excitedly at the map and pointed to the place. The protagonist agreed and explained that this was the former lands of Arcanant, located in the northern part of the Kastika territory. There is an obsidian mine here. He heard that obsidian can be used to temporarily control magic. There are records that the demonic energy flowing through the mine itself was quite powerful, and that even normal people treated this place as a cursed land, saying that for some reason they felt an eerie energy flowing through the mine. The protagonist called out to Sulia and noted that the obsidian mine had long been abandoned. Maybe she had heard something about it. The girl replied that she did not know anything, but if it was about the lands of Arcane, then her father was well informed on the matter. Seymour said that this was great, but the problem was that they would have to search all of the lands of Arcane. Well, at least they wouldn't have to study the damn black magic themselves. Celia agreed and added that since the conversation would be long, she thought it would be better to visit him in person. MC smiled and noted that now was just the right time. How about skipping school? After a while they set off. Sitting in the carriage, the girl was very nervous and said that this was her first time skipping classes. The protagonist replied with a smile that skipping was a strong word. She was simply skipping classes. Sulia excitedly asked how a student could come to class and then just leave. He thought that he knew she was responsible, but to such an extent, if she missed one class, then life does not end there. Once he skipped a whole semester of humanities classes. The protagonist said that she should not worry. She will not miss a single important lecture. And fortunately, they deftly slipped away and were able to catch a carriage. The girl noted that his words did not make her feel any better. Suddenly the carriage stopped, which meant that they had arrived at the former lands of Arcanet. Solia, seeing the village, happily said that they were here. This is where she lived as a child. It is nice to come here after so long, MC thought with a smile, although the Arcanet family was ruined, to the point that they lost their lands. There was a time when they ruled this huge territory. As soon as she arrived here, she immediately came to life. He asked where her father was. Celia pointed her finger and said that he lived up there. The protagonist was surprised that her father lived in that backward mountain village even if the family had fallen into decline. Wasn't it strange that he lived on the outskirts of his once own lands? The girl chuckled and asked. It was a little strange, wasn't it? To be honest, she was surprised herself when she found out, after entering the academy. She had no particular reason to come here, so she only recently found out where he was staying. Her father rarely comes here either. It seemed that he stayed behind. After concluding a cooperation agreement with the Kastika family, the protagonist wondered why he did that. For Count Arcanet, losing his own territory was probably the most humiliating event in his life. Celia walked a little further and asked with a smile if they could stop by here for a while. It was the market located at the entrance to the village. The lands of Arcanet are not very fertile, so they developed mainly due to trade. The protagonist noted that if trade is developed, then there must be industry. She agreed with a smile, and added that the territory is also famous for its production. For example, the artifact factory of Willow's house is located here. Where Natalie works, she is once again convinced how small the world is. Probably it is there now too. Suddenly, Celia noticed that the Enterprise building was gone and ran ahead. MC, perplexed, asked where she ran. What happened to her? She answered that there used to be a street of potions here. He noticed that this place looked abandoned. Maybe she got something mixed up. Because she hasn't been here for a long time. The girl replied nothing of the sort. The rows of shops have also disappeared. This is the largest market in the territory of Arcanant. The protagonist wondered then. Why is the street so deserted? He asked. Maybe they should just ask that woman about what is happening here. Celia approached the woman and said excitedly that she apologized for disturbing her, but she wanted to ask her something. This used to be the street of potions. So where did this place go? And also the building of the guild union, and the shops selling herbal medicines. She replied that she had not heard that name for a long time. She had not visited this place for a very long time, right? Both the local residents and the merchants with their shops could not stay on this dirty land any longer. Everyone fled from here. Celia excitedly asked what had happened here. The woman sighed and answered that of course, the reason for this was the newly arrived count. He simply did not give the merchants a life. He strangled them as best he could. Not only did he ask for an incredible sum for the rent of each piece of land, but he also interfered with the development of businesses that did not belong to him. Celia asked in shock, did she mean the count? The reason why the Arcanet family lost influence in this area is the war, a long war between the Empire and the Dark Mages. Other powerful families including Kastika also suffered greatly, but at the same time, the Arcanet family situation was especially difficult due to drought and famine. And the one who extended a helping hand at such a time was Baron Dwayne, the second son of Count Brad. He gradually took over the ruined lands of Arcanet, under the pretext of investing in them. The Earl of Arcanet, who was in desperate need of financial support due to war and famine, took the bait when he opened his eyes. There was no place the Baron's hand could not reach, and in the end, Dwayne took control of the trade and military power of this land. He stabbed the Earl of Arcane in the back. That was Celia's story. After telling her story, the girl added that she herself had heard it recently from the manager, so she did not know the details. Moreover, she was too young at the time, so she thought that the family had gone bankrupt due to their trading ventures. But from the very beginning, that man had dark intentions, and he planned to take control of the army and swallow up the territory, under the pretext of helping her father, who was going through hard times. That merchant said the same thing. After taking over the territory and taking the place of Earl for himself, he drove out all the merchants here and raised taxes to promote his own business, and such a man became the master of the Arcanet lands. She can't even believe it. MC, listening to this, thought that he understood perfectly well what emotions she was going through. And he understood why her father did what he did. In order to save the lives of his family and the people of his fief, he had no choice but to reluctantly give up his land and position. He said that even when she first told him the whole story, he thought that something was clearly wrong. A fief of this size would have cost a decent amount of money, but she said that she did not remember them receiving any payments. Sulia agreed, and added that her father was not the type to sell his land for money. She believed that it was all due to the current circumstances and the protracted war. He had no other choice. Every time she met her father, she saw how desperately he wanted his land back, and she was choking with hopelessness, because she did not know what to say to him. Celia shed tears and asked with a smile, what should she do? Her blood is boiling with anger now. She wants revenge to take back their thief. After all, the people she spent her childhood with are now suffering. The prosperous trading district of Arcane is abandoned and destroyed, but she can't do anything. But she must restrain herself. She is only a third-year student at the academy, so she cannot thoughtlessly interfere in the affairs of the thief, the management rights of which have already been taken away. Let him forgive her. They came here on the Doom Squad business, and she suddenly started talking about personal things, so now they need to go to her father and ask him about the mine. MC said with a serious face that they can leave, attempts to pull themselves together for later. She needs his help with revenge at this time. The Baron's servant reported to him that Solia had arrived in the settlement. Dwayne irritably asked what this girl was doing here. He replied that she seemed to be asking about the events of 7 years ago. The Baron nervously exclaimed how tired he was of these rats after all. So much time had passed. The servant asked should he get rid of her. Dwayne nervously answered, let him not dare touch her. Killing an academy student would only create unnecessary problems. He thought that of course the thief was taken away by force, but he had a legal contract for that, no matter how much they came. Cried and shouted about the return of the land, his answer would not change. It is not to say that he does not know Solia. After all, she has already managed to make a name for herself in the Empire. They say that she shows great promise, so there is already a line of patrons in front of her. Why would such a student give up her quiet life as a magician and return to God-forsaken lands? In any case, he has no time for her. Now he's up to his ears in a new commercial business. The Baron ordered that the servant intimidate her gently, and send her away an hour later. A cry of guards was heard in the estate. Dwayne yelled excitedly, what were they making all this noise about? Suddenly he noticed the protagonist holding his guard. He said with a smile that he came to see the Count. MC thought about it just by looking at his expression. She was an academy student who could defeat a monster with just a wand, and he was sending guards armed with spears and swords against her. Was he underestimating her, or were they just stupid, or maybe both? Dwayne yelled furiously. How dare he act like a barbarian in someone else's territory? He noticed Celia and asked if this was all her doing. She was scared to go alone, so she brought some boy with her. How pathetic she was. MC replied that he thought the word pathetic was more appropriate to describe his management skills than hers. He, an ordinary academy student, walked around and was disappointed, so he decided to drop by to give him advice. Dwayne exclaimed furiously. Wasn't he holding his head too high for an ordinary academy student? He must be the son of a very influential noble family, since he was so confidently wreaking havoc in someone else's fief. But this was no place for childish games. The protagonist replied that he would soon find out what family he was from, so why rush things? He just wanted to look at the contract. The Baron exclaimed in bewilderment. What did he want? He explained that he was talking about the contract, according to which he, the Count, received the lands that were previously part of the Arcanines domain. He wanted to personally verify that this contract was properly concluded. Suddenly an armed guard approached him and shouted furiously, how dare he demand such a thing? How can an academy student behave so insultingly? Dwayne said with a smile, let him stop and lower his spear. Let him prepare the contract for this guy to read. After a while MC thought, while holding the document in his hands, that he knew that a man who stabbed a man in the back, and took away his land when his thief was going through hard times, was very cunning. But this unfair contract was well written and legally sound. At least the contract itself could not be faulted. The protagonist put the document on the table, and noted that he had read it. But as far as he knew, contracts made under duress were not recognized under imperial law. Celia whispered excitedly. Is there such a law? He whispered back that he had no idea. He was not a law student. The girl excitedly asked how he could be so reckless. Dwayne asked irritably. Is he saying that the contract was made under duress? Does he have proof, or was it the previous count's words? Is he trying to provoke him by sending his child here? Celia said with a serious face. Let him not speak of him so disparagingly. Baron asked angrily who did she think was being disrespectful today. Whatever he does on this land is his business. If they came here to find fault with his actions, then let them go. He had personally provided a contract to show them at least a minimum of respect. But there was a limit to how much he could tolerate. The antics of little children. Let the guard put this boy in the dungeon immediately. Suddenly Dwayne noticed the protagonist taking out a pen, and thought that this fountain pen looked quite expensive. But it was not even the cost but the engraving. Was this the crest of the Imperial House? There was no doubt about it. He had definitely seen it when he was in the capital. But how could an ordinary academy student have such a thing? Empress Lena was widely known for her difficult character. That was why, as far as he knew, the current ruler rarely gave items with the symbols of the empire to anyone other than her family. If this was a young apprentice with the imperial crest engraved on his fountain pen, then there was only one answer. Could this young man really be His Highness, the Prince? MC calmly remarked that he thought he had stalled long enough. It was about time for them to show up. Suddenly a guard ran into the room and shouted, in fear, that they were in trouble. They said that the knights from the Kastika estate had arrived. There were a lot of them. And they said that if they didn't open the gates, they would enter by force. Dwayne nervously replied that this was some kind of nonsense. Why did the Kastika family send their troops now? He wondered if the bloody Count Taisu was there. There was a time when he had aggressively expanded his territory, as befitted his ferocious reputation, but he knew that he was not the type to start a war without a just cause, so he sent troops here to ensure the prince's protection. The Baron asked excitedly. He wasn't planning on starting a war. Was he? The protagonist asked with a smile. Did he think this was what he was planning? Dwayne exclaimed in fear. What did he say? He explained with a smile that he had been told that he had been kidnapped. The Baron asked again in fear. Was he saying that he had been kidnapped? The protagonist calmly agreed. He excitedly asked why he had to get involved in the kidnapping incident of His Highness, the Prince now. He had no idea that he was a prince. Let him please show his mercy just once. The protagonist replied with a smile that the one he should fawn over was not him, but that man over there. Suddenly Count Arkanin entered the room, noting with a serious face that they had not seen each other for a long time. It had been 7 years since he had betrayed him and taken his precious lands from him. The Raven laughed lustily and said how low that was. Even if he made such a fuss now, the contract would not go away. The Count calmly replied that he was right. But what difference did it make whether there was a contract or not? If he said that he would take the land back by force, then he would also have to change his mind. Dwayne thought excitedly that he had repeated the words he had said 7 years ago. Word for word Arkanin added that he was surrounded. He had been in a position that was not suitable for him for 7 years, so it was time to step down. The Baron replied that he had made this fief more prosperous. The Count exclaimed furiously that this was complete nonsense. Over the past 7 years, more than half of the inhabitants had left these lands. The financial situation was worse than it had been since the end of the war. Trade was ruined. If he had any common sense, why didn't he notice? Dwayne slowly approached and agreed that this was complete nonsense. Suddenly he grabbed Solia and, holding a knife to her throat, shouted that he had put so much effort into this territory. Did he really think that he would give these lands back to him? Let him just try to get even one step closer, and he would kill this girl on the spot. Everyone present immediately fell silent. The Baron, with a malicious grin, noted that they had finally quieted down. Great if they didn't jerk around. Suddenly Sulia used the lightning ability and in an instant pushed the Baron into the wall. MC asked with a smile, did he really think that such threats would work? In fact, in front of him was not a 10-year-old child, but a third-year student of the Faculty of Magic. Dwayne asked fearfully, where did this insignificant girl get such strength from? Solia approached him and said that no one doubted that he would look at her with prejudice. She always thought that she should resign herself, endure and live quietly and obediently. But the protagonist showed her that such a life is not a feat. Let him return their lands to them. This place is not for him. The protagonist approached him and with a smile, holding a document in his hands, noted that he had drawn up a new agreement to terminate the contract. Could he take a look at it? This is a contract, according to which he returns all his lands with the rights to them, and gets out of here. How does he like this option? Dwayne excitedly asked where he had seen such a thing. What kind of nonsense? The protagonist asked with a smile. Didn't they discuss that contracts signed under pressure are invalid? What should they do then? Oh right. Let him laugh immediately. After some time the Baron signed the document. MC happily noted that he laughs a lot and has beautiful handwriting. Dwayne, with tears in his eyes, thought that if only he had not used the prince as his shield. The protagonist said with a smile, now let him quickly get out of here. The carriage is waiting for him outside. After the Baron left, he called out to the Count, and congratulated him on becoming the owner of this fief again. He bowed his head, and thought that the fief taken away 7 years ago was back in his hands. If it were him from the past, it would be extremely difficult for him to make such a decision. Arcanet remembered how the protagonist contacted him with a magic ball. He asked in surprise why he suddenly contacted him. The protagonist replied that Sulia briefly told him about his situation, under the pretext of kidnapping him. Let him come with Kastika's military reinforcements to take back his fief. Let him start acting now. The Count excitedly asked if this was too sudden a proposal. MC asked what did too sudden mean. He didn't quite understand something. According to the girl, he was constantly collecting people and money to take back these territories. Wasn't it time to do it? There was both a pretext and military force, so there was no time to think. A cowardly method had to be used against the cowardly bastard. They would pay him back in the same coin. At this time, Arcanen sighed and thought that every time he thought about it, his head was spinning, but in the end, everything went according to his plan. Such determination was rare in their family. He called out to his daughter and asked what kind of relationship she had with this young man. Celia, perplexed, replied that he was her classmate. The Count laughed and remarked that young boys were so shy. He thought that since he was an old friend of Count Taisu, there had been talk for a while about marrying their children, but due to the worsening economic situation of his fief, the possible engagement fell through. However, would a son ask his father to send troops to invade a fiefdom? To help his family, no one would take such a step, if there was no special feeling in their heart. Arcanet smiled and noted that his daughter was not one of those who had any shortcomings. Celia asked him in confusion what had come over him. He added that no matter how you look at it, he felt sorry to give away such a treasure to someone, but one way or another her father would give his blessing. The girl replied that she did not understand what he was even talking about. After some time, MC thought that initially, he had only planned to pay a visit to ask about the obsidian mine, but in the end he had helped the Arcanine family. In any case, it was only for the best. Who would refuse an informant who was completely on his side? The Count said that measures to return the fund to its original state would be taken gradually. Oh right. He had completely forgotten to thank him. Thank him very much. Thanks to him, his lifelong wish had come true. The protagonist replied with a smile that he was only guided by the thought that he should do so. Arcanet was surprised that he was so talented, and polite too. He heard that he had a favor to ask of him. He would fulfill any request if it was within his power. The protagonist replied that he had heard that somewhere in the fiefdom there was an obsidian mine. Could he share the coordinates of this place with him? The Count said with a thoughtful look that he seemed to have heard something about it. However, as far as he knew, obsidian was a rather dangerous substance. Why did he need it? MC thought that he could not tell the whole truth. He explained with a smile that he was attending Professor C. York's magic craft classes and he needed obsidian as a material. The protagonist thought may his brother forgive him for using his name. Arcanine, sitting on a chair, answered with a smile that it was for the purpose of preparing for the class. He knows his fief well, but the mine has long been closed, so he will not tell him the exact coordinates. The Count circled the place on the map with a pencil, and added that he can only indicate the approximate location. The protagonist thought that he could not believe that everything was going so smoothly. He noted with a smile that he thought that the search would take a long time, but he immediately pointed to the right place, so they would not have to wander around the entire territory. How great! They need to take this map and come back here tomorrow with the guys. Solia agreed with him with a smile on her face. The next day near the Arcanet thief mine, the guys arrived at the place. Holding Basil smiled and noted that they were here. The little dragon quickly jumped into MC's arms and began to cuddle. He asked in bewilderment what was wrong with him. Did he really miss him that much? Suddenly Basil hit him in the face. The protagonist furiously screamed. Why is he immediately attacking him? Hill replied with a calm face. That he shouldn't have left his pet alone for long. He should be beaten well. The protagonist asked irritably. And when did they manage to become so friendly? The girl pointed her finger into the cave and said that, since she came first, she decided to ask a few locals, and they all said that this was the entrance to the mine. MC pointed out that they wouldn't waste any more time. It was time to go inside. They entered the cave, and Hall noted in surprise it was such a huge place. The protagonist said that it was obvious that people hadn't come here for a long time. They say that demonic energy is a force that only dark mages can sense and deal with. Did she find anything? Hell answered that she didn't find anything. It was strange. The device didn't react at all, as if there was no obsidian here. Meanwhile at the Ardell Academy, Adela had a dream in which her dead parents were calling her. She woke up abruptly in horror and wondered if this was the nightmare about the cataphem again. How many times did she have this dream? She wondered if they were trying to tell her that she had no right to sleep peacefully in a comfortable bed. She wondered if, although she had been running impatiently forward, driven by the desire for revenge, she now had friends. And she also knew what it was to feel joy and feel happy. She had been told that her wish would come true, so why couldn't she get rid of the guilt that haunted her? Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, in the professor's dormitory, Suk was walking down the hallway in a terrible state. He wondered why he was in such severe pain every night. He hadn't been attacked, and it was clearly not some kind of illness. He had been plagued by this pain for a few days, but he had no idea what was causing it. Suddenly Seok noticed that everything was red, and thought that the corridor was painted bright red, and there was blood running down the walls. This was not reality but a vision. And the prophet's vision would soon become a scene from the future. What the hell was going to happen here? Soon after a while, MC put a box of obsidian on the table and told everyone that they had gotten everything they had and returned. There was only obsidian here. Seymour noted that he had said that there was not a single obsidian left in the cave, so where did he get this stuff? The protagonist told how Howl noticed that obsidians don't have legs, so it could run away. How could there not be any obsidian in a mine that hasn't been touched by a human for a long time, due to its bad reputation? The protagonist suggested that perhaps someone had gotten their hands on all the minerals. The girl excitedly asked what they should do now. He replied that everything was fine, because they knew one person who had been trying to make money on this land by any means possible for the past 7 years. MC called out to Celia and asked right. After some time they found Baron Dwayne, and after much persuasion, they managed to find out the location of the obsidian traders. Seymour noted that it didn't look like they were trying to persuade him. At that moment the protagonist told the Baron that he was offended by the fact that he had been calling him a prince for a long time, but he was not a prince. Dwayne asked in surprise, "What about the fountain pen with the Imperial House crest?" He answered with a smile that he had received it as a gift from Her Majesty. The Empress. The Baron shouted furiously, "What did that damn kid just say?" At present Celia said that a lot of things had happened anyway. According to his information, a few years after Arcane had lost its true ruler, an unknown fence appeared near the Odrus Mountains, offering a high price for obsidian. And the residents of the thief, who had no money, even feeling something ominous in that mine, still went there and, having dug up all the obsidian, sold it to him. Seymour pointed to the box and asked, "Then where did it come from?" MC replied with a smile that they raked in all the remains that were supposed to be sent to the fence. Natalie said admiringly that then, with the help of this obsidian, they can immediately make a detector or something like that. The protagonist replied that it could wait, because they had something more important. The midterm assessment. Everyone remembered it sadly. Seymour noted with disappointment that it was important. The protagonist wondered why life at the academy was so hard. He said that they would discuss the rest after the exams. Everyone agreed, only Adela remained silent. MC approached her and noted that she had not been looking well lately. Maybe something had happened to her. The girl turned away and replied that nothing like that had happened. He should ignore her. She wished him to prepare well for the exams. She would go first. She left and the protagonist asked in confusion. What was that? Sometime later in the corridor of the academy, Adela thought that she had lied to him. But she did not want to show him that she was still too attached to the past. She did not want to show him her weaknesses. Suddenly she felt a sharp wind blow. The girl was puzzled as to why the wind had suddenly started blowing. All the windows in the corridor were closed at night. She turned around and asked who was there. Sepia appeared near the window. Adela, seeing her clothes, wondered if it was a dark mage. She smiled and noted that she would not harm her. The girl tried to scream for help, but the dark mage used her skill in forcing her to remain silent. Said that she had actually come to talk peacefully, so let her stand quietly. Adela was worried as she could not move, and she could not make a sound either. Sepia approached her and noted that she did not need to be so afraid. She just wanted to share one interesting fact. She was sure that she would definitely be interested in it because she knew that she was from Cataflam. Adela thought fearfully that she didn't want to be labeled as the child who survived the cursed village. So except for what she told the protagonist, she had to carefully hide her origin. Then how did she know about it? Sepia asked if she wanted to know who did this to her village. Adela asked fearfully. Who was she and what did she know about her village? Did she really do it? The dark mage replied that it was not her, but if she wanted she would reveal the whole truth to her. Was she curious to know? The girl noted that for the past 10 years, she had lived in search of a formless object of revenge, no matter if she was lying or not. She had to listen to her. CPS said with a smile that she was very susceptible to emotions. The family was destroyed, exterminated, wiped off the face of the earth. She must repay them with the same pain, especially if this is the work of her friend. See his family, the work of the Castica family. Adela, in complete shock, asked again. What did she say? After some time, MC, being in the carriage, wondered what is the problem. He is haunted by the fact that they parted like this that day, and although he tried to talk to Adela during the exam, she continued to avoid him every time. Immediately after the exam, a carriage was sent from Kastikov for him, and in the end they were never able to talk normally. Now he himself does not know what is happening. After some time, the protagonist came to his father and said that he heard that he wanted to see him. He was told that the matter is serious. So what is going on? Tessa handed him a letter and indicated that he should take it. The protagonist, opening the paper, noted that this is the same invitation to the friendship banquet, held in order to strengthen the alliance between Kastika and Arcanet. Father said that as the successor of Kastika, he also had a lot to prepare. So he called him. MC was surprised and asked, so suddenly? Tissot explained that the Arcanant had just taken back their lands, and it was an event that needed to be celebrated. And also, why was that girl from Cataflam always hanging around him? Maybe that would distract him from her. A little after some time, Hale and Adela were walking down the hallway of the academy. They overheard some classmates talking about how the Kastika family, which Sarah belongs to, and the Arcanet family, which Sokia belongs to, were hosting a party together. Another girl replied that she knew about it. Father said that he had also received an invitation. She pointed out that in that case, she knew for sure that the two were originally engaged. Hale, hearing this, exclaimed, who decided that? The girl wondered. Who would decide this if not the Count? She asked furiously. But what about her heart? The student asked in confusion. What her heart had to do with it? Hale replied that it was because she briefly checked with Celia, and she said that the engagement was an old story. But who knows, maybe things have changed. In any case, they will find out the details at the reception next month. Adela, listening to this, thought that she knew that she and the protagonist could not continue to spend time like this, but if the Saita family really had something to do with that incident, then what should she do now? If she kept making things up, she would end up not knowing anything. She should directly ask him whether what that dark mage said was true or not. Perhaps she was just a suspicious person who was trying to destroy their party. The protagonist might not know anything. What if everything he said was a lie? And then She would ask if the talk about the engagement with Celia was true. Adela ran into his room and asked if he was here. Finding that there was no one in the room, she thought that she was a little confused because on the way, she managed to tune in to the conversation. Should she wait for him to come? Suddenly the girl felt a familiar aura coming from the closet. She wondered if she felt a strange energy coming from that closet. It seemed familiar to her. Adela opened the closet and seeing the sword, thought that even if her head could not really remember, her body immediately responded. The unique magical wave that this old sword creates, a unique pattern that despite the blurriness of memories, occupies a place in her head. Even after so many years she has not forgotten the living hell, where the screams of people echo the pain that binds her hand and foot. Every night in nightmares, she is sure that her home village cat aflame was buried thanks to this sword. At this time MC, being in the corridor, thought that not only did he have exams coming up, but he also had to prepare for a family reception. Why was the to-do list only growing? Suddenly he noticed that the door was open, and wondered if he had forgotten to close the door before leaving. Vaughn still couldn't return. The protagonist approached the door, when suddenly Adela pointed a sword at him. He noticed that she recognized this sword. The girl screamed in horror. Why was it him? She didn't care who it was. Whoever it was, she could fight him. She thought she could take revenge. Be it Solia, Vaughn or Han. She would be satisfied with any outcome. But why was it him? MC thought with a serious face, that he didn't want to pick at her wound. So he avoided this conversation, but now it was too late. He should have put an end to it right away. In any case, he had become her enemy. As a third-rate extra, he had to go through a path, in the end of which he would be killed by the main characters, and since this was his fate, then at least let her not look at him with such despair in her eyes. Adela said in horror that she would give him one chance. Let him say that he didn't know anything. The protagonist called out to her and only apologized. A few days later, the day of the reception came. Solia called out to the protagonist and asked if he had arrived yet. He asked with a smile how could he not, since he was the host. By the way, she looked great. The girl was embarrassed and thanked him. MC thought that it was an event attended mainly by families associated with Castica and Arcanine. Some of his friends from the academy were also invited. Vaughn and Natalie were happy to make time for them. To attend the reception, Hole firmly said that she would definitely come, even if it meant trouble, but Adela never showed up. Of course he knew that she would never come. That day she left without being able to raise a sword against him, and after that he never crossed paths with her again. Suddenly pets climbed on the protagonist and began to cuddle. He asked with a smile were they comforting him. MC sighed heavily and thought that this was a reception, organized by those who destroyed her home, so she would hardly want to come here. He saw a man approach his father, and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not expect that they would establish friendly relations with the Arcanet family so quickly. Maybe they had some kind of agreement from the beginning. Taisa chuckled and answered that this was not exactly true, but he would not be against forming an alliance one day, because their children get along well. The protagonist was embarrassed and asked with a smile what his father and the man next to him were talking about. Suddenly a loud scream was heard and guards came running to them, reporting that this was a surprise attack. The guards were powerless. They suddenly appeared out of the fog. At that moment dark mages hung in the air. MC worriedly wondered why dark mages were suddenly here now. Now he needed to think about the situation as a whole. Here are the bloody Count Taisu and Count Arcanant, who fought with him in the war. In other words, there are two generals who have defeated countless dark mages, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But there are too many civilians here, so any unforeseen situation can happen. One of the people present shouted furiously, "Who are they? How dare they come here?" One of the dark mages, using an ability, created an explosion and pointing a finger at the protagonist, noted that here is the thief of the cube. Although Miss Sepia said not to kill him, but he thinks that this is the fastest and most effective method. Let him not worry, they will deal with everyone, so that he will not be bored in the afterlife. The dark mages suddenly began to attack him with magic. MC, having created a protective barrier, ordered his pets to attack them. Basil covered the dark mages with fire, and Closty began to attack with ice spikes. The protagonist shouted with a smile that everything is fine. He wondered if those bastards were out of their minds. No matter how furious they were over stealing the cube, they were barging in here like that. Moreover, since this was a party hosted by Kastika, there were many nobles here. Among them there were many like Count Tisu, experts in exterminating dark mages, but they were attacking a place that was actually in the middle of enemy territory in broad daylight. Without any fear and even sending such a large force into battle, what the hell were they planning? At this time Celia, who had attacked the enemies with lightning magic, thought that this was strange. She was eliminating them but there was no end to them. For some reason she thought that this was it. The girl called out to the protagonist and noted that it was not, that they were attacking with a large force. MC agreed and added that he also realized this. Now, Celia explained that they were constantly creating new units of power. This is one of the most difficult spells of dark magic. It is called self-reproduction. Isn't it? The protagonist thought. The longer the battle lasts, the more disadvantaged they are. But more importantly, there are people who have not yet been able to evacuate. If the battle drags on they may also be hit. So what should he do in this situation? Suddenly a system window appeared, which said that he received a reward for using the skill. His taming skill has improved. Object 1 Basil. Object 2 Closty. As a reward for taming at the same time, he receives a new skill taming area. He can tame monsters in a certain radius for a limited time. Does he want to get this skill? The protagonist, having read this, pressed the agree button and shouted furiously, "Doesn't this see that he urgently needs it? Why ask stupid questions?" He started using the skill, and wondered if anyone or anything would respond to the call. Suddenly all the monsters in the area gathered around him. MC happily noted that they were just in time. Let them protect the civilians. He asked all the guests to follow the kobolds to a safe place, and let Basil and Closty fly ahead, and clear the way for the civilians. Having given the orders, the protagonist thought that the situation was now more or less settled, but the fact that they were in the minority remained unchanged. Not only is the physical strength of people limited by nature, but they also expend energy faster than puppets. He must find the main body as soon as possible. Since the mage has to control such a significant number of doubles, he must definitely be somewhere nearby. In that case he will make it come out of the shadows. MC leaned on a chair and shouted, "Enough of this hide and seek. Let them come out and talk to him. Or maybe they are so cowardly that they only know how to put pressure on the enemy with numbers." One of the dark mages noted that the rumors were true. He really is an impudent guy. He shouldn't worry, he's not going to kill everyone here. For the sake of the future that Mr. Abaddon promised them, they have to make some sacrifices. After all, they themselves have exactly the same policy towards them. In any case, all he wants is to catch him and find out where the cube is. How does he like that if he goes with him? He will spare everyone else. The protagonist grinned and replied that this was a pretty tempting offer. But he refuses because he was not born to be held captive. He struck and thought that this was also a double. The dark mages began to attack them more and more. MC thought that there were too many of them. How long can he hold out? Taisa called out to him with a serious face and shouted that he must hold out. The protagonist thought that he had lost too much blood. His head was in a fog. What was he even waiting for? Was he hoping that someone would suddenly appear and win the battle? Suddenly Adela stood in front of him armed with a sword. The protagonist thought that this was the reason he continued to fight, the person he had been desperately waiting for. The girl with a serious face explained that when she was alone, she held the sword in her hands and thought about what had happened for a long time, but suddenly an emergency message came from the Doom Squad, and she immediately rushed here. He had saved her life so many times. He had helped her find the meaning of life. He had shown her that there were many things in the world more beautiful than revenge. So this time it was her turn to help him. Let him not worry.